PUBG Continental Series Grand Finals. Before the final battle begins, let us walk you through the tournament system. 16 teams, 9 from regional finals and 7 invited ones, will compete for 3 weeks. Each week they will play 12 matches, competing for the weekly prize pool of $70,000. By the end of 3 weeks, the team that earned the most money becomes the champion. In a match, the team that gets the chicken dinner takes first place. The other places are allocated according to the number of kills. During the tournament, the crowdfunding campaign will be held. 30% of the net sales of PCS4 items will be distributed among the teams across all 4 global regions. That's it. Join our stream and watch the clash of the PUBG Titans in PUBG Continental Series Finals.
Hello PUBG Esports fans. PUBG Continental Series 4 is fast approaching, pitting 64 teams from 4 regions against each other in typical heart-pounding PUBG fashion. That means it's time once again for you, the fans, to get ready for another Pick'em challenge, so that you can start earning esports points once the tournament starts on June 10th. PCS4 esports items go up for sale on June 2nd, the same day the Pick'em challenge begins. These items are available for purchase for 3 weeks, and serve as a key way to earn the voting coupons you'll need to pick up even more cool rewards. You can grab up to 14 voting coupons from buying PCS4 items, so pick up as many as you like for even more votes. A free voting coupon can also be obtained by watching PCS4 live streams, which we'll get into later. Every one of these purchases supports the PCS4 teams, with 30% of net sales going right back to the teams through equal distribution and via the prize pool. You get cool stuff, support your favorite teams, and get the chance to earn even more cool stuff. It's a win-win-win situation. To earn the great new rewards in the esports shop, you'll need to play one of the Pick'em Challenge games. Back once again is our Pick the Winner game. Pick the Winner lets you predict overall winners for each participating region. Each voting coupon spent gives you 1 pick, and you can only vote for each team once, so choose wisely. If your chosen team is declared the winner of their region, you'll receive 100,000 EP to spend in the esports shop. With 4 different regions, there's 400,000 EP up for grabs in this game, so plan out your picks and rake in the rewards. Our second game is Team Face-Off. In Team Face-Off, you can earn EP without needing a coupon, simply by picking the winner between 2 rival teams. Like before, EP prizes will be weighted depending on how many votes a team has gotten, so playing it safe for a smaller prize or risking your vote for a higher payout are both valid options. The third game of this tournament is the Chicken Challenge. To play, simply tune into the games as they're being played live on the official PUBG Twitch channels and vote for which team you think will win the chicken dinner. You have until the 11-minute mark to cast your vote, but choosing correctly will earn you a small EP prize. You can play the Chicken Challenge every single game of the tournament, so tune in and win. The last way to earn EP is by watching each broadcast for a special code that will pop up randomly during the games. Enter it fast enough and pick up some free EP for your account. You can get up to 50,000 free EP using these 2 methods, so cast your votes and keep an eye open for codes. You can also get a free voting coupon through a broadcast code. Right after the last match of the week finishes, a code will pop up on screen. Enter it fast enough and you'll earn a free voting coupon to use in the Pick'em Challenge. Remember, at any time during the tournament, you can check out real-time standings, information on participating teams, and player stats in the Esports tab in-game. So get acquainted with the teams and place your votes with confidence. Voting closes on June 24th, an hour before the final match begins, so don't forget to cast your vote in time. Now let's talk rewards for all that EP you just won. The Esports shop is open for business from June 29th until July 14th. You can view and plan out your purchases beforehand, but be sure to spend your EP during this window, as any excess EP will be lost after the store closes on the 14th. PCS4 is back, and our roster of PUBG pros are ready to put on one hell of a show. So log in, study up, place your votes, and strap in for the exciting PUBG Esports mayhem. PUBG Esports, PCS4, and the Pick'em Challenge. Get in on the action today.
AK in hand now, remember, we'll talk about it when there's, much more time to talk about it with the gun meta, but AK is back. It is well and truly back. You can use this thing all day long, up close and personal. It is going to shred Marco, though, with a 1-2, thank you. Clip and Ibby is gone. On to the third. Metralius comes in. Once this fight's over and done with, At the moment, I get it. You want to clear this. You want to take the points. You want to make sure it's all said and done, this fight. But you also have to have a backup plan. That is a belting. Squeaky do some monumental plays in the past, but ultimately, it is going to spell death. Lipson looking for a head real quickly. If he can find one, it would help.
You have to try and make something out of nothing. Cars in the way, they have no idea what's going on. There was a nade in hand, but a mad dash, that creates an opportunity. Sakura finds it, spins around on a dime, gets another, no more bullets, no more chances, no more life.
The thing is, it'll actually be all for now. I suppose they get 2 out of it. Hold on 1 second.
Oh, no.
Marco and Smash, Shuber and Pixel try to make the cross. This is
BBL
kind of
refusing.
crazy, to be honest.
They're refusing to go down, but the sheer numbers for Ensalone are overwhelming. This would be a miracle run by BBL if they're able to put it off. En standing with 4 players, they're trying to sweep and clear. Code Marco amongst them in the Wolves Den. He's just trying to slip through in the smoke, but he's been caught out. But they're trying their best, and there it is. Batuan's already going to find Mexi. I don't know if he's going to be able to get a flush from these angles. They look kind of long lines of sight. Good return fire, but I don't think the nades are quite close enough. Let's see if I'm wrong. I am wrong. I'm severely wrong. Spyro's good. Perfectix is great. But it's enough to keep him at least breathing for now. Heal comes in. He's just fine. He's back and good to go. Zork, better be careful. One peek on that ridge and you could be dead. Alia wants to try and do that right now. Gets him down to a one-shot, but can't quite confirm it. The push-up as well, but brave work from Alia. But he's only going to get smashed for now. There is still Code Marco alive in this. It's not over just yet. BBL still have numbers. 2 standing as to Redline, but Redline are battered, broken and beaten. And Code Marco wants in on this nail-up now. Thrown down, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. And this is surely their win here. Unless Mies can do something wild, he cannot. It is mad amount of DPS just being thrown down, molly after molly. And there's the nades coming through. AA are about to be burnt alive. There is no escaping this. There's 2 down. Make it 3. It's got to be. There it is. Finally, the Molotov burns. But Zork gets one back towards Rustamar. Now, BBL have gone down in the meantime. AA are left in tatters as En's still trying to hold on. Diggory does the big boy push-up. I don't know what he's going to do here. This is going to be Madmen sort of level play. Already another pull-up comes in to practice. Heroic going to be making the mad dash phase. Already looking a little bit worse for wear. 8C low. Gustav knocked Fex down to half and a good nade from Luca. Here's Heroic on the pull-up. You're going to see him just on the fence side. Phase go down. That's Fex now absolutely out of it. Lou's been knocked. I think it's just Patulins. Fuzzface on the pull-up trying to make something happen for Phase, but it's just 8C. Oh, Fuzzface, no! Right now, Beamy on the push, though, trying to take some territory. Spots out another Ibis, though, punishing Page, and it's looking like maybe Redline can hold this one, just dipping away through the backside. Look at Nail Up. There he is, finally makes his appearance.
All right, Sam Tip, John
Dead's
will
on the
come into it.
push.
Dead's just jumping in there. That's an emergency savior of a medical player, but you're not even looking around, my dude. You need to check that when you're in close combat. Dead outside. Look at all the damage done.
Oh, it's so good. Fuzzface is holding the push, but you're right. The molly, the nades, it's absolutely unbelievable damage. And yeah, Fuzzface is one side, but sadly that apartment's got a couple other doors, so now there's problems. Beck's gonna deal with the first though. That's Perfectix down. Bex though still stands tall. He does everything he can. He needs Fuzzface to do something about it.
This is not going well. The second they tried to get outside of it, they left a moment too late. The response should smash in a 1 versus 4. He's avoiding the fight. He's going, okay, Zorf's there. T-Bone straight through the window. Okay. Nice little angle as well. That's 2.
The angle.
It's messy. They will keep on going down. Speaking of going down, Anonymous. He's down, QB.
There was no way they could fight any of these teams, or any of these teams could fight Na'Vi without getting attention on their doorstep. Everything was their way, and look at these nades raining down. This is just domination from Na'Vi.
Hello and welcome to the PUBG Continental Series 4 here with the European Grand Finals. I'm joined here. I am joined by 2 fantastic, fine gentlemen, and it is Hypok and Toby. How are you doing, guys? Hypok.
Yeah, doing good today. Excited for a second day and spread pretty thin in terms of the wins yesterday. 6 different teams picking one up. Hopefully today somebody can convert.
Yeah, for sure. Thoughts, Toby? on yesterday?
No, same. I mean, it's pretty wild that we didn't see any double wins yesterday. Some teams had the chance to do, but I guess that's just gonna make it even more exciting today, seeing who will claim victorious by the end of Game 6.
Yeah, for sure. 3 regions have already concluded, guys, and it's been 7, 8, and 9 different teams that have been winning across the other regions. So I think that's about where we're gonna land, and I feel like we're potentially gonna be landing around the 9 mark. Some big teams have not gotten it yet. I had the pleasure of talking with some of them, and FaZe Clan, Liquid, Heroic have not won a game yet, even though they're some of the big favorites here. One of the teams that you're looking at that have not won a chicken dinner yet, which one would that be, Hyper?
Honestly, I'm looking at FaZe. I mean, it was they had 3 top 4 placements in the 3rd place as well overall.
Yeah.
It was rough really because I think we saw. I mean, Fex played absolutely lights out yesterday. Individual performance wise, I think probably for me the highlight of yesterday. But to see them kind of not rewarded in some of the games where actually they had to fight their way into most of those circles, right? And that's so brutal. This format's so kind of unforgiving in that sense with obviously teams that are able to position up early, but the fact that they were able to consistently place, which again, this is FaZe Clan, right? With obviously Fex stepping into this roster, it's no surprise really they're able to garner this sort of consistency. But it was heartbreaking to see the ways in the end game that they were actually falling yesterday.
Yeah, for sure. Let's take a look at the standings here, Toby, while we continue to talk about the teams that we are considering that should be taking home a win here, Toby.
I mean, I gotta go right above FaZe to see them there on the leaderboard. Heroic. I mean, BB in his own had a absolute bang of a day yesterday.
Yeah,
he was
he did.
highlight upon highlight upon highlight. Every time it seemed like Heroic was out of the equation, BB did something amazing to keep them in there. But similarly to FaZe, they just had too many moments early on where they would lose a player in a fight they maybe didn't even want to have to take, and kind of got caught on the more, I guess you can say, hectic side of the circle with way too many teams around them, where you can't really fault them for not kind of just cleaning out house and making it through there without taking any damage at all. And when you then have to run into the likes of Redline and Virtus Pro and Na'Vi on the receiving end of having already fought teams and maybe lost a player or two, you're just gonna be in so much trouble. So great performance from them overall yesterday, just weren't able to bring home that win.
And I actually had a quick talk with Paige before the games today, and he said that after that game on the military island, they actually, multiple of the guys left their PCs, went out to scream outside the door because that was one of the wins that they actually wanted to take home. And unfortunately, obviously, it was a situation that they easily could have won, and it comes down to just those small things, guys. On the other side of the board here, we have some teams on the bottom here, Hypoc, that we kind of want to see take something home. 5, they were in a situation where they are hot dropping Liquid, and I had a talk with Physics today actually, and they're going to continue to do so. Do you think it's going to be worth it for them contesting that, or is it just what's your thought?
So this is really difficult, and again I kind of touched on this yesterday. It's awkward really when we look towards Erangel more so than Rim. Obviously Picardo a little more shareable, I'd say, than Pachinki, but the problem being is it's just those cups, right? I mean, Liquid are literally from the moment they leave the plane in damage control, right? They don't want to lose anybody in the looting phase. They haven't really got the time to make these early, all-in rotations that we know Liquid are kind of, renowned for, right? And especially with these circles, the way they played out yesterday, these are circles you don't want to be coming late to. All of these factors, I think, contribute to see really why we've seen Liquid struggle, and that's not to say 5 haven't also struggled. They actually only put up 9 kills yesterday, so at least Liquid have a little bit of a buffer in terms of that tiebreaker that they have been accumulating towards. But it's difficult really of when do you want to be the team that pulls out of that, because I know Toby's got some inside information on potentially there's no other plan there for 5?
Yeah, exactly. I had the chat with Dex, and I mean, when you understand their situation, they pretty much signed up their team as a mix right before the registration closed, and they say, we played Picardo and Pachinki since round 1 of the qualifiers. We do not have any other strats. I mean, Liquid, they're a team that's been together for a long time. They could do multiple things. So I'd actually expect to see Liquid be the ones to dip before we'd see 5, because they've said, we're going there because we really don't have anywhere else to go.
All right, that's it for your thoughts, guys. We're going to be going already with game number 1 of today. It's game number 7 of total. Pansy and Sims, have fun on desert.
We will do, Martin. I promise you that. We have a lot to be talked about. day one provided, I don't know if it provided us answers or if just more questions now as to who's going to join them. We had no repeat victories, no repeat winners. Everyone had their own slice of the pie so far, but a couple of teams have been pushing and trying to catch up as well, Rich. You know, they were talking about FaZe on there, Heroic on there. I mean, a Dane backing Heroic, who's surprised? I mean, the org seems to have made an impression, but Rich, who then are you looking at? Because we'll keep our eye on the Liquid drop and 5 if they go there. We haven't seen them fight in Picardo, so you know we'll just know if it's there or not. But who's joining that list for you then?
It has to be FaZe Clan Heroic. Like there's been such a great amount shown so far from FaZe Clan. The consistency within the upper echelons of keeping towards that top end of the leaderboard has been phenomenal, but it's just not been able to convert into a win yet. They've been close encounters. I mean, hell, Heroic yesterday were between Redline, who ironically they're actually looting next to over by that western embankment. So just keep an eye on that because an early loss would be extremely devastating. Lou's already punching his way towards both 5 and Team Liquid. That's a tag as well on one of the 5 players. Again, it's something we will continue to monitor and continue to watch. Toby touched on what possibly the reason that this is happening over and over again, and I'm glad we've kind of... Oh, okay, well, this could be early because they've all actually committed to their side. Rudy's already down. Remember, though, one shot came in, which put him to half health from the distance from Lou. And now he's been allowed to capitalize on the low health with the handgun. VSS also. VSS backlines him. It's still punching him down. Physics is there for Mexi. That's a knock and a flush, Lauren.
Oh, and Clib. Clib's out of... There you go. Finally gets a little bit more ammo to play with. We don't normally get these early sort of scrappy fights, but Dex could do some damage here. Clib's got the flush. I think... Yeah, they could maybe get a... Uh-oh, Clib's got a shotgun. If he clears this properly, he might be able to... that cross towards the other two is going to be brutal. He's kind of pinned to this side, but he's bleeding by the wayside. Where is Jeems in this? Because Clib's in a 1v2 right now?
I suppose the good thing is the health on Physics. One clip with that shotgun, but you're going to have to be quick. Him in himself doesn't have a helmet, doesn't have a chest. Everything will hurt regardless of how far, how distant it is. Round the corner. If it would have been a jump shotgun, he still gets it regardless. Turns around, bangs him down.
And a medkit. Not bad. He's going to get himself back up, feeling pretty good, but they're going to hit the vehicle. I'm pretty sure I saw Jeems trying to pull into this. So Dex knows that there's something up now. And maybe Liquid's answer is we just got to fight them. Clib's flush Dibby. Am I reading that wrong? Did I just... Maybe he took a little bit of damage. I don't know. You know what? I don't know. Sometimes I question these things. However, Dex now has only had 6 on the mini. A little bit more 7 to work with. Tag towards 1, 10 bullets now. He's running low on this. Clib's trying to close the gap, and it's going to be a terrible surprise. Great work from Clib. Working it around, and I guess this might have to be the answer for Liquid is take the fight. Push 5 out of your areas. Take those early battles that are dangerous. As you can see, they're down to 2. Maybe they just have to try and clear them out early.
Toby kind of stole my thunder, so we're going to start to preempt why this keeps happening, why it's been happening. On Reddit, there was a lot of different topics of debate and discussions as to why this will be a continuous thing. Obviously, we know, look, the Liquid fan base is absolutely massive. So you can get times where they will back their boys up through thick and thin.
Oh, Clib's, hold on, Rich. It looks like Clib's mouse 1 got stuck there. I hope his mouse is okay. I know sometimes when your like crouch button gets stuck, you got to spam it a little bit. It's interesting. I hope I hope his mouse is all right there. It's crazy that.
Just loosening it up. It's totally fine.
It's just a warm up.
It's a game
you're right.
thing.
It's a game. Yeah. See, that's why you're here, Rich.
Just about, but yeah, a few people were saying, you know, what is it? They're a makeshift going into this. There's nothing else really for them to do. Why bother committing to this? They just ruin Liquid's chances. A lot of people aren't happy about it, but as Toby's confirmed, look, if you've been playing this for a hell of a long time, this is the only thing that you know, and you've qualified through for this at this stage and this level.
Yep.
Like, you've just got to commit to it. If there's no other backup plan, then so be it. You know, you make your bed, you sleep in it, so to speak. That's what 3 times now they've lost out on it. While they are damaging Liquid by doing so, they're still bombing out in bottom places every single time.
Yeah, it's a unique scenario. We don't often get to see it, but because we have the kind of I guess like open qualifier route, you're gonna get teams coming in who don't play to the same rules as the other teams, you know, who take their drops, they, you know, sit here and there. It's like when we go to international tournaments, this looks like a freebie for Alia. Maybe not so free, actually, tell a lie. Cobra coiled, waited, brilliant work, 1 HP left, and just gonna go, nah, I'm out. There's probably another one of you Na'Vi lot. Don't fancy that.
It's not often you see a player just bail on it, but I suppose we've only got 2 HP and a mere dream. Shots from a distance, actually. I think that's is that a third party? It is. That's going to be Skade who comes in. They're peppering away at this one. Quizzy body blocking, bullets galore, but he will fall as well. Alia goes down in the meantime. Cobra picks up the frag by doing so. Oh, this just went from bad to worse for Na'Vi. They are being peppered. They're going to play the edge of it for now, but you can see the crossfire is just ridiculous. Melman, 50% HP. I mean, as soon as Quizzy's up, one of those one quick tag and he's back down. He's forced to heal on the side of it. Example will be there to try and relieve some pressure. That does the job, but Nookie still comes in on the back of Quizzy and downs him again.
Oh, Melman as well as a one-shot right now. He got a little parting gift tapped away at.
He's dead.
Oh no, VP are coming up this way as well. Yeah, Na'Vi, Melman's gone. And it would be Lou to do it. Just about everyone catching them. This is the level of competition though. You look at it, one knock, right? One little 1v1 that happens. There's so many teams around. You think that you get third party bad in game? I'm making one mistake in this. Sheesh. Now, while this all happened, the circle has hit its very north, not quite to the extent of what we saw yesterday with the Oasis end, but hey, it's in there. There's still a big portion inaccessible, I guess both work. I don't know English. In the north, right? So it's still got that little line cut off from it, but Perfectix just tapping away. People have had a nice healthy breakfast. They're coming out swinging. This is a fiery beginning.
It's not exactly a bad spot. It's not the greatest spot in the world, especially if the circle's going to keep us pushing more towards the northern side of it. But they've got plenty of breathing room, and that's a good factor for VP. We know that they can survive in very barren circumstances and locations. They'll play off the edge of it. They'll work their way in slowly but surely. And it feels like we saw signs of it yesterday. If you remember what they did to Team Liquid, where they saw one player was knocked, they pushed on it aggressively. If this is a sign of things to come from VP, where they've just turned up that aggression level a little notch, like that kind of scares me, because there's certain points where in the past have gone, maybe, VP could get involved in this. Maybe they'll chill out. Speaking of chilling out, Pixel, he's forced to take a breather for all but a moment. Nade comes over, will do a fair amount of damage and actually force him into the heal. Never mind. Instinct from a distance comes in. Third party. DA lose one instantly. BBL will keep them backed off for this and be able to protect what they took early on, because that's a pretty damn decent hill to keep control of.
Well, because you guys have, got up bright and early, obviously at 6 p.m. in Europe, but, we're going to give you a little reward. Have a little code. Get it on the screen right now at the top there. If you're watching on your, you've got it on the second monitor, time to pay attention. Go get the code, pop it in game, get some goods. But something I do want to also talk about is that DA do feel like they're working with 3 so often at the start of their games. The amount of times they've lost a player just that little bit early, and it's kind of cost them potentially that late game run. Now, I am curious what happens to DA if they do get late game, because you can't ignore the fact they have some ridiculously good names on that.
It's a solid roster. Whether or not we haven't seen
but
we haven't seen the Samty of old. We're only 6 games in, so I'll kind of more than happily be corrected. But it did feel like day and night. He used to be that one player who was always playing for his life, always been the last man standing for his team. And ultimately, I think a few times yesterday we saw him die as the entry fragger. Now, whether or not he's been moved into a different position of being scout, that's his job. If he dies, the rest of the team survives. It's one of those things. Someone has to do the dirty job. I don't know, but yeah, it's look, for all intents and purposes, it doesn't matter how much of a skill level you have. When you've been out of the game for so long, you're not going to come back into 100%. It just doesn't work like that. And it's like we've seen in the past. We have seen power rosters put together. We have seen 4 a top 10 players all crammed together. It just doesn't necessarily work. What you put together doesn't always equate. Okay, best 4 players in the world, they're going to be the best squad in the world. No, there's so many mechanics, so many nuances, so many little bits and bats amongst all that have to click and have to fall into place. And ultimately, recent time in the game, understanding the meta, the teams around you, that's massive. That's huge. And, for everyone else that's been playing around them and has got a lot more time together, they're going to be at a disadvantage.
Yeah, I think again it'll be. I do want to keep my eyes on DA as a collective now. I think they've definitely got my attention with that roster. I want to see if it works. If they get that synergy with each other, as you highlighted, it can be good on paper, but we have to see it in practice. Now, Circle updating as we see, kind of moving away from the extreme north at least, but you can see most teams kind of land grab going on. VP being one of them. Skade one of the others. Nuki there going to lay down a couple of shots. Nothing really to write home about, but Perfectix has to be careful on this doorway peek now because he's got two players potentially watching his way. Switching out to the mini. Does have the angle on me. Good time. The reactions are so quick on that boy, but VP and Skade right next to each other. This is a lot early on. I mean, it's a good position to be in, I guess, if they feel it's going to go this way.
Yeah, I'm glad you've highlighted that. This is a really important fight. There's plenty of land, you know, to be able to share it, but you don't necessarily want to do so because when we get to that later game, when we get to the later stages, if the circle does come to here, you'll have multiple. He can't get off of it. He can't get up in the air to be able to get somewhere else at least. But that could be the ghost symbol. Excuse me. Sakura's down, so it's all tied up at the moment, one apiece, one knock either side. They are closing in. Skade will take the bigger amount of land into this. But it's very, very important just because of where it is on the map. You have this hillside that is up towards the backside of Oasis.
Oh,
in
great
theory,
peek.
that comes into play and pushes the circle down to the south. So it is a very vital place to take, and both of them want everything.
I love what Nuki did there, just whether he did it intentionally or not, but just almost shoulder peeking around the corner, drawing the fire, and then fully committing on the swing. Beautiful work. Cost Spyro his life, and now Lou wants to punish in return. Can at least do some damage. Misa's probably dead in the water. He is. So both these teams just taking lumps out of each other. It will be 3 standing for VP. Losing on Spyro is a problem, but at the moment, Skade are far worse off unless they're able to get one back in here or do something with it. They've lost half of this compound now. Lou's got so much ground to play with if he wants to, but Tulins might wrap on that side as well and say, well, okay, we'll take this side then.
You're not really going to be playing off the shelter, the big hangar on the opposing side, because of how exposed it can be, especially to a Nuki's position. Having that slight elevation will give him an advantage. He's been able to look over the caravans, over the shacks, and straight into that. There's also vehicles parked in there, so it becomes even more vital down the line. If you need that mobility, you can secure those vehicles, you can stay mobile, you can keep moving. So they will opt to disengage from the small house that they're in, get across the road, look into Skade, lock them inside, and pin them in the garage. They have the numbers advantage here, so they don't have to press into it. That, however, in the kill feed, is a different state of affairs altogether. Batulin's going down. Huth sees him. A very obscure angle that he absolutely probably did not expect. You know, like, no, why would you?
That's
look at
from
that
water treatment.
tiny gap that he's managed to land that through. It does give them the info, though.
It's some distance to it. Like, because I think we saw RTG drive past here, but they kept going. I was like, oh, if they pull into this, they could be a problem. But no, it's... And this is why that compound seemed valuable to VP. They had a really good shout on it, but now they're, you know, down to 3. They've got a good position if they can get everyone back up and stabilize. I don't know what Skade can do with 2. I'm interested. I mean, you know, if RTG keep going this way, are they going to try and get towards this? They did drive past here earlier. No. Looking like they're pulling up close by, but not quite pressuring towards this compound.
And that's why you need the fight earlier. Done and dusted early, because you are going to have more teams coming up to this. Redline's position now won't be in eventually. That hillside, that mountain, is going to push out. FaZe Clan, AA, Heroic, Redline, Exhalation. They've all got to find a place to call home, and this was why it was so vital. That compound was absolutely paramount and worth taking the fight against Skade. But you are going to have people turning up late game. It's just one of those land grabs where there's nowhere else to go. So you know what? There's a hangar there. Let's throw the cars in and hope in high hell no one else is there. VP are going to be in a weakened position. Another team that has a full 4-man stack with cars should be able to get into it.
Yep.
And this is all we'll see now. All the priority positions will be taken away. This looks a little bit rough. Taking the Marados upside of this one. BBL,
yeah.
They'll be hearing all of this. Look at Marco swinging out.
Yeah, don't let Marco have a freebie. He'll take that every day of the week. Untraded too. No pressure comes back in. A couple of shots from the opposing ridgeline. But Smash needs to be careful. He could be maybe picked up if they got a little bit more fruity on the peak. But no, they play quite calm. The Molotov to just burn away what remains of 1. And now they've got 3 to play against. Instantly the nades go down. And instantly, look at BBL's aggression and how they want to approach this. DA do put some shots towards the Metralius. 1 HP. Does get back to cover. But if you poke BBL, even just a little bit, you step towards their territory, they push right on back. There is no holding back for them.
Mutiny's lost one, but it could have been a hell of a lot worse. Again, with the noise of the vehicles, Ents will be up top of this if they want to try and shoot into it. Liquid in the distance, still just trying to find a place to call home, but stalled right from the get-go. Up against 5, it costs them time, it costs them map position. It's not often we really see Liquid outside of the circle at this stage. I mean, the one for not sitting still, don't get me wrong, but it's usually somewhere in the center of the circle, you know? In the past, Liquid's been kind of under the cosh for losing players early when they go for those central scouting positions. Now it's a complete opposite end of the spectrum. They can't find anywhere in because they've been dragged down from the very, very start of it. Mutiny, upside of the hill, Liquid.
Oh dear.
Smashed away, cleared the first one to goal. James to follow. It's rough, but unfortunately it is what it is when you fight in a team right off the very bat.
Uh-oh. Well, I spoke about BBL's aggression before. You can't really prod them without getting an answer, but Mert's on an island and the others have to lean back this way. Ents have actually got them almost pinned a little further back. It'd be tricky for BBL to disengage from this fight cleanly. If they have vehicles, maybe, but do they want this fight? Ents, that circle update, I mean, do you just try and keep BBL here? I mean, you can't because Squeaky and Tixu in combination. Or you take out Code Marco. Great positioning on the setup here for Ents. So prepared for this, and it looks like Mert's aware that there's more, but is he ready for Diggory? Yes, but loses the fight. The AK control from Diggory is exemplary. The first trade comes back in. Tixu does get found out by Smash, but by now there's still a huge advantage by Ents.
Metralius is lurking. He's the one that could maybe help this, but he needs the element of surprise. Instantly shut down there. Diggory spots him again. The AKM is just ringing loud and proud. Smash the last man standing. It looks like a bridge too far, but he catches him on the window ledge. The nades are going to be primed. The pin's going to be pulled. Can Diggory find the angle? Tixu alive and kicking once again. Squeaky in with a flashbang straight off the back of the wall. Smash should be all kinds of blind. Hands up on the brow. Dabbing it for now. Smash, though. Really good response, but with 2 more players. Tixu's in the back of the car. Make it 1. You has to answer this call. It's a very good turn, but outside the blue, the damage is done. But I tell you what, they did not make it easy for Ents whatsoever.
No, they dragged them down with them. You're not getting out of this for free. Now, DA, we've been questioning what goes on with these boys and what's their identity going to be. Right now, it's dying out of vehicles and not really finding much of a place to call home. You want to go towards VP, do you? That's very bold of you right now. Uber's already gone. Spray from Lou just going to continue to push them further away. A couple of shots come back in towards VP, but DA need to make the mad dash, get away from the vehicle, and get some cover. Maybe live in the shadow of VP for a moment.
Well, something's better than nothing. We'll give him that. 2 players have made it alive. FaZe been the team that took the most northern swing for the start of this game. Decided to take it up by Oasis. We're always going to be the latest one to arrive to this. They can't get in the center of the circle, but I tell you what, to swing it down in the way that they have approached and made it onto the western embankment, so that's a belter of a shot. It gave him a different person.
But
yeah.
Still, I mean, that's still a fair crack.
He ain't up from it, that's for sure. Squeaky could still get the heel off and continue the vehicle, but it's going to wrap it up on FaZe. They've been really, really smart here. It's a 2-1-1 split. Gustav will watch the plateau on the backside. Aitzi, his one prior sole job is to keep a track of SMB because they're up against the edge to see where they're going. And then you'll see Fex and Fuzzface, Double F in tandem. They'll try and hold this compound front and center. This was his job all along, right? Just make sure no one presses in from it.
And he's going to hear example shooting at the very least. From watching them come in here. Now, I don't think his line of sight is as clean as he'd like, potentially, but with the circle update comes through, they will maintain with Fex and Fuzzface in, and then they will have Gustav and 80. It looks like 80's already actually peeling back through. The run-in now from Heroic's going to come down, though. They're trying to make their way in with whatever they have. I mean, that's a flash in hand, Vazku. You're really working with less here. Tubi on the other side. VP, I don't think have clean line of sight, but Squeaky is waiting in this cover, and I think they're out of smokes if they're just running it now, running and gunning, and Vascu lands the shot. That's a headshot delivered and maybe a chance. Deep flashes go in. They're using everything they can to maybe find a way forward into some cover, and it's worked out well for them. Heroic make a mad run for it. Surprising it's paid dividends, but then again, Squeaky's still there.
pan comes flying over just on the
Kitchen
side as well.
sink's
for
coming
Goodwill.
next.
Yeah, you're going to throw everything at it, but Paige is in with it. Not a problem whatsoever. Tagged up by Vasco. Squeaky finally goes down. Ents are eliminated. Heroic, it's not been clean, but it's something. Whether or not they can pull RTG out of this small little set of shacks is a different question altogether. I think for both them and RTG, they're completely under the hammer to both Redline and VP. VP has got problems of itself with having DA just lurking in the garages in the back, so they have to be very aware of that if DA want to try and make some sort of assault onto them. You wouldn't anticipate it with 2 players. They'll probably just go passive and chill inside the garages for now and make sure everything's all gravy towards the later stages of this game. Same goes for Skate, to be honest. Supermassive Blaze did just send it fully from the hillside up against the edge, and yeah, they've really, that's a belter. They've managed to come straight off the back and avoid all kinds of danger, to be fair, to hit the smallest shack in the world. Now this is the next obstacle. Heroic need to clear this to give them any signs of being able to cross that road, because it's going to be such a death trap to do so.
I don't know how much utility Squeaky had. I think he was the last player there for Ents, but that's all I think Heroic have got to work with. I don't think they had much, because they made that last cross with just flashes. So maybe a nade garnet here, a Molotov there, but RTG smoking quite close to themselves. Actually finding Vasku. Good shot from BNR, but needs a little more from this if they want to try and secure themselves here. As Tubi is going for a little walkabout, looks for the high ground on it. Nah, gets instantly tagged up by RL, which is a problem. Redline overshadowing this whole fight, and they still have 4 players alive. So Redline are quietly building in towards late game now, with Nail Up warming in already.
Quick moment to gather their thoughts, see which way we're going to be going. Example, as a solo, still trying to do... I tell you what, if he just leans out a little bit to the left, that could be it. That could be both of them down and dead. Just falls short. Look at FaZe Clan instantly on the wrap. They realize there is a team under fire just off to the side of them, and they all peek up and they all begin to lay down the fire. Exhalation, Na'Vi, all in the firing lines. Example going for gold and still somehow stays alive, but with 4 players of FaZe bearing down upon you, really. How much longer can these last? You've got a tiny few smokes that will probably just give you a couple more minutes of life. If you can do some damage, then fair play. Wait a minute. DA? Have they just
They got
done...
crashed. They got crashed. SMB just turned up. They turned the hell up, and they took casualties, but they should be able to get, I think, 2 alive, unless someone else wants to push this. If VPC... Okay, well, we saw a couple of knocks. I think Batulins was considering it. I don't know how hard he's going to work on this one. The res should be coming in pretty soon, I imagine, but they don't know the timing. So Batulins was leaning out a little. He was considering trying to sweep through, but they now have a new guest in the guest house. I'll have to deal with that one now, but this battle is yet to really find its conclusion. BNR holding this angle, waiting, gets it. Vasco again goes down. Heroic is struggling now. Starting to wane under the pressure. You're going to have T-Bone burning slightly, but still good for the frag. Finds BNR. Needs to find 2 more, though. And still, you can see so many eyes are watching this fight unfold. You're going to have Redline watching. You got VP putting some shots down to it. Paige now in the 1v2. Spots one through the smoke. Spots out another. And does find both with 2 HP alive. And there you go. Lou says, no. You're not getting close to that road. You'll have your little moment of glory, but you're not getting close to us.
He's preparing the full send. Probably realize that the next obstacle is going to be a challenge, so to speak. Oh, that's a bad time to run somebody over,
that's
though,
on the blue.
Yeah, that probably will kill him. There's nothing you can do about that. Throwing his meds down, but Alep has to go. It stalled them. And this small stall may have cost them dividends. Ivers will sit inside the shack. The rest of them will try to run the gauntlet. QB still down there. Definitely no revive possibility whatsoever. Nades will begin to... Oh, my God, okay. What time do you strike on this one? Mr. Batulins, when do you want to get involved with it? Because the third party is absolutely right. Fex goes down also. Nail up. Belter overshot to remove one of the big scalpers from the side of FaZe Clan.
Oh, the tracking on that from Lou. Just tap, all connecting. And that's probably saved FaZe a little there. That attention from Lou towards Skade has probably kept FaZe a little safer. I say that with bated breath. I didn't know how far that nade was going to go. Nail up. Strong arm on the boy, but Fuzzface good aim on the boy. Luke is now down. And FaZe are back up to 4, holding the ridgeline well. They've punished a fair amount here, and actually QBE could be recoverable for the loss of Luca, I guess, but keep your eyes on Nail Up. He is a difference maker for this team. And now with the circle updating south once again, we see why VP put all those eggs in that basket. They were holding out for this compound to be key in this.
The commitment was good, and the circles have been even better because from the safety of the hangar that they now keep control of, they can batter every single person on this hillside. First one goes down, anonymous. FaZe are going to have to fully send it with vehicles. I didn't know if one of them was already damaged. You could hear the engine revving on the back of the buggy, and I don't know if you could get in the driving seat earlier on.
We saw Batulins taking out half the tires. I'm sure they popped a fair crack of damage into them, so none of those vehicles are going to be ideal. And so in this scenario, in my eyes, it looks like FaZe is the best chance to make it down the hill. Redline are kind of held in no man's land, and I think some of them got there without vehicles. So it's going to be tricky to get to them if FaZe keep them humble to that. I look at Skade maybe as a spoiler, but I don't think they can engage too much.
Oop.
And SMB, I don't know what they can do from that position.
You'd have to assume that everyone goes for the same angle of approach as what both DA and SMB does. You hit the back of this wall on the garage compound. SMB have to hold it. Anonymous, though, denies Apocalypse. First one will fall. Lipson. Remember, this will be the second team to die here. If he does manage to get inside the building. The first point of contact is absolutely good. Buggy's off on its own. See you later. But the rest of FaZe are already head and shoulders in front of it. I'd say will fall rather unfortunate. But FaZe are still mobile. They have to get towards VP, though. That's the end game.
I'm a little nervous. I don't know what the terrain looks like, because VP have been peppering everyone on this hillside. You saw it. Redline were kept in the pocket of them constantly. VP, as you said, the only blindside is really this area that's now housing 2 teams. And scraps of the teams, but teams nonetheless. Lipson in a 1v2, and keep in mind, Nookie's there, and Nookie's been pretty sharp so far, so see what he does with this, and maybe a vert nade from Lipson. See what he can do. Little underhand up and over. Tag.
If the vehicle goes, it'll get him, surely. It's burning.
Yeah, away he goes.
All right, so FaZe. Are they going to try and bait? All right, they're splitting the vehicles. Look at that. They'll send one way, one the other. Leave Fex up top to try and deny any kind of distraction they can do rather than going as a full pack. They've split the resources of VP, and I think that's the best answer you can do towards this. I like it. I appreciate it, rather than all 3 dying at the same angle.
Yep. Look, this is why I love experienced teams in late game, because they'll always be proactive. They'll always be looking for options, even if they aren't favorable. Now, Fuzzface has a problem. He's got 2 players leaning his way. Now, he's holding the extremity of this. You have Gustav kind of more towards center circle or inner circle. Fex holding the higher-ish ground. Flash comes through. Fuzzface is still okay for now. But you can see the smoke wall that's been put into play. It's given them very few limited approaches. So for now, VP only have a couple of angles they can peek from. They don't know everything that's happening outside. That's probably why Batulins and Lou are both on this side here. With the update of the circle, VP have lost the main slice of the pie, but they still have such good cover.
Free peek. Gets him. Lipson down. Should be an easy resuscitation. Only problem is that's another angle of approach for FaZe Clan that they could have really done with. Maybe you hit that now, knowing that there is one down. Oh,
Lou's too good.
Tanked up on the way out. Nothing he can do. Eliminated.
Look at the vest. Look at the helmet. Oh, FaZe are in all kinds of trouble, Rich. Their gear is battered.
Another vehicle goes, and Gustav's hard cover. Again, gone. It's that bloody hill. Like, you just... This hangar's so strong against it. When you're trying to find, within a compound with the battles earlier on, like that hangar you wouldn't really necessarily go to because of all the open doors. But then with this circle in particular, towed up against it, it's just formidable. Wait a minute. They've taken their eye off the ball for a second, or they're just trying to get a different angle.
They've got to move forward, right? They need a little bit more ground to work with, otherwise they're pinned in, which is such a problem for some teams when they leave themselves in these tiny corners. So they've already got themselves the step out, right? They've got Batulins out towards the garage, where Skade currently reside. Now, this will mean that there's more pressure potentially on towards the other two. And that's why those Molotovs are starting to rain in. They are trying to cut down the space that's playable. FaZe is still not out of this yet. They've got one more nade on Fex here. He wants this so bad. If he can ping it off it, that's... Oh, it just goes off the... post the wrong way. But the spray from Gustav is good. Now they stay alive, but keep in mind they're fragile. They're glass cannons right now, and that's a grenade. It's going to find Fex for free. Gustav wants the res. Skade are quietly waiting here. They want nothing to do with this. Both teams now going for the res. Do they get it? Yes, they do. Okay, Lou's back up. He's living his life. Batulin's focused on Skade. Perfectic's working up. That's the nade coming through now. He wants this so badly. He wants it over and done with. Gustav, oh, he's barely alive now. He's looking worse for wear, and Lou is absolutely bringing the fire. Fex, though, the man is a monster, but he's got nothing to play with. Fest broken, helmet red. He's using his buddy to body block for him. He's got 4 HP. This is the firing squad against him. And VP push out perfectly, never looking lost for an answer. Batulin's being that linchpin, and now they get the high ground, and now surely they get to work towards the win.
You would assume so. Skade have come out, but unfortunately it might be too little too late. But one from Nuki will tie it up to a piece at the right time. Batulin's trying to keep a track of them. It doesn't happen. They have the hope advantage, but the hard cover is absolutely not with them. They have to move forward. And everyone's tied up at the center. Basically, once this smoke goes away and dissipates, there's nothing left but Perfectix. The swing is great. The headshot's even better. Could this be the second win for VP? It's a 2 versus 1, and right now it's looking good. But Nuki is dead. Nothing he can do. You can see it from the VP players on the side. That is a very, very, very strong-looking VP. To be able to counterbalance 2 different teams, you know, in an endgame scenario like that, you go off the back of one, you just send Batulins off and say, you know what, you deal with them, we'll deal with FaZe Clan. To orchestrate, that's phenomenal work.
You don't get much better than that. Consider, and roll your mind back to, this wasn't the first fight they had. They had to fight for that compound. They get it. They deal with FaZe. They're constantly proactive, and they win it out at the end. There's so many brilliant things to break down. I'm so glad to see them pick up that second chicken dinner. I would say they are one of the strongest teams right now. But that's not for me to say. Let's head over to the brains of the bunch, the analyst desk.
Thank you so much, Pansy. That was an absolute fantastic game for VP, and there are so many questions to be had throughout that late game. There, walk me through some of that. I was kind of thinking, why were these decisions made? And yeah, we were talking about that as well.
Yeah, there was a couple of things. I think, honestly, it comes to FaZe maybe not having full kind of kill feed information on what was going on downhill there. When they were so focused on dealing with Redline, there was an opportunity, actually, with Skade coming down to that mini concrete on the west side of the compound where they could actually backfill a little bit and third party the right fight. I mean, it's great to say it with, you know, the ability to see everything, but again, that 50-50 where they sent Fuzz out to kind of bait and then try and play anchor to keep VP inside the hangar. It was just kind of a knock-on effect, right? They're then in a position where it makes it so difficult then to hold on to basically an open terrain spot on the hillside, right? Glad this comes up on screen. I'm sure Toby's got some thoughts on what happened at the start as well, because, I mean, we talked about it in the pre-show, but again, Picardo, man.
Yeah, it's wild that it's continuing to be a thing the way it is. And also, I mean, as much as I respect you wanting to claim your territory, for Liquid's sake here, when they see all the players from 5 hop into Arena the way they did, I would assume that's them saying, you know what, this is great for us. Let's just wrap around the arena itself, take the Fortuna, take the casino, take everything else, and then contain them if they want to leave. Or if we don't want to sit around and wait for them, we can dip ourselves and take the castle lead. But they opted to hop straight into their faces, and unfortunately, while they won the fight, it ended up costing them too dearly for them to really get a end game momentum going.
Yeah, for sure. And on top of that, this is some of the hardest terrain you can kind of play. It's very few compounds. Yeah. It's kind of also predictable where it goes due to the massive mountain that's up in the north here as well, Hypuck. And in general, the teams kind of know exactly where it's going to end around in that, like outside the concrete and outside the warehouse there as well, Hypuck.
Well, it's interesting, and actually, just seeing the Phase 7 pop, I'll be honest, it bought a lot more time for these teams on the south side than I was anticipating. I mean, you rolled this back 2 circles, and I got to say, it's looking like FaZe ultimately are going to have good overview of the circle, have a really good opportunity to clear all of this pressure on the north, but this shift in particular put them in such a precarious position over on that edge that, like I said, you can see here on the minimap, Fuzzface had to kind of run a little bait. and try and keep VP at bay for the time being. And that's tough to make that cross back over. The fact he lived that long in itself is a miracle, but it came down to Gustav and Fex here. This nade, 393 damage again. You hate to see it, but well placed nonetheless.
Yeah, never seen something crazy as this. And also, obviously, spotting him through the smoke, they're opening that up with the fixes. They're super happy. Congrats to VP, obviously, on their second win here. They were already in the lead with the first tiebreaker with the kills, of course. So this is going to put them in a super good standing. But I think here with what happened for FaZe Clan, once they got the few knocks on Redline, they decided that we're going to try to play there. We're going to try to play inside that sliver of circle we have and hope that Skate and VP is going to fight each other. It didn't happen. Virtus Pro 13 kills here and their second win. And I'm actually super happy to see on our first game here that it's one of our teams that's already won a game, Hypoc, that is taking their second as well.
Yeah, I just want to interject because we were talking about this. I'm glad Rich touched on it as well. Sending Batulins to kind of keep Skade away. Also, that's kind of like the game-winning play, right? Because Skade have a perfect opportunity to third-party VP should they choose to come and engage onto FaZe, right? The only real time that opportunity presented itself was when FaZe gets a knock onto Lou, I think, trying to come out of the warehouse. I can't remember exactly who it was, but wow, Lou actually, breaking the 1K club there. Perfectix not far off either. But yeah, just that slight little adjustment there. Like I said, I'm really happy Rich highlighted it, but sending one player down to just keep Skade at bay and just leaving two people is like, just go 2v2 with FaZe, man. Like, you guys have got it. Run the clock down. They even take a knock in the process. Batulins is still there, kind of playing anchor, right? Stopping that third-party threat.
Yeah, exactly. And on top of that, Lou as well continuing to frag out. Yesterday, he had 18 kills. Now he adds another 7 to that, guys. In 7 games, he has 25 kills. It's absolutely insane to see. And they continue to do well. Even though they obviously didn't have their full roster at PGIS, they managed to come back and add their usual roster, play together again, and continue to do extremely well here. So I'm happy to see them step up. A lot of the big expectations for them as well, and continue to rep their fantastic organization. So we're going to take a short break before we get into game number 2, guys. Thank you so much for your thoughts.
The chicken has landed, and its claws are still craving the final taste of battle in PUBG Continental Series Europe Finals. The biggest PUBG competition is coming to an end. The stakes are high, the Molotovs are burning, and the air is electrified like never before. PUBG Continental Series 4 Europe Finals will be played in 3 weekends, from June 12th to June 13th. From June 19th to June 20th. And the final, the most roasted chicken dinner, will be fought from June 26th to June 27th. PUBG Continental Series 4 Europe Finals is 9. Don't you dare miss it!
Welcome back to the Endless Desk here at PCS4 Europe Grand Finals. I'm obviously joined by these fantastic guys again, Hypoc, Toby. That last game, guys, obviously had us a lot of question and a lot of eyebrow raising, I would say. But for me, happy to see VP take this home. It was close. There was a few decisions that could have given it to either way. It could have been Skate after that knock and made it 2v2. Could have been FaZe Clan if they didn't commit to the red line clear and the northern play. But overall, VP, they're putting themselves in a fantastic position here, Toby.
Yeah, it was a great game for them. I think even for VP themselves, it wasn't as clean as they would have wanted it to be. Having said that, I mean, when I saw the circle go down and when I saw the circle go down and include that edge of the warehouse, I thought this is VP written all over it. Easy peasy, they're gonna get the win. But I mean, FaZe put up a massive fight, and as you said as well, I think it was kind of a blow to the gut for FaZe that Skate didn't intervene earlier, and I think for Skate as well, the fact that they waited out for as long as it kind of cost them the chance to really capitalize on the fight that was going on. Because I mean, we knew VP had to make the play up the hill. We knew they were fighting. There were knocks on both sides. And while FaZe were like, guys, Skate, where are you? We need to deal with the big guys here. They just never came. And so that fight came to an end. They got their heels back up. And Skate, in my opinion, were just a little bit too late on that push in order to try and, as I said, really capitalize on the battle that was already going on.
Yeah, for sure. While we take a look at the standings here, obviously at the top, we're missing the chicken dinners, but right now it's obviously Virtus Pro with 2 chicken dinners, and all the way down to ends from Redline, they have 1 chicken dinner each, and big change and big difference in kills as well. The teams that are in our middle pack without any kills right now, they're in a decent spot to throw themselves at it, but it's, kills is going to matter extremely much if we continue to see this trend with only a few teams having chicken dinners. It might go down to the same as you saw in America's Hypoc, where we saw 4 teams with 2 different.
Yeah, ultimately, I mean, we were talking about this yesterday with Virtus Pro posting their second win. It completely changes the dynamic in terms of the objectives, right? Of now all these other teams that aren't necessarily tied up and playing for the kills to be that buffer and then, wait for the second win to come. Now there's, 5 other teams that ultimately need to match VP and get the second win on the board. So whether we're going to see a massive adjustment on a macro level to a lot of these teams now in regards to the circle, in regards to, the decision making comes circle 2 and circle 3 throughout the mid game. We'll have to wait and see, but it definitely now puts a lot of pressure on some of the teams that we say would still make the expectation they're going to put 1 win up to put themselves even in the mix to start with.
Yeah, and on top of that, we also saw in PCS Asia, where we saw, one team take 3 wins before another team got there too. It was in 10th game for KX or Kaishin, and that was actually kind of crazy to see them already put themselves that far ahead, because it's a lot of points. It's 450 PGC points we're fighting for here, Toby. So it's about putting kills on the board while you're still in a basically 5-way tie for second place that is tying with kills.
And that's the big thing, right? Because before, I mean, we've talked about closing out games before and how important it is to get those wins. But that used to be, okay, even if we don't win the game, they get 10 points, sure, but at least we get the 6. I mean, we get something for getting second place as well. It's horrible not to win the game, but it's all right because we still get the 6 points. Here, you get absolutely nothing other than the kills you've been able to accumulate. So you got to get those wins.
Yeah, exactly. Good points, guys. Thank you so much. We're going to have another heated game here in game number 2. We have 5 more games to go. 2 more Miramar. Pansy and Sims, have a good one and enjoy this one.
I'm sure we will. If it's anything to go by how the first one went down, this is going to be fantastic. Now, keep in mind, we've now had the first team double down on the dinner, right? VP managed to do it the first game in both days already. And I don't put it past them finding more in this, Rich. I can't help but think they are some of the best suited players right now. And if Lou's having a good game, he's terrifying to play against.
And the better prospect, apparently, I kind of misread, the CIS translation, but I'm wondering if we're going to see a ball Toolins after this. Apparently, like some people said, oh, no, he didn't mean it like that. It wasn't going to be 2 wins and shave his head. But I've read it as 2 wins and shave the head. So I'm going to, at the end of this, I'm going to see, a Toolins, Robe, Razor. I want to see a picture. I want it to happen. 2 wins and, of course you're going to be happy. Picado's hot again, by the way. It's just going to be a constant thing, isn't it?
Let's see if there's a fight. Let's see if there's an actual fight again. Here we go. Get the VSS out, boys.
Entire time. I mean, to be fair, at least they've got a week off. So if 5 didn't have a strategy before, they've got a week to formulate something now.
But why would they be the ones to change? I mean, if you're looking at expectations, if I look at a 5 who've come into this as, a bit of a 5-stack, bit of a, mix coming into this, just kind of, clearly talented players, but they're just playing to, they made it through in the last possible attempt, and good work to them. They've made it here. My expectations are low, and that's a little harsh to say, but I'm not expecting them to walk away in number 1 spot. Liquid have a great deal more expectation on them. At some point, they have to think, is this worth it? Can we deal with this in the right amount of time, or is this costing us too much? For now, once again, it looks like we might have that fight going down. We've got some interesting choices of weaponry coming into this one. And we've also got a potential third party. Look at Code Marco as well. See that Tracer fire coming down? It's Code Marco. So other teams are aware of what's happening here. Now, 2 vest, 1 helmet, Scar, and I think that's an SKS. Yeah, it is. So not badly geared. Cheeky little imp.
Ooh. Let him cross. Let him cross and call them out.
Ooh, it's not pretty, but maybe it turns their attention away. Maybe he's looting that slightly lighter ammo life. You know, just working on it. Just living the dream. But there is that 3 stack of players now just kind of roaming around, and Ibby's looking a little isolated from the rest.
With the potential of a third party getting involved in this, I understand why. When you look at it, for the first time, we're kind of within, you know, not too far from the center of the circle. So there's no real time limit on this one. You can take your time. You can be rather precautious. Yeah, if they catch him. Remember before that one of them did disengage, grab a vehicle, and they have bailed out of this. As a 4-stack previously, that's a lot of damage onto Ibby. And now he is disconnected from the rest of them. James has to go huge. He will if he has to expose himself. That's the only thing to come forward to see this.
Yeah.
He has to put himself really out of position. Physics will see this. It's only a Vector to get at that range and a shotgun as well. Maybe Clip can keep him silent. But the hardcover's not going to be with him. Ibby's already got the smoke down and he's doing Ibby things. James has fallen back inside. He'll hit the stairwell and may be able to get on the windows as well. Car 98 on Mexi. So we do have some long range to try and keep these players at bay.
Do you think he's got a sight on it yet?
I mean, even if he doesn't, I suppose if he can just do something, a tag a bit. The red dot. Oh, James hit it. He's dinked him in the head. Winnie comes in, gets the job done.
Look, at this point, a Winnie's going to be great because these guys ain't fully geared. We saw the 2 vest, but that was a 1 helmet. Oh, that's a great peek from Physics. Very aware. I think Clip was super quiet during that, so just crossing the T's, dotting the I's, and now, this is a fight completely elsewhere. Well, it's not that far away. I mean, it's, you know, just a little over towards the right, but a bit of a mad drive-by. Apocalypse on the knees. Not going to get out of that, and this is going to be a brutal one. If these teams are just getting real aggy on it, and look at the pushback up from James. I guess he's 3'd up, right? That's a pretty nice vest to be having right now. Scarell as well, but it doesn't matter. Rudy on the corner. The barrel's so well prepared for this in his hands. And Liquid are falling like flies. What a mistake. Oh, dearie me. 5 have absolutely mopped him up. And Mexi, yeah, he gets Clip back, but they've already lost out on 2 again.
They reaggressed. The second that knock came in, bam, straight out of the boxing ring, they went and tried to swing it. Unfortunately, by doing so, they've paid with their life. Clips caught on the back foot. Has to be a quick res. Mexi, and again, that's the second one. Physics here. Double shotgun. Naz on the other side as well. Flashbang and push over. Go on, flash jump it. Flash jump with a shotgun.
Oh, they're just pouring the flashes in. They're going to be blind as anything. Nades going over, whatever they've got. Dex on the other side. Still got that AK-2. Not bad. That's going to be enough of a bit of vision. And this is a slaughter. 5. There seems to be another issue with the mouse here. Funny that they're both getting these problems in Picado. How strange.
Marco's hitting him.
Look at the range on this. 8 times like, why not?
No more vehicle for you. Let's take the tires away. This was the fight that we saw on the cross earlier on with the vehicle. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade for now. Second one goes down as well. Hugh doing all kinds of work between the gap and the wall. Nade will follow up. It should be able, flashbang in the end from the opposing side. Lipson's there to try and cover the cross. Youth will get the bleed out. Not a problem. Banger of a nade. Lazar, Mutiny are just being demolished. Remember, it's Mutiny who got first blood onto this team as well during the drive-by, but they've answered back with a whole hell of a force.
Now, it looks like a bad situation, right? But he's got a shotgun and a 1v3. Level 1 vest. Uh-oh. Here we go. Doors open. Game on. That's 1. Needs to... No, didn't get the second. Look close. Good attempt. He gets the chart in the corner now. Gets a nice old soiled mattress to lean on. And SMB get the position they wanted. Now we have to look across this. We haven't really had time to like talk about the circle and who's in what position and maybe who's got the longer way in, but it's kind of middle mass, I guess you could say.
Yeah, it keeps Los Leones down to the southern side. It's central as well, so we'd have to assume that we're going to be moving up towards between the middle and the north, and that's why everyone's kind of centralizing on something like this. We've seen time and time again, when you look onwards of Picado, you're looking at the map, you just look to, ooh, hang on, before I go into the circle, we could have yet another Fighters Anonymous disconnected from this. He's actually called for his teammate to come and grab him. It might be a buggy. It might not be safe on the back of it. But if you can get the hell out of there and regroup with the rest of the team, I'm totally okay with that. That's fine. Let FaZe have it for now. But yeah, when you're looking at Picado of this, and that's why 5 can re-gear now. They've got time to still continue looting up and get themselves back to, you know, 2-2s, whatever guns and gear that they want to advance forward of. Spyro's position is where I look and where I keep my eyes on here. It's one of those where time and time again we see this circle somewhere around that central crater area. There's been multitude of occasions where it's actually gone to Metralius's building. But up on that plateau for now, it's going to be good. But you can see what VP's doing. They put Spyro forward to keep track of the crater. Blue will stay in the main compound, the priority compound, should you get that crossroads as we pull, or if it pulls further, towards the graveyard area. And then Perfectix and Batulins, they'll stay up on the hillside. This gives them clear vision and understanding and can relay all the information back to the team of what's going on around them. Yes, they have to come in late and they have to leave their teammates in 1 versus 4s, 1 versus 3 scenarios, but it's all for the greater good of the information and keeping track of what's going on across the map. At the moment, sit down, bide your time, get a decent compound, keep people back. We're going to play the waiting game until the circle advances.
Yeah, this is going to be one of those that's going to be quite hard to, not necessarily predict, but pace out. So while we wait for the circle to inevitably close, let's give you a nice little promo code. Why don't we? Pop it up at the top of the screen there, grab that, pop it in the game, and get yourself some rewards. Why not? Feeling very generous. So, as I said, if you weren't paying attention, now's the time to pay attention, get the code while it's on the screen, and get back to what's probably going to be, as said, when we talk about the kind of pacing of games like this, when it is dependent a little bit on somewhat of hard shifts and bits and pieces. Now, if it does hard shift, then yeah, okay, you know, you're going to see the massacre begin. However, if it does just kind of, you know, slowly donut up, I guess, and just close in on of itself, I don't think too many teams are in terrible or dire positions at this point. Most people are congregated around the area you'd expect. I mean, we've had a couple of graveyard sort of endings. I guess you still have a fair amount in there. You know, La Bendita is definitely in the occasion. But, hey, look, we've seen endings in Los Leones, which baffled most of us. But let's see where this goes. I'm kind of interested now, see where we're heading down to. Relatively central. A little bit towards the kind of southwest, but nothing too much to worry about. But it does cut away that, it almost cuts away that very southern road, which is normally a very contested area, but it's not going to be too key into this, I feel, as we're still a little bit further north from that.
It looks like BP are actually going to give up the crater's edge. Spyro's pulling back, and the call's been made, so I'm really intrigued to see how that does for them late game. Because I would have, personally, I like Spyro's position. You can play that. There's some dips and ridge lines that you can focus on. It's more central than what they've got now, and eventually with that hillside, it's rather problematic being behind them. But they're the players, not me. I'm just all theorizing here at this point. Navi's kind of landlocked. I do feel sorry for him. Eventually, they will. There's no question about it. They will have to come down. Which option they choose is a different question altogether. You could play the edge of it and skirt all the way around, but there's a really big congregation towards the northeast. That's the problem. DA, RTG, AA, Exhalation. And you can already see from Pixel, it's like, nope, don't want none of that. That's a hot place, boys. Do not be going there. Backs it up as the nade goes off. And I'm surprised you've really, you know, from that migration up towards the top, we haven't seen any players drop. There's plenty of places to move and plenty of room to be doing what you want, so I understand why, but to get through that northeast embankment clean, surprising.
I mean, also credit to these teams, so aware of what's available, what rotation routes they can take, how well scouted all these positions now become. People are getting refined, and this is a bit of a... I mean, I think the one thing I'll say is that different compounds become very viable in different ways now, just because of the way the kind of, I guess, format changes in that regard. That there's the only encouragement I'd see of taking a a bit more of a riskier crash maybe on a compound is if it's you truly feel it's paramount towards the ending. Now, at the moment, I think it's still way too open, and there's no real king-like compound. There's a couple of strong ones, sure, in some favorable positions, but nothing too much. And you're looking at kind of Na'Vi and FaZe and how they're approaching this, and they're playing very much the outskirts. Technically, Na'Vi could close in towards VP if they're not too careful, but saying if VP aren't careful does seem like almost a silly statement. These boys are always so aware, but I guess you could argue BBL maybe would be one of the stronger positions right now.
What they're covering in the 2-2, absolutely. Regardless where the circles goes, controlling central and a hanger like that, you're going to be laughing. It is one of those, even at a two-man disadvantage, you can still hold it off because of where it is. It's on a very slight elevation, so you're going to get plenty of time, plenty of vision, which angles they're going to be coming from. And with the team up towards the north as well, you know that one entire angle is completely covered. FaZe is rather sporadic in where they are at the moment, a 2-1-1 down towards the bottom side of Los Leones. I mean, the likelihood of it going down there is slim, to say the least, but we are playing the extremities, so we have had a couple of open areas, a couple of barren circles that have come this way. More often than not, they've been in Exhalation's position between them and BBL. We'll see if the fortune teller is correct, and we keep on track with where we've been seeing things. Okay, so it's still open. I mean, this is kind of why I like seeing thought process of players and where potentially everything that we could theorize can be wrong. Look at VP; all 4 players are damn near still in it.
Yeah,
5 haven't had to move.
So my mind goes to kind of the two endings suddenly spring to mind. South of Picado, kind of like southwest of Picado, and then the crater, right? Like they're the two where BBL currently are kind of pulling together. Maybe where SMB are, this little area can have a couple of occasions in it, or you're going south a little of Picado. And it looks like the teams on the outskirts are going straight into Picado. Tixu gonna have to do some Finnish style driving here. Doesn't go too well for Diggory, but at this point Tixu actually got one back on them as well, which is quite surprising. So this is truly just Mad Max style. Everyone flying through, trying to get towards the cover. 5 have been waiting here the whole time. They won their early fly against Liquid, but now they need to batten down the hatches because Enter about to pull up Squeaky, Tixu all there. Tixu takes a fair bit of flack on the way, and Rustamar's lost his life. Third parties galore. This is brutal stuff here. Squeaky sprays in wildly, but Ents can't convert it, and that's just some free loot delivery.
Yeah, not a lot to be said. I mean, you wouldn't anticipate 5 been there. You'd be looking for rotations. You'd be looking onwards of it, and they've come out of Picado. They've been quiet. They've not fought anybody. They can just sit in the motel and anticipate people's arrival, which has paid off perfectly for them. Quizzy went early from the rest of Na'Vi. Let's keep that in the back of our minds because it's allowed Na'Vi to play the edge and stay alive over on the western embankment. It also denies FaZe making further land grab because they've been slowly but surely working their way around here. They are going to have walls at the door. Eventually, Skade are going to pull around on them, so they need to be very, very careful. Again, individual buildings for individual players, so it's a big old split and it's a big old land grab for FaZe Clan, but it's one that's manageable. It's one that you can keep communication on a decent level to be able to coordinate at least an attack if someone does pull up on you. AA, questionable which way they go off the back of this. 2 teams sat basically smack bang in front of them. If they send the vehicles through, this is going to be...
Do they go for it?
Insanely punishing if they just crest that ridge line.
Okay. I mean, still got to be very cautious. Nade range is a sketchy thing. Pokemolodoy, Bogati, and Heroic have heard this, right? Like, they're fully aware of what's potentially up that hill. So you've got to be a little careful. Red line over here. There's actually a very dangerous side of the map. You think about it for AA. They've walked into some pretty hefty players in that regard. Na'Vi, big slice of the pie out towards the southwest. FaZe can be said the same, and VP over towards the north. So let's see where this circle goes. Again, this is quite calm. We've got 13 teams still remaining. This one could be a killer, and it might just be. Now, FaZe are going to be happy with positioning to an extent. BBL, though, we said it before, Rich, that positioning, so strong now.
It knocks the building out. Unless you get the hard shift towards DA, currently where they are, we'd have to assume that the crater building has been removed from play. There's still a small chance and still a small window of opportunity for DA to set themselves in there and go for it. But you're relying on the circles, otherwise you're just dead inside a ditch. You ain't going to be going really far, to be fair. VP now has to struggle to reaccumulate a position that they had a hold of earlier on. One player was sat here waiting. They decided once the circle updated to disengage from it and remove themselves from play, but they will have to go back. That is a swinger. An absolute swinger of a shot, and a second one to follow up as well. Double A's trying to get to these buildings, but they are being murdered on arrival. There's a response, but it's not going to be for much. Now for Redline, you hear all this. Do you want to try and get involved in third party, or do you realize, okay, these boys are outside the circle. We don't have to do anything. They have to come through us, and then we kill them on arrival, exactly as they did to Double A.
Oh, I told you that eastern side was deadly, man. Heroic. So quick on that. That was even business. Just proper full-on spraying and everything connecting. Now, I do want to look towards what VP do with this, because they've been left out in the cold, right? Like, if anything, this was a hard shift in their eyes. So they're going to have to just power their way in, which means Exhalation looks like they're on the chopping block. Maybe a couple of shots poured through, but no full commitment on it. Batulins has got himself a little bit of room. I want to see if maybe they lean towards that now, as RTG have made their way out of Picardo.
Physics. Straight onto Cobra, holding the angle as well and waiting for Dead, and unfortunately overstayed his welcome with that one. Bullet finds the headshot. As has to hold anyone who wants to try and get involved in this one, and maybe invade from the backlines. It's VP not to go for the crater. They'll try and pull in Picardo. They'll be on the ditches, just off to the side of it. With Cobra down, RTG knows it's well and truly up against it. 5 can hold the motel quite happily, to be fair, and rather safely. Ali is down and actually getting rezzed in the distance. Up on his feet now, Example goes to be the savior. These two players are outside the circle, do have to advance forward. And remember, I spoke about FaZe continuously extended its reach into the circle. Once again, it's denied land away from Na'Vi. The vehicle could be rather deadly if Skade have an angle of approach into it. If they can just catch him with the line of sight, then it's very, very dangerous.
I'm not sure if they do, though. And if this tap work, Ellie is still okay. They'll be able to get healed back up, but it's enough to at least keep you away. Unless Quizzy can do something, maybe he can pry open an area for them. Melman, the same could be asked of. But BBL, man, they're just watching that circle close on them, just smiling. They're going to be just grinning ear to ear. That is the perfect place, and Heroic have slotted in a great position too. Get himself just on that ridgeline. Now, again, this is where we look towards Na'Vi, FaZe, maybe Skate if they go back that way, or if they focus towards Redline. I imagine they'll just kind of focus towards the east. VP, though, how do they get in here? 5, same question. The teams on the outskirts, as much as it looks so close, it can be so far away now.
It's a dead area. That northwest side, you could already see from the very start of the game and the get-go, within the first minute, Marco was punching bullets into Picardo, so he should have full vision on all of that. Quizzy's gone for the low ramp. Absolutely will know that FaZe is here. That's where he's kind of biding his time. For BBL, just keep in your mind as well, like, I know they loot off the start of it, and they loot elsewhere, and then they fall back to this, but let's think about that utility. They've not gone up against anybody just yet, but they've not exactly gone far or had to move whatsoever.
They're nading the hell out of them. Look at this bombardment.
Oh, wow.
T-Bone's lower. They've already knocked Vasku as well. And they've got Pixel and Uber sitting further back in the compound. This is just between two of them. Avad! So good with this. Now it's just Page alive for Heroic, and it's already been spread out. Tagged up but not dead. Still alive but barely. Pages have to do some wonder work here. Vard starts to sweep through, being the Grim Reaper of Heroic. He does find the target on the other side. And now it does feel like a matter of moments until Page is caught. Why did they back away? Uber just lost his life for that, but they do manage to clear through at least one part of the puzzle. Redline are looking their way, but you're going to see fights now starting to build everywhere. Na'Vi have got a bit of a wrap. Quizzy did find the space we were asking of him. That looks like 80's dead, and he is completely caught by surprise. FaZe has no idea. No ammo left. He was trying to tap on the last few, but gets turned. FaZe still alive. 80 recoverable, but where's the rest of Na'Vi?
This has been just building in the back for quite some time now. Na'Vi It's a little bit slow. The nades will be there. A fair amount of damage done on the side, but catches him on the fade away. Fades away and fades out instantly. FaZe responding kind, and you could see the caution in the players of Na'Vi were just trying to realize, okay, the second we open up on this, they have the ridgeline. They're going to turn and face, so they bided there. Oh my, what? That is a big old nade coming out from Huth, who just removes Exhalation completely from play, and now they can advance forward. Now they've given themselves a bit of breathing room, but VP, they want to stop this. They want to deny it in the vehicles, and off they go. Mobile upside of the hill. They have to take this fight because SMB are going to push it.
I have no idea how VP are alive in this. They've had no right with that positioning, but they're still trying to fight it. But SMB, this ground is so perfect. It's just a little trickle-down nade. Ivus in the background popping off. You can see the flashes coming down. Batulin's trying to peacock as big as he can, puff out the chest, try and buy them a couple of seconds to maybe get the res, and they do. Lou's back up for now, but SMB had the chance to really put the heel down, and they never quite did.
Pause for a brief moment, but how much more utility does VP have? That finally gets the bleed out onto Misa, but look, this is why they pause for a second. They see all the players cresting over by 5, and they know this is an open run. Very barren, very distraught. Annihilation comes through onto Redline. Skade remove them from play. Honestly, like, for this whole map now, it's BBL's game to lose. Everybody has to make it to them, and the positioning of this compound that they're in, having that slight elevation, it might only be tiny, but it's so hard to reach. Their only saving grace is the fact that there's so many other teams alive they have to keep track of. One of them could sneak in.
I'm looking to see if Sakura made it in. I think he did. He should be within the circle. DA are in. SMB can slot in, but they're all in bits and pieces. They're all in 3s. 5, though, speaking of numbers, trying to work their way through with 3 alive. One of those did just get knocked and flushed. Fuzzface at the helm of that. Rudy, Dex, and Physics going to be trying to work forward under the guise of smoke, but oh, VP, man, that silhouetting is brutal on that side of that little crawl up they're trying to pull off, and everyone is just exploding on the outskirts of this map, which makes it a lot easier for BBL. They can just sit there happily now.
SMB, it's time to move. They didn't go after VP earlier on. They've let VP live. And that's not a good thing to do. Look at all the smokes in the vehicle. We said eventually you would have to fully send it. The smokes are already there, but they've got limited players on this side. They've only got 2 of them. They split them down. Good nade. Forces them back for all but a moment. BL's not responded yet. BBL will still leave 2 players, Metralius and Mert, to deal with the onslaught. But look at how many players are turning up to this, Lauren. This is the final stand. This is the final boss.
This is really smart. And I love what space Batulin's just found. It's a similar idea to what FaZe were doing. It might actually force a fight between them. This is the safe-ish side of the circle. Whereas BBL will have to deal with SMB, DA, and maybe Skade to an extent. Yeah, they can see each other, but technically they don't have to fight each other yet. It's going to be bubble in the background, but you can see FaZe are posturing up for this. VP are trying to find just like this slither of cover to work with, and you can kind of see it here perfectly portrayed. As much as this hill, the elevation that you were mentioning, is very, very good for BBL, they can get pulled up on. Now, again, the question then becomes, circle-wise, if it does go center point kind of towards where BBL are, but further away from FaZe, for example, so, you know, slap bang middle now, that could have been an issue. And that is now an issue for FaZe and VP. It's gone even further out, right? So this actually opens up a little bit for DA and SMB, but it takes it even further away from FaZe and VP.
This safety net that BBL's been working for the entire time. Almost ripped from them instantly in one circle shift. The backbuilt fight between SMB and VP, I'm really intrigued to see who wins out on that one, because there was a small opportunity to try and, you know, get into VP and completely finish him off. Look at that nade right behind. Oh my god. How about getting mowed down? Good lord. It's going to be brutal for both of these teams to try and get through it. For FaZe Clan, maybe the option is do not push BBL.
No, they can go around,
and go after. They could run the. I mean, if they go back, then they have to deal with DA. or if they go forward, they deal with VP, but they could use the ridgeline to their advantage. But either way, they are going to have to fight somebody. There's no way around it.
DA are a little preoccupied with SMB, and it looks like VP are trying to wrap towards the hillside too, so FaZe could go southeast. It looks like Skate have tried to move in, which is actually good news for FaZe. They can now have a little bit less pressure from the southeast side. So I don't know how visible FaZe might be to DA. That's the big question here. VP need to push further in, which is the scary part for them. They're not quite in yet, and SMB is still standing. It's kind of like a 2-1 split, one to deal with DA, and then the two potential to meet VP. So here comes the move. I like this, and actually, it's not perfectly safe. You're going to see them using the vehicles to add a little layer of cover, potentially keep DA's heads away from seeing them. And this is all to avoid BBL, right? This is all to avoid these boys just sat in this compound. They want none of it. Now, squads towards, I guess we could call this east and west. So on the west, still FaZe and BBL, both with 4. In the east, 3 teams with 3, DA, SMB, and VP.
Stuff going down will slow FaZe for all but a moment. It's outside the circle as well, but Smash is wrapping back, I think, to his teammates. VP also getting involved in this one. They know that these teams are distracted. They're in the valley. No one can really see this. Vex with a really nice peek. Deny Smash any further advancement, but they have lost Fuzzface during this chaos.
What a
with the
sick
flashbangs
call.
going down to try and push into this. Look at Batulin's position on the back. Be aware of this. This is incredible.
They've absolutely snuck up here. Maybe all for nothing, right? There's a time limit. There's a window of opportunity for VP to do something pretty nasty with this. They are kind of being kept safe by the vision of both teams to be able to see each other above them. Now, BBL can stabilize. FaZe, not so much so. 8C's on a bit of an island. He might be able to get a res or two if he can get away from the eyes of DA, potentially, or especially Code Marco, who is very proactive. But let's see what SMB do. They're getting a little close to VP here. That could kind of spark that engagement. But technically, BBL can't really see VP at this point. There is that ridge in between them. So there's a little bit of safety in this. So great call from Batulin to try and find this piece of land. It looks insane if you just look at it on the map. But practically speaking, it ain't bad. It's better than what they had before. And everyone wants to be that final team to the party. And none of them want to be the first through. I think Fuzzface realizes, I don't think I'm really recoverable here. No safe res available. With the circle updating. I want to see if anyone takes the reins, Rich.
BBL's pushing out. Should see
It's
VP
big.
any minute. They've got themselves up against the wall. The damage has already been done. It's struck. Now the game is afoot because this is a chance where maybe SMB pushing into it. Lazar.
Yep.
Going out on a limb, but they have to be careful as well. They can't overextend too much, otherwise DA can look
DA
into
swings.
this.
This is just a knock-on effect, right? It's just
Dominoes.
watching dominoes fall. When one team, when the spark hits, you're going to see potentially, all right, so BBL are almost, it looks like they're almost trying to bait in
They're committing all of it.
SMB for peak. And now here it comes. Code Marco does find Lazar. That's onto SMB, not onto VP, who are keeping just enough of their heads down. Now here come the nades. You're right, DA do want to get involved, but the nade doesn't quite find the target it wants. So SMB become the victim of this sort of engagement, but VP going on what looks like a counter push. VP going to take the moment to try and strike 8 HP on Ludo. That's not good. They have to try and force them back in. VP tried it, but didn't quite get the timing right, but it forces them off the angle for now. That nade's not bad, but the trade's better. Huth is right there. Finds 2. This is the answer back from SMB. There's the fight in from Ludo. This is the keg exploding. Finally, it all comes down. Metralius finding Spyro, getting the flush on that. DA wanted in. This could be a win for DA here. BBL need to take control of the situation, and they are now.
Well, they need to keep the high ground, but they need to keep players in check and players in tow. Most importantly, bodies on the ground, because for all the damage that has been done to BBL, they still have a hell of a lot of players to go up against it. 4-man stack will push on to DA. Instantly, Xiong cannot deal with it, but there is an answer. Pixel there to silence Mert. The quick lean on the side, if he can get this second frag, it will be phenomenal. Try and bring this to a close. Remember that if someone swings up on that backside, then they have the angle. The Pixel's there to deny it instantly. No, he's not. Metralius opens it up and instantly looks up top. Pixel's coming over to try and give the information, identify where these players are. If he can feed this back to DA, then maybe there's a chance.
See what Pixel can do with this. He's going to crawl on down, try and get the information, relay it to his boys. Vard and Zhong are both here, but there goes the extra set of eyes, and the HP is low for DA. They're dwindling, and this is the battle you'd love to see. BBL against DA. What a couple of names. What a shot from Vard. And another. Vard doubles down on it. This is impeccable work from DA. These boys didn't know what to make of them, but right now they are absolutely on fire. And now a 1v2 presented. It's all on Code Marco on the other side of things. This guy was an absolute animal when he first came in. He caught all of our attention. But the men who I cannot believe just pulled that off are the classics. The squad, the team that none of us expected to come out and swing like that.
You asked what were they capable of, and that has just been answered. Line them up and knock them down instantly. 2 heads just removed back to back simultaneously.
Man.
Like striking at the right time. You saw the nade from earlier on. You saw the double headshot then. Like, that is insane. That is some next level play. And you know what? We said the caliber of player on this team, on this roster, is at a very, very high standard. We just do not know what it's going to do being thrown together at the last minute to try and make a team. Well, maybe the voices have been settled. That is a very good team, and it does have a hell of a lot to show.
Holy, that was a lot of kills too. I think they had like 15 kills or something in that. Look, I'm not going to confirm. I'm sure the desk will, but Vard, big ending for him there. But still, let's head back to the desk. Break it down, boys.
Thanks so much, guys. What an absolutely ecstatic ending to this one. You were probably thinking, okay, BBL, they caught the 9, they could just defend this, but no, Hypuck did it to the Lytics, and Vard opening up this one with 2 absolutely insane shots.
Yeah, I mean, that's up there for one of the cleanest 2v4s I've seen, honestly. There was a point there where we were talking about they had so few angles to work with the high ground there, but the fact that Pixel actually, I think, catches a glimpse of them either going for the res or at least stacking up and going for that res. And right there, I mean, they both just set up perfectly. Vard hitting, like you said, 2 massive openers to literally blow that wide open for them.
Yeah, absolutely insane scenes here as well.
Do we want to talk about this?
Toby. Yeah, Toby, how do you feel?
Do we want to talk about this?
How do you feel about that?
It was a fun chase to start things off. First, EP gets caught on the other side of the rope with the UMP all on his own, and all of a sudden 5 goes full W. And then all of a sudden Physics is the one left alone, and as we saw, I mean 5, they for the first time here claim victorious, and I don't know, maybe that's a message to be sent. We'll see what happens in the next games.
Yeah, for sure. It's obviously super unfortunate for Liquid, but they got to defend their position and understand the situation that they're in. 5 managed to get into a pretty decent position, but they didn't get any win. They didn't get a win out of it. They didn't get any points by far, but they got the kills and they got to book that. And I think that is the motivation they need to continue this hot drop here. I think we're going to continue to see it in Picardo and also Pachinki for the rest of the day, and I'm quite sure Liquid's going to be super annoyed with that, but they're obviously going to continue to defend their position. But in overall here, these circles, we've seen so many of these, and we've seen a lot of crazy shots coming out of these guys, but the amount of teams that are still playing super edge heavy until they know that they can get into a position late game here, Hypuck, it's actually crazy. It's feeling like the teams don't want to take a chance, except for Ents. Again, we saw them send themselves into a spot in circle 3 to try to get a good compound. But it feels very edge heavy here, Hypuck.
Yeah, and again, I think this is always, it goes without saying, right? Circle dependent. There are some circles you want to be at early, others you can potentially, play very, very edge heavy towards, circle 4, circle 5. But this one, I mean, really, if you were to call this back in circle 3 or so, BBO were in a god spot. And I mean, it's similar to the way we talked about that swamp game, right? Where actually... I think the timing of not defending versus FaZe was maybe questionable, but there were so many third party possibilities. This again here, that spot there before Pixel gets flushed, I think is where DA are able to reset here. Vard, those 2 openers, so clean. And Zhong over the top as well. This was just so well coordinated here. The timing of the counter peaks is just perfect.
Yeah, obviously super excited for these guys coming into this, and Shang, aka Santi, jumping in with the glasses, of course, to show them 15 kills on the board for this, and this was well fought, and they needed this as well, guys. They were not in a good spot going into today. They actually only had 15 kills. They had a 3rd place with 8 kills, but this is going to put them in a good spot in terms of a 6-way tie now for 2nd, but VP was in a good spot to take another one. BBL obviously sad.
Yeah.
They potentially could have had 3 wins right now if their timing of defending and proactivity here, Toby, was timed differently.
Yeah, I mean, they could have had, what, 4 wins? They have 3 second places now, and 2 of those being in from positions where it was very, very winnable. But, I mean, sometimes you go, oh, should have played it different. Oh, what could we have done? But when Bart just peeks over for a split second and lands 2 headshots, that you can't really fault the other guy for not winning that fight, because that's just so incredibly difficult to go up against, and Bart just did not make it easy for him whatsoever.
Yeah, the mechanical skill on Vard is not to be questioned for sure. Everybody basically in all of Europe here knows that he's a very gifted player, and when he hits those kind of shots, those jiggle peaks, like we're talking top 1% of pro players that is capable of doing crazy stuff like that here, Hyper.
Yeah, absolutely. But again, take nothing away from the effort leading up to that point as well. They're in a really, really tricky spot. Like I said, I mean, I criticize BBL for their timing once again, but you know, credit where credit's due. They were able to mount that attack onto VP. They're actually putting pressure up onto the high ground whilst also keeping VP at bay. Right, VP were trying to force them back down to their hangar. So it's a shame to see, you know, a team be positioned that well through circles. Arguably circles 1 to 6, right, before they eventually had to come out of that hangar, and then it kind of fall apart. A few of these kind of pivotal decisions, but you know, we talked about a couple of other teams. That FaZe, once again, I think are very unfortunate there. They're actually able to spread very effectively along the south side of the compound there, but it's all that pressure that comes from BBL finally coming out of the long build and DA from the high ground coming down. Like I said earlier, it was heartbreaking to see some of the ways they were getting to late game yesterday and going out. That's another one here, but I come back to the point of FaZe still looking like they're due a win, right? Once they can get 4 up to one of these positions in Circle 6, I think take a couple of clean team fights, they're definitely going to close out a game, but the time's running out, man.
Yeah, for sure. And with that, Digital Ovidics winning another game. That is 7 different teams that have won a game, guys. We have 4 more games to go. I'm really curious to see how many different teams we're going to have, or if more teams is going to join with the double digits, or if VP is going to win another one. We're going to be right back after this short break, guys, and we'll see who's going to win the next one.
The Forest, they had a chance to at least just throw a flash. One guy can run over and peek down anything instead of full speed sending it, and there you go. Forest, they had a chance to at least just throw a flash. One guy can run over and peek down anything instead of full speed sending it, and there you go. Oh, that is sneaky. They get down forever because of it too.
Boring game. Well, you know, it must be hard.
What?
Regardless, ooh, Vardy. This is. This is weird. Oh, just shadow boxing his way around. Let's see the driving skills, Tiggleton. Oh what? No!
Oh, we got a good tag.
The one bump. The one bump. The circle.
The circle.
You have to get involved soon. They have a lot of ground though, and that's the bigger thing. Ends. You have to get involved soon. They have a lot of ground though, and that's the bigger thing. Ends the big old run towards TSG. They've not been seen. He's in. How is Squeaky allowed to do this? Molly Bear, where's the response here? He's battered them. Ends.
Welcome back to the Analyst Desk here at PCS4 Europe Grand Finals, guys. We have only 4 more games to go. And after that, we're going to know a winner of the first week. We're going to know the share of the prize with $70,000. That actually just dawned on me, Hyper.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's big cake to take a piece of this weekend. And again, the way this is laid out, obviously every single week matters. We can already kind of, I guess, surmise or theory craft to how things play out. But yeah, at least things are going to be kept interesting. With VP not picking up their third there, there's still there's a few more for a couple of teams to make a push.
Yeah, for sure. And on top of that, you know, the cake only gets bigger the further up you get. And with now a 6-way tie, kills are going to be extremely important. And I feel like already now you can really tell the tendencies that teams are very hard focused on getting those kills. They're trying to flush. You saw the 2 nades trying to come on 80 up from D8 just to secure that one more point there, Toby. And you can really tell some of the teams are getting comfortable. Other teams are feeling the pressure right now.
Oh yeah, for sure. And it's this is where it really becomes a factor, because normally you can go, okay, we didn't get the kills, at least we got the placement points to kind of help us catch up on some of these teams. And maybe if we see a team like VP go out early, here it's literally only the kills. So not only do you have to tie in terms of wins, where you would then have to surpass in kills, but they're currently sitting 20 kills ahead of anyone else. With 4 games to go, catching up on a 20 kill margin to Virtus Pro, I'd have to go out and say the only way anyone else wins this is if they get 3 wins.
Yeah, that is true. A very good point to make as well. And also our difference from second place and down to 7th with the tie after these kills here is 20 kills difference all the way down from red line and all the way to ends there. So they have to continue this push, and there's a massive difference in terms of prize pool. There's a massive difference in PTC points for this one as well. It's 20,000 for first, 14,000 for second, 10,000 for third, 8,000 for fourth, and so forth down. We have one more game of Miramar. Do you have any special expectations here besides, you know, I think the only thing we can put a pin on here, Hypuck, is going to be 5 and Liquid and Picado.
Well, I mean, I wanted to talk about this. This is the first time I think we've actually seen a comfortable circle for out right. Everything else has been very, very. I mean, there's been the time constraint of getting the first rotation out of the way, you know, completing the looting phase. So it was a little surprising to see Liquid play that so reckless, I want to say. They obviously identified very early on. They spotted 3 players. Physics had gone kind of unchecked for the time being, but he still was able to punish them to a certain extent. So that was a little interesting, because I thought with that circle in particular popping, it gave Liquid in my eyes, a massive advantage, right? In terms of experience, in terms of, you know, playing that very smart and very slow. So that was a little disappointing to see, but the first time we've seen that circle pop, and like I said, give that opportunity for things to play out a little differently.
Yeah, you can already see Code Marco in first circle, sitting at that compound, shooting at 5, and Liquid in Picado as well, right?
I was going to say, it's getting worse and worse now that other teams are aware of it, right? It's now other teams in the surrounding area are aware of what's going on in Picado and Pachinki.
Yeah, exactly. All right, guys, we're going to have the last game of Miramar here in week 1 coming up very shortly. And of course, it's going to be Pansy and Sims. Take it away, guys.
Alrighty, right back into things. We have plenty to talk about after that DA win. VP picking up the first today. But I'm glad we got to look at that overall leaderboard there, Rich, because it's a chunky lead for VP, and probably right to be said, someone needs potentially 3 wins to best them.
That's the telltale factor, right? When you look towards that board, it doesn't matter really how many kills they've got. It's how little we have in terms of teams having double wins, essentially. You know, they're the only team with a double win, and to be fair, they could completely win this off the back of it. I always scrutinize and wonder in my mind, does this affect how they play? Are there certain teams that they want to try and, you know, higher priority in targets? Other people that do already have a win on the board, are they going to be going for them? Are they going to be staying away from them? Does that affect their judgment and their decision making going forward? One thing that will come into a lot of players' minds is how low this flight path is. We are all the way down the bottom end of Miramar, Los Leones. Come on, it's the last one of the weekend. Give me a city ending. A Pixel's just yeeting the bike away from Youth. Poor
Give
guy.
me prison ending.
Oof. Island. Imagine.
Prison. I take prison.
Leones.
It's not going there. All right, I'll be that person today. Nah. No.
City fight.
I you know I enjoy it. Don't. It's gonna go like Lavendita or something.
Thank you so much, observers. Right, I was wondering, VP had gone for the vehicles, which slows down once this fight's over and done with. There's going to be less vehicles for the
It's just like
teams to be utilizing. But Lou is within this fray. If he wants to take the hillside, maybe he can third party and get involved. Even a knock would be a nuisance to all of this.
Oh, there's just like a carcass in the middle of Picardo, and just a couple other teams now are just trying to pick away at it. Just, you know, the vultures circling around.
Quizzy's not shot. Quizzy's got one of the red line players dead to rights here, I think.
He should
on
do.
the
If he keeps
picture in
coming up
picture.
this way. Yeah. Yeah, that's a kill. That's a kill every day of the week. Luke is gone, and that's a shame. Keep in mind, Redline are one of the teams that does have a high kill count. Still could do with the wins to start coming in if they, you know, obviously that's what every team wants, but they could be a potential pusher towards the top end, maybe put a little bit more pressure on VP, but VP do still have like a stonking lead. But at this point, we have to look at what we have on deck between these two. Physics is a little bit freer. He's off towards the side, trying to maybe flank around. You can have Clib, Mexi, and Ibby all involved. Where's James in this? Okay, a little bit further back, but it ain't going anywhere. The problem is the knock-on effect, and it's really not a good look for either side. As it stands, Liquid 11th, and yeah, the opposition not particularly close by either.
I love what Hypoc mentioned in the previous one, like for hearing someone who's played at his level and such on the, you know, the thought process and how Liquid was punished by re-aggressing with the two players out of boxing ring. It's always that hindsight thing, and you kind of wonder what would have happened if they'd have stuck together as a four. But you know, it was also a bit of a shock probably to see 5 all grouped up in the way that they were, because they had one player so far disconnected away from the rest of them. They were all just waiting all day long for Liquid to try and press into them, and standing up on top of the box gives him that small advantage against James. James falls in the previous one. Yeah, it's always nice to get the look in and kind of the more scrutinizing way of it. With this circle, it should be interesting. Obviously, if you've watched PUBG for quite some time, you understand how Los Leones works. We either go pretty much to the center or we go around it. Now, with Los Leones now being in the center, it's going to affect how teams rotate, where they're going to be going to, where they like to play. We still have 5 teams that are not within that circle, and their entry points are going to be limited. You've got Heroic, who may come out of Chimicera and probably take the dark side of the hills. Na'Vi, if you go further down south, they're going to be where you just saw Redline. They're the tracer fire that'll be coming in from them. On the opposing side, RTG, Skade, Exhalation, they'll take pretty much from Puerto Parezo all the way up to Impala. All that's kind of covered. So, ENS, DA, AA, I mean, FaZe and VP to a lesser extent as well. Coming into this circle, pick your poison, really. Because one good
There's no
hard
good
shift...
choice, really.
it's a coin toss, right? It's a 50-50.
It is.
Best case scenario, it goes to Los Leones, but then it becomes really bad because everyone slams into it. And then if you're trapped inside and the circle pulls you out, like, it's just... You're dead where you stay.
Now, speaking of dead where you stay, Picardo. It's just...
I usually like
just,
it, but in this environment, I don't.
I don't like it. Like, I get it, but I don't like it, you know? Like, I don't actually mind... I honestly want... As much as it sounds silly, I'd rather have Liquid move, because I feel as though they're capable of moving in a better way and finding more value for their approach, whereas 5 simply don't have that depth. You know what I mean? So it's like... But again, here's the conundrum. If Liquid can't cleanly take them out of there, is it worth the risk of constantly dropping down to this? Because clearly 5 ain't moving. So, yeah, as I said, little frustrating, I think, is the better word in that regard, because you're just going to have this stalemate the whole time that sometimes does bubble up into the fight. Sometimes you just get stuck there with no vehicles because VP have gone, well, have that. And off they go. For now, though, looking at the teams, mostly just kind of scattering around Los Leones. They'll dive in if required. A couple have actually committed, well, I say a couple, I think it's just MTN. Mutiny have committed to the city itself. Outside of that, most people just sitting around the outskirts, which is generally the safer bet.
Still eyes on this fight to see if anyone get the disengage. Again, it's going to be that much harder. It'd be even worse if Lou spots a couple of vehicles on the outskirts and takes them away. They've already had, if we think, the east side vehicles gone, so up by the ones that are in around boxing ring, I think they've been taken away. So it becomes
Think so.
you're going to be looking more down towards the south side of it. Just
I
trying to
don't think
picture
BBL got them.
where they're going to be.
Because like last time BBL were quite close by, I don't know if they were this
Yeah.
time. So they might count. I feel like I've talked that one hot drop to absolute death. You know what? I'll pay attention to it if something ever happens. Right now they're just staring at windows. But beyond that, I want to talk about common endings. We kind of touched on it as well when we discussed the idea of these circles, that it's going to be kind of chill until it's not, right? It's like, okay, there's a lot of playable area. There's obviously some higher priority. Teams will be a little bit reluctant to go towards Los Leones, so they'll sit on the outskirts, but then a hard shift could hit, or it goes into Los Leones. And this is where it can spiral, right? This is where teams will start struggling to hit these sort of areas. So, as much as I was talking about the north, I honestly think the south's probably a fair shout. It does tend to like going down there where Na'Vi, Heroic, and Redline are. So that's where you can kind of keep in mind if you're playing under the assumption of, it's not going to go Los Leones, they'll probably park themselves down there. Outside of that, though, I think everyone is almost in. I think just AA just coming through now, so we have about 1:40 of teams just kind of shuffling about, and then whatever's going down in Picardo.
Keeping a track of the map, see if FaZe or VP want to try and set up for, you know, kick a man when they're down kind of style, looking towards TL and 5. That's probably what Batulans is doing. He'll have the same angle as where, well, not as inside the building, but you already saw what Marco could hold off previously. You can look into that. You can try and take a scalp all day long. Has to be careful because one shot coming his way would spell disaster and put Lou out of place to have to go and hit the res, but still, it's not out the realms of possibility. BBL 2-1-1. They'll take either side of Los Leones, more towards the west and then further down towards the south. The two down towards the south are fragile for the simple fact that they're individual buildings. They're split apart each other, and you've got Na'Vi looking directly into all of this. Ibi, I assume, is going vehicle hunting. He certainly doesn't have a gun in his hand, so you got to hope he's vehicle hunting. If this is a big old swing to get another angle and maybe punish them, then fair play. If there's a man who can with a plan, it would be him. Mexi, top of the building, opposing side. Top floor window, SKS. So, looking for any of these apartment folks. I don't know if this is just the economy that they're playing with, but like, I kind of question why all three players are looking out the windows with shotguns. Where are the ARs? Where are the DMRs? Where's the long range here? Or is this literally all we've got to play with? If they had just a really, really bad run, you'd have to assume not.
Can't
given
be all
the
of them, right?
Not with the settings that we play. I mean, unless
It'd
they're
be
just
very
absolutely
unlikely.
pooping themselves that someone is downstairs and they need a close combat weapon as a, you know, the emergency
Maybe.
panic situation. But yeah, it's a bit weird to be looking outside the windows with shotguns. Questionable.
Yeah. I mean, that whole fight's questionable. But we have had the update. So it's going to be that weird 50-50, right? South or Los Leones? Are we going to be... I mean, Punish is a strong... Whoa, Ibi. Okay, nice control in the end. The first couple went astray, but he did manage to find Rudy. Now, there are still two players in the apartment buildings. One split off towards the boxing ring. Liquid already kind of starting to filter inside. Careful, James. Pops himself up at an angle. That's a flash. Sets it in. He's going to hear a couple of these footsteps going down. Hard to pinpoint when it is vertical as well. There could be players above. There's one found. That's now gone. But for Liquid, getting a couple of kills isn't good enough. They need this clean. They need vehicles. They need all 4 players found. It's a long shopping list of things that have to go right for them. And yeah, Physics had an SLR. And he's still lost on the shotgun. That's a little bit of a gut wrencher there. And Dex has just been watching the whole time. So at this point, Liquid have cleared. They've done the job required of them. And now there's only one remaining of 5.
Yeah, with Dex, it's just try and do whatever damage you possibly can, but all of them are going to rush inside this building and try and bombard him. Don't think he can withstand this. The blue might even take him, to be fair, with how much damage he's done. Nope, hip fire comes through. See you later. James clears it. But they have to go, remember. After this, we have only 3 games left. And if you want to challenge VP, you're going to have to win 2 of them at bare minimum to be looking towards that $20,000 prize pool that's up for grabs this weekend. Prize pool, excuse me, first place prize. It's yeah, it's a long shot, but there's still a chance. We'll go with that. They got 4 more games to do it within, including this one. DA, let's kind of cast his mind back, Lauren, because I'll tell you what, the double repeat from Vard was
So
just
sick.
absolutely incredible.
Hard for Vard. Hard for Vard.
It's what you expect, though, from someone of his stature, right? I mean, how long have we been
but
seeing
that
him?
whole
Even the
team, dude.
Yeah.
Like, look at the names on that team. Like, every single one of them has had a couple of those moments. It's why that team actually has a great deal of potential. I don't know. We don't know how they gel together, how they communicate together. Do they like each other as people? And sometimes that's not as important, but synergy is important in game, right? So it's like you can put 4 superstars together and hope for the best. But hey, that was a perfect example to show off what they can do, right? Like it's wild to me.
Do you think there's more room for error with this format? Just because of the points with the leaderboards not being there as such?
I mean, yes and no. It's such a it's such a tricky topic, right? Because technically, yes, right? Technically, you don't get put in a hole if you aren't fragging out constantly and constantly keeping up. But we've only had one team find 2 chicken dinners, so it's not like you can easily find that room. It's not like it's suddenly created this big space. But we are seeing 80 creeping up towards Na'Vi. So I want to see what happens here, because Na'Vi are in a bit of a split, bear in mind. They have 2 players quite disconnected further south from this. And 80 might just catch him on the way out here if he fancies it. Gonna see it. Sprays in. Nah, not gonna get it, but what we are gonna get is a promo code. So make sure you get your attention on the main screen, pop it on, drag it away from your second monitor on the first, and grab the goodies. Now, yeah, I'm kind of interested in your thoughts on that, and I'm sure we'll get the chance to talk about it at some point, but we have had a bit of a hardship now. Now, traditionally, I think it goes like almost polar south, but this has gone a little southeast almost, still with a bit of Los Leones in there.
It's got the diamond in, so the side of the diamond, I'm kind of looking towards where the oil cylinders are.
Yeah.
The BBL's position. I personally I mean, I've not seen this circle. I can't picture it in my mind, but I don't know. We either hard shift over to the west or we get some really, really barren landscape if it centralizes up somewhere that I've not seen a circle ending in forever. FaZe
Yep.
will
got the
opt to
mine in it.
disengage from the previous old one and they'll hit the mines.
Have you
we've
ever
only-
seen a game in here?
Yeah, I've seen one team go into this and they didn't come out. It was the tomb. It wasn't a mine, it was a tomb. They went in and they died instantly.
Oh look, Tomb Raiders are here. FaZe is in. Let's have a little look and see how this goes. I'd love to see an ending with this. Like, you know, even it's just like a heel off, high and low. Like, that'd be so good. Some, like, mad throwback. But we are seeing BBL move up, actually, heading further towards the east, away from the kind of oil cylinders, and they're being melted on approach. Mert's already gone. Mutiny were well set up for this, or at least well positioned, whether or not they were actively searching for them, but they were just in the right place for it. That plateau is very powerful, a little tricky to disengage from, but it does give you good vision here.
I mean, they're pushing up to somewhere that we can maybe anticipate some sort of ending, or at least getting a good foothold within Los Leones should you have to rotate through it. Getting out of it again is always a bit of a problem, so having that escape plan on hold for a moment. Apocalypse spots VP and it's like, oh, no. I need the rest of my teammates here to try and withstand this. Nades up on both sides, Youth. Keep a track of him. Down low and behind enemy lines if he somehow manages to get up there unscathed. They're all together as well, VP. That's a little worry for me. It's a little bit of a valley. If one good grenade is right, they all have to split instantly. They read it, they do, but the second one's there. The follow-up will bounce back. But look at how much damage was done across the board. A quick smoke down, which covers them from Los Leones. The gunfire will not be there for now. They only need to look at one fight, and it's the one directly in front of them.
Oh, BBL, as soon as they left that position, it wasn't like ideal, but it wasn't terrible. They went for a high-risk rotation, and it's cost them 2 of their players now. They do have Marco and Smash alive, and fairly well situated, but not safe. I think that's a strong word, but these teams, this is a very unique ending. Yeah, okay, even further to the right. Now, we've seen a couple of endings where DA are. We've seen a few there. That used to be a very common ending to an extent, but right on that compound itself. So I think I've seen one where Exhalation R2, But again, this is going to be the bloodbath, right? Like, this is going to be the absolute swing.
It has to push towards the way of heroic or
Oh,
ends.
Na'Vi waiting to see. Wait, no. Na'Vi, if the timing's right, they could see FaZe leaving the mines. I think they've just got in the vehicles, though,
Just
so
sitting
I
on top
doubt
of
it's
it?
going to happen. Oh, Na'Vi were on top, but I think they're just heading out now. Or they're baiting. I'm not too sure. Melman's still there. I'm just interested to see what happens next. I never see a fight in it, so it's just kind of exciting, but I don't think that's the case for now. I think Na'Vi are going to head off and try and get themselves into the circle. This is BBL, though. We were talking about... Oh, no. Yeah. Okay. FaZe have made it out, and Na'Vi did just leave. So, 20 seconds difference on that. You could have had a really unique fight, but not to beat. FaZe will come out a little bit bleary-eyed from the sun now burning. And Na'Vi going to head on through, going to try and get themselves going, try and find a bit of safety for themselves. But you're seeing fights now erupting across the map.
Well, Liquid are getting involved in the fight. This is interesting. Turn to the party a little bit late, but they're making their presence well and truly known. Huth will be going down, but Tulin's onto BNR also. This is outside, up on top of the hills, looking at every single team, just picking players apart, trying to find their next point of contact because they have to move. They're one of 3 teams outside of the circle. Redline actually in the blue, but on the same transition path. Na'Vi sitting down in the ditches. You can already see Nail Up just hanging outside of it, waiting for it. Oh, no. Oh, no, the vehicle. It butted the floor, and they've had to be forced out of it. It's cost them 2 players instantly. The angle of approach was just too bad for the vehicle, and it bounced back on themselves and stalled it.
Couldn't do anything, could they? They were just sitting ducks at that point. Na'Vi turned around like, oh, what's poppin'? All right, no problem. A little unfortunate. Redline now going to be feeling, I'm pretty sure, a little sour about that. But Na'Vi aren't stopping. There's the flash towards Ivus. We are seeing FaZe build in on the western side. First team they'll have to get through will be Exhalation, who are kind of in a bit of a split here, but silhouetting well enough that FaZe can see where at least 2 of them reside. There's a 2-2 split either side of this road.
Neds are going up as well. They've had the information. The location of these 2 players have regrouped within. Straight through the window. If it misses the bars, it'll be a blinder. It's a belter. The boom goes boom as well. 1-2. Thank you. And of course, it would be FaZe. They leave the vehicles in the mines. They go on foot to try and find a place to call home. They still have 2 players to deal with. And these 2 players have a building and a slight elevation on them. Circle's unfavorable to all of them. They are... Oh, okay. So this is getting even harder and more treacherous.
Yeah, Na'Vi. Look at this.
It's kind of what we anticipated. Somewhere towards end, somewhere towards heroic. Come towards that darker side of the land. Liquid have to go up against SMB. BP have to go up against Skade. Mutiny goes down. That's a different player altogether from a distance. Finally, Exhalation, the last player, is now belting it in the vehicle. Clips found Tixu as well. This is, all right. Good luck catching all this one. It's about to explode. We have only like 4 or 5 teams and scraps and scrapes of players within the circle. All the action is on the outside. This circle cannot contain 15 teams. No way whatsoever. It can barely contain 10.
Right, so VP in the north, Skade in the north. You've got RTG, what remains of, as we're seeing. And one of the teams just disengaged away from it. MTN, Mutiny, just moved from the north down towards south, west, almost in towards the kind of eyes of FaZe, I imagine. So don't be surprised if you see that engagement happen. But FaZe didn't capitalize on the time to move up. Now you might see the breach and clear from Na'Vi towards DA, down towards the south side. Heroic's nades done well. Page finds 2 on towards Ents, and here comes the breach and clear. DA just picked up that win. They could do with some more of that, but Quizzy's got other ideas. Vard this time dead and gone. And it's on Pixel. Zhong to try and hold this, but it's not an easy angle. Na'Vi just brute forcing the way in.
Instant. I was about to say, I didn't know if there was any kind of comeback from that, but no, it's an instant wipe altogether. DA are also bleeding out the wayside, with Xiong just disconnecting from them to try and hold on. This is the environment that he survives in, and we've best known him for, so we'll see how it does go. Fuzzface takes a bullet to the side. Gustav, green gun in arms, but did they realize that Danimon is up here on this hillside? They will in a second if he opens fire. To be fair, he could take his time, but with an open player on the open roadside, that's a free point all day long. But Tulans also falls victim And this is because they can't push down. They can't advance further.
Look at the north.
Because of Team Liquid's position. 1, 2, 3, 5 teams.
Yep.
All inside the circle on the northern edge.
Yep. And there's like a field and a couple of ditches and maybe a shack. 80's just hearing footsteps. He needs to peek this ridge and get it done quickly. Doesn't quite get the shot he wanted. Now there's a reply. Danny Monoff on towards the side. Gonna peek the ridge again. This is a bit sloppy between the two of them. None of them wanted to fully commit on this. Just trying to tease away, but DA has been eliminated. So the player got found. That's Zhong trying to just slip away on the kind of north side of the road that divides this circle. Danny Mon on the low ground does isolate 8C. Good, but the shot coming through isn't good enough. 8C just, man's got a whole plethora of goodies in the bag, but now with all those nades, smokes, and all the goodies, they've gone into the blue at this point. Now we check back in on the north, and this is what we're talking about. You've got SMB up here, you have Skate up here, VP, Liquid, ENCE. They are all fighting for a very small, barren piece of land. They cannot all take this.
RV, funnily enough, are the ones that are most safest in this. The 2 players from FaZe can at least group themselves up on the edge, but wandering in is going to be rather slow. Misa gets his head popped. Spyro still going. They may not have any ground to work with whatsoever, but you know what? If individual gun skill comes through and they get a few more knocks, then they can make some sort of advancement on this. Once they get into that ditch that Skade will be holding, they're kind of free from fire, to be honest with you. So it has to be 1-for-1 trades. Whether VP gets in with all 3 players alive and kick into a different question altogether. How much more utility do they have? Remember, they've been put through the ringer here. So this is... They will have expended a lot of that nade usage, a lot of those smokes to try and make that wall, try and build that bridge towards it.
Navi on this spot. Instinct's the only one holding it. Can't do much with it. There's a third party coming through from AA who's on the other side of the road. And this is normally that kind of 3-way positioning, right? FaZe now want in on it as well. Heroic have cleared through ENCE, really saved that position for themselves. So ENCE are no longer a threat towards the east. Now these sort of ditches and divots on the edge of these roadsides are playable, but I swear they're all within nade range of each other. They are super fighty and they're not as safe as you think they are. And FaZe finds that out. Na'Vi just about staying alive, but look at the amount of smokes, vehicles, everything committed. Pokemon nade could be sent into that too, and they could always push this now. Let's see what VP do with this. Skage right in front of them is going to make it very tricky to get off this hillside. Going to send down the car for a little bit of distraction, and Spyro in the meantime finds Nookie. This could be the gateway forward, but while it happens, look at the angle from Perfectix. This is great work from him. He's now going to be able to control this line of sight. That tiny ridge he can see is now going to force Skate to play a little bit safer. Opens up a chance for Lou. Comes in, gets it. This is great work from Virtus Pro. You cannot ever underestimate these boys.
That is absolutely sick. The bait and switch with a vehicle. A quick switch and a seat switch will be not good for Liquid. They go spinning out. They need Jeems for covering fire here. AWM in hand on the hillside. Clib does survive, but for how long? It's been a valiant attempt from Team Liquid thus far to be able to stay and get to this point even. Top 6. While Libby goes down, 2 of them still stand. Heroic, they've been in these positions before. They've been so close and then instantly had the game ripped from their hands. Can we see any better? Jeems will put down the smoke wall, which will guard him from the left-hand side. Now we can focus. Maybe. It didn't plume quite enough. It just didn't let it go up in time. They've read that one like a book. Flashbang for Clib to try and take a peek, but that does give away the information of where he's going to be lurking. That's the only downside to it. If they both double peek this, he's a dead man.
Molly comes in, Clib. Look at the vest. Look at the helmet. So little to be utilized here. A flash, sure, that's something, but it ain't much. And while this happens, look at the circle positioning too. This is all starting to compound, and Liquid feeling a little out in the cold here. Same for Heroic, I'm sure. There it is, the counter peek on it. Great timing, but actually it doesn't get what he needs. Vazku, brilliance from him just to secure the frag, make sure that Clib can't get away with any of that nonsense. Instantly looks towards the ridgeline, and Jeems is gone. Keep in mind, as soon as Jeems peeked up, he had, I think, Heroic peppering him down. VP, couple of shots there. So many people had vision. We've got 5 teams left.
The swing there to deny it was really good. Shuts down Clib, shuts down Liquid as a whole. VP have got so much. I can't believe they've got so much land to work with. They got the vehicles, they can stay mobile, pull them forward, use that ditch to get front and center of this. Heroic are not inside just yet, so Heroic has to move. They cannot stay here. Yes, they may be safe, but look at how VP's positioning themselves. Perfectix will go as an anchor to try and deny the land grab from Heroic. So they could... There is potential that they can just strangulate them out towards the blue and keep them so pinned in against the edge of it that there's really nowhere for them to go. Two of them will hold. Perfectix is here to guide them all in. If he gets the footsteps, if he gets the information, passes the lay of the land back to the two remaining players of VP who are playing the edge, and it really does slow down Heroic. Two players are in, so, you know, they can kind of situate themselves as they want. Ali is trying to do what we saw previously, and maybe bait out some players with the vehicles. That's what you saw VP do. They sent one out. BBL, though,
They've
in
not
all of
shown
this,
any of it.
if we think when they landed here, Lauren, they've not moved since.
No. And it's probably smart. Honestly, it's really smart. Heroic, though, starting to fold in a little towards AA, which they're going to have so many problems here. After all, need to be very careful. They've been relatively unscathed by the other fights because Heroic were tied up. That northeast side was very busy. Ents was there, Liquid, Heroic. Now Heroic have got a little bit more freedom. That's probably the next port of call. That's the next big target. If Heroic could pick that up, brilliant. And they'll be forced into this by the circle now.
Sending in the vehicle. They can meet up with Perfectix is already here. Again, this land is so vital, but they do have the utility. You got to think how much pressure has been applied to VP. How much have they expended within this? They can't. There's no real answer for it. They might be completely out of smokes.
I think they are.
Is that Molly gonna? No, it will not track forward. They are completely
Vasquez
blinded. Vasquez has to go for a big one here. Sees in front and center. There's the first. Second one onto it. Denies it. Where's the third? He's on the right. They're all dead. Heroic. A heroic push. Great use of the utility. In with the flashes. In with the push at the perfect time. Good removal of VP.
Very well done by Heroic. And look, Virtus Pro, if you looked at what they had, no utility, no helmets. They were battered and broken. That fight just before his skate took enough off them. Heroic, very well played. And you can see Alia's like, is someone there? I swear. I swear there's vehicles blown up, but I can't see anything. Does he just go into it? Does he send the car into it? What does Alia do with this? And keep in mind, Alia's just in the middle of the road. Like, everyone's playing these angles so tight, so refined. No one's overly peeking. AA should have the best chance in this, technically. Technically. 4 up, good spot. But, I mean, Heroic have gone against that already.
I still can't believe BBL has made no movement whatsoever. They've even took the backpacks
I mean,
off.
it's got them to top 4.
It has, if they find the right time to strike across this. Especially with Alia being there, like, you wouldn't... Wait a minute, where's that nade going? Do they? They do know. Someone's been copped. Either that or it's just preemptive. Either way, it could be fantastic.
Oh, smashes up. He's moving about. I think it's because of Alia. Takes the nade. He doesn't like that car being there at all. Good shout. Really out. Smash! It went, like, under the vehicle. And now Na'Vi like, hey, what on earth has just gone on? Where did you guys come from? We've been watching this code Marco now under a barrage of grenades. Instantly, Smoke gets put up. Marco's down. Example's got him on that and smash in the middle of the road. Na'Vi instantly on the push-up as well. They're going to be proactive. They want to take the space. Heroic are probably grinning in the background. After all, the same thing as well. So much more room just became available.
It just plays for all of them, doesn't it? With these two players now pushing out, these two teams. Excuse me, Booker T comes in.
Marco's
big old nade. What in the world? Marco's there with them as well, so they will keep on continuing with the grenade usage. It pushes them back. Marco's out to the blue. You could see what he was trying to formulate, getting behind Heroic. But unfortunately, it's just a little too late. 3 players of AA looking down the barrel here.
Can BBL third party this?
I mean, if they just go and beat the living hell out of one another, then why shouldn't they?
I think
Smash
they
is
might be
going
able
for
to
it.
with this ridge. This ridge is perfect for them. Good nade, doesn't need to overdo it now. He needs to play this smart. AA have just suddenly become shadows of themselves. They are just being as quiet as they can. Leave this to happen if they could, but where is AA? Do they need to move forward? No, they've claimed a really good spot towards the center, but Pokemon is gone. Marco's got him. Where's this come from BBL? Suddenly just bursting out on this. keep in mind, Hiroka being kept safe by those smokes. They would be very open to Zorf or Smash or Marco at this point. Once those smokes go, they need to be ready to fight on this.
This opens up. If he just gets one good knock, it's going to even things up. Soft goes in for it. He gets it. He knocks T-Bone up against it. There's no way they can get the revive. Vascu comes in, and so does Page. They shut down BBL. Zorf. Oh, he's living, but it's a 3 versus 2. Pokemon time to step up to the plate. 2 players directly in front of you. Lines them up, drills them down, and after all, stick a win on the board.
Okay, adding another name to the list now, as I remember to put my lights back on. Sorry, it's just sitting there watching the game. Honestly, the ending, I mean, they were in the right place for it, but you saw what was left. Heroic were on an absolute tear. They'd powered through teams before. Credit to After All for not crumbling under that, because BBL suddenly woke up out of nowhere, Rich. I don't know where that came from. Heroic looked deadly, so AA managed to keep their heads down just long enough in that and dealt with it incredibly well. But as I forget to put on my light, hopefully Martin remembers to unmute his mic. We're going to head back to the desk so they can talk you through everything we just saw.
Thank you so much, Pansy. And I'm not sitting here in the shadow like you are, like a vampire, but I am as pale as you are, and that's going to be lovely. But for this one here, I'm so happy that we add another team to the list of winners. We have 8 different winners now here, Hybug.
Yeah, and honestly, probably one of the most, in terms of the leaderboard and overall and kind of possible movements, well, probably the most exciting end game, right? I mean, there was a point there where, you know, Liquid are in the mix, and then Heroic comes through and kind of clears so much of that pressure. And again, that push onto VP was absolutely insane from them. I think up until that point, hopefully the entire chat was rooting for them, because they definitely, they earned the spot to be able to close that game out. But after all, they last through it all.
Yeah, it's important to be the last team to third part in a situation like that, and they definitely heavied that. I was surprised to see how many kills that BBL actually managed to get from their position. Navi completely forgot about that, Toby.
Yeah, it was pretty wild, and I think this endgame overall is going to be a great, I guess, showcase of the meta to come. If this format is kind of the way forward as it seems right now.
Right.
Nobody wants to be the first initiators. I do like the fact, though, that Heroic opted to push onto Virtus Pro, because they knew if we stay here, we're going to be caught by 2 sides. If we push south around, we'll have Heroic behind us. We would much rather fight off the good team and have the, I guess, I mean, the team around the back be the ones to push us, than trying to push down towards the south side against After All, and then have Heroic be the ones kind of breathing down our neck. So smart decision by Heroic to make that push. Great play by them. And also, I mean, as you said, for Virtus Pro, smart push on their part. But in the end, I mean, After All, they get the win, even with what seemed like Ibago having some trouble there. Crazy ending, crazy into that one, a well-deserved win in the end of it.
As I say, it was almost like a divine intervention there. Ibago did kind of lag out into the blue. You hate to see it, but it's good they still close out. That would be a terrible way for it not to go their way in the end game.
Yeah.
Oh no, you can see an example here as well that it's so rough in this. If they're able to secure this with a win in this situation here, there would have been a sure second place. And also Heroic, you know, putting on another insane amount of kills on the board. Unfortunately, they smoked themselves in a little bit too much here, Toby.
Yeah, I thought, I mean, when we talk about using your smokes aggressively or defensively, I think they could use those smokes and throw them further in the direction of BBL to get a better angle to take the fight with attack all around. But their smokes kind of held them off from both the fights. And either the idea of doing that has been, or would have been, to try and force the other 2 teams to fight. The terrain just didn't allow it. So the smokes they threw kind of ended up becoming, working against them rather than for them.
Yeah, and after all here, after having some really rough games up until this one, they actually put themselves on a board with some kills, 8 kills and 14 kills prior to that, so they have 22 now. They're still going to be the bottom team in terms of amount of kills with the chicken dinner, but still, they're going to rise up the leaderboard with this chicken dinner here, Hybuck. Oh, and
again,
140.
Yeah, another 1K club. Edge Page having a massive game there. 5 kills in total, and again, put themselves in a spot where this is a similar situation to FaZe, right? And we've seen Heroic a number of times now come up, and it's almost like this crescendo. It all pins on one team fight. And that time, I felt like the one team fight, the one big team fight for them throughout that game went their way. The push onto VP was perfect. And I think we highlight a key point where I don't want to say a little bit of misuse, but maybe just playing that a little passively as Phase 8 pops and throwing the smokes a little close enough so that they didn't have a feasible option onto either team. Yes, they dealt with BBL, but it was scrappy. They'd already taken a knock on the other side of things, a little bit of split focus there. Because you got to say that actually if they can sweep around and take the west side of that circle, then after all, pretty much screwed on the other side.
Yeah, for sure. And there were plenty of smokes as well. There were like 8 smokes on the ground there, so that was actually a perfect timing. But that's it for Miramar, guys. We've got 3 more games to go. We're going to be on the grassy pastures after this short break. Welcome back to the Analyst Desk here. Remember to pre-register for PUBG New State if you have a mobile, and I think the vast majority of people in the world right now have a mobile, so they can play on that. Toby, coming into this year, VP is setting himself up for really good.
They're looking. I mean, nothing's guaranteed by any means. We've seen crazy upsets in the history of PUBG, but they're looking really good. And I think this case we have right here is a perfect example, or kind of a. I remember when this new format was first announced and everyone's going around and saying, oh, the kills don't matter anymore, you just have to get wins. This is a clear-cut proof that kills are, if not more important than ever, they're at least equally important, because right now what keeps Virtus Pro at such a high advantage is the fact that they have that 18-kill buffer down to Heroic, and Heroic don't even have a win yet. So in order for Heroic to make it through, they need to get 3 wins in a row on Erangel to best them, and for them not to get it, any other team with 1 win already needs to get 2 wins, simply because there's no way at this point, unless if they do something absolutely extraordinary, that they could get the kills needed to make that catch up on the first tiebreaker on Virtus Pro.
Well, sorry, Mike. This is where I was talking about on day 1, where things are going to get really interesting, where we hopefully should see a visible difference in decision making. And I'll be honest, we're all on this journey together through this new format. But this here for me is kind of the perfect setup, right? I mean, how often do we see other series divided by just kills alone? Now VP have an opportunity, whilst they have this safety net almost. The contingency is the kills, right? So they can go out, play pretty much with no other risk really in terms of trying to rotate and trying to fight themselves out of awkward spots. Right. They can literally just prioritize kills here. Now, obviously, things will change if somebody does catch up and they do post their second win. But right now, it gives VP a really good opportunity to just play absolutely free of any other constraints.
Yeah, and with 3 games to go, it's highly unlikely that one of our 7 teams that's in a 7-way tie right now for second place is going to be able to take 2 wins home. So that's an easy question for them to make, and you can kind of see the confidence in how they're playing as well. They tried to use the same recipe for success in the same kind of circle that we saw in this one here, and it didn't work as good. Maybe it was because they didn't send Perfectus, they sent Batulins instead, but they're in a really good spot right now, Habak.
We said 18 kills. It's actually a much bigger gap than that. So you can see here, Na'Vi and Redline both tied up at 44 apiece. So even more so, like I said, they have a huge opportunity here, and I attribute this back to a lot of the things that we talked about, at least back in the North America region last year, was SDK, right? And the point at which it gets to that point where you say we're not going to get to a game-winning position, guys. Like let's just put up some kills, and there are some teams that are capable of consistently putting up 6 to 10 kills just comfortably when they don't have all these other things to worry about. How do we get into the next circle? What do we do? If find a kill, put it on the board, keep going.
Quick thoughts, Toby?
I'm just gonna say this is a theory craft for the game to come this one. If any one team with one win already wins this game that we see now, will we see Virtus Pro hot drop them for the final game because they know they won't be able to catch them on kills alone?
Yeah, that's actually a good theory as well. And also, don't lose hope for FaZe Clan or Heroic. They have that many kills. If they win this next game here, they're going to be straight into second place. So it's the grassy pastures, guys. 3 more games to go. We're going to jump to Erangel. Take it away, Pantin Sims.
Thank you, we will do. And I'm so glad Toby brought up the concept of hot dropping, because now you have a clear target on people, right? This is the thing, because right now, the gatekeepers are pro. And if a team gets, let's say, into the same realm as them, they could potentially theorize that a hot drop would be viable to take them away from even being able to give themselves a chance of maybe that additional win or that additional push, give yourself the best shot at creating that space. Just because the bar is there, you can see who set it. So this is a very interesting concept. Plane paths come in, kind of, across the island, heading out towards, Georgia Pole's side. And it looks like a lot of teams are opting for the Millie base itself today.
Now, we know VP isn't necessarily the one for hot dropping, but I think if they somehow win a third, then it becomes a very, very realistic prospect. Like,
Keep
if
the other teams out.
Yeah, if you've got 3 in the bag, then in theory, you just go and drop someone else who's... If there's someone on 2, then of course you're going to go after them. But you do have that game afoot, and I'm actually quite excited at the tantalizing prospect of seeing that happen. You'd have to read it. You'd have to know the lay of the land. You'd have to know exactly... hold on. Let me hold for a moment, because there's a bit of a scuffle.
Where's
aside
that
from the usual one we're seeing in Picardo, I think it's just vehicles for Redline. I'm just wanting to make sure they don't go off and start arguing amongst themselves. Not a bad drop, actually, when we come to Zaki. When you look on the side events, it would be a big old swing to get us up to the chicken tendy area. After all, we're going to be up there as well. I haven't had dinner this time, so yeah, I need to halt on the food remarks. Few people down on Sosnovka. 3 teams going to be extremely disappointed with that circle. We'll see if Mutiny makes anything on it, if they want to try and camp the bridge and just deny that. There's a few of them that have to come across, and if they've been watching and tracking, because you can quite easily do so once you're out of the plane on the coastline, who's going to be going and how many teams are going to be going down towards Sosnovka. Guns not looking great. Mexi just switches out the Tommy gun, so things are now looking a bit better. What's your favourite fight, Lauren?
Pachinki feels similar. You got Liquid and you got 5. Now, so far, I think we've had 1 clean wipe for 5, right? And then 2 kind of for Liquid, but not necessarily clean when Liquid do get it. So, there we go. Speaking of getting it, physics up on the roof now. I mean, I think week 1, or weekend 1, should I say, we're going to see this throughout. I doubt it's going to change. And then we'll probably be seeing one of the 2 teams adjust, because neither have had success in the grand scheme, right? Like, that's it. So you're going to have to kind of adjust mentality, I'm sure, if you want to start playing for potentially catching, someone like VP or, pushing towards getting that dinner, because clearly neither are making their way from here clean enough or in good enough time to be able to try and fight for that end game, late game. Maybe that'll change. We'll see. Let's have a look at the gear coming out. We've got a couple of AKs, some decent armor, 2'd up. Level 1 helmet, though, here and there. And how's it divided? Okay, kind of like a south and north-ish divide between these 2.
That's another slow one, isn't it? No one's going to be leaving anytime soon. If you want to say who's in the advantage, it's probably 5 in the fact that they're inside the circle, if there was an advantage to have. Dex was a very, very, very standout player throughout the qualifiers. And he now has an M24 in his hand, so there is a small prospect of him just being able to land a belter of a shot and maybe open things up. Depends what the gear's looking like in the economy as well. There's a few budget helmets lurking around in the form of the level 1s. And it would be very, very... I mean, it's night and day for his gun. You go from a UMP to an M24. PP nice and safe for them. Over by the apps, they'll split one over to school. DA takes Roshawk out by Ruins as well. They'll leave Uber to do Watertown. Take that for himself all day long. There's, again, no one really challenging over on that eastern side, so they can really split it and really take their time. Oh, does James know? Oh.
Nope.
There's somebody in here. He's outside.
He's on the outside wall, but and James, plenty of stems and all the wibbly bibblies. Naz is just chilling. Oh, James is dead, isn't he? Yep, he's very dead. Insta flush. And the thing is, I wouldn't really mind if these two teams were vying for top spots, or like the chicken dinners occasionally making it to late game. Like then fair play. If these are a couple more kill points on the way, then that's cool. But I don't think we've seen 5 all Liquid making it really late game. I think we've seen a couple late-ish runs from Liquid, but nothing much. I think we saw like a couple of solos of them making it like late, but man, there's a rat infestation in Pochinki right now. Many corners, many problems, and no real winners from it. But I do want to look at the bigger picture here, the grand scale of things, as to what's going to go down. With a circle like this, you either get your crazy hard shifts, or my eyes instantly go towards Everest, right? Towards the hill, towards the mountain. One of the two. Now, Na'Vi are up there. I think DA are up there. A couple of the teams are kind of circling the area. I think you got Heroic over towards South Georgia Pole a little more. BBL, there's a team in here. You might need to keep going. Yeah. Anonymous just got battered. He just got absolute... Yeah, the pull-up. After that sort of damage, why not? But Misa's still there. He's still fine. He's on the other side of things. So Mert already lost his life, and there's the flush as well. The nades did not find Misa.
Get in the bathtub. Oh, the damage. He hasn't seen him. Oh, Marco. He is a skilled individual. Smash and go down. That's fine for now. If he actually wants to push through it,
it's not fine.
I thought he was going to be able to push through. This has gone horribly wrong. The rest of the Wolfpack is now turned up. Has to get this frag to make it somewhat worth it to be able to put up a stance, but he's locked inside a bathroom. There's nothing else he can really do about this. They're pushing it. And BBL is down in 16th. That is not what they wanted, but I suppose with the damage that they did, you called it on Anonymous. They pulled into it, and it's just one of those. It's a win or lose situation, really.
Yeah. Hey, look, so, like, and again, that's a really key position. The value of getting that spot is very high. So if you're seeing 2 players there, you've got a great tag on one, you're thinking, all right, we can get the timing on him, maybe trying to hit that heal. No worries, go for it. I actually really don't mind going for those sort of things. It sucks when you just get wiped like that, but I understand the theory to it. Speaking of the polar end of that, we do have Liquid still trying to do the best they can, going to punish again if they get the opportunity. They've already got a knock on the opposition. Maybe just going to top up before he decides to probably try and get that flush. But Physics is going to post a nade through. Careful, Ibby. Ooh, that was very close by. A tag on the way, though, proves that they at least know that someone's nearby. Nade towards the stairwell. Just going to try and buy some time here. Maybe wait for some of those rotations to come in. It's a tricky spot to be in. There's the flush. There's the punish.
We can stand at the top of the stairs, even stand on the bar, especially with the Uzi. Shred them on the way up.
Melt them.
I didn't quite catch what his gear was looking like, but I suppose even still the AKM's going to be pack a punch when it goes wandering up there.
Yeah.
It's a funny old game, isn't it, between these two? I anticipate someone has to change things up next week, because look, at the end of the day, this is a world-class team, a world-level team that is looking for qualification to the World Championship, and at the end of all this, PGC points are on the line. You know, this is not just one event. This is not just 3 weekends of play. This is a long-form league at the end of the day. You're looking for points to get to the end of the road, and the end of the road is a multi-million-dollar world championship. You need those points to gain access to that, and stuff like this is not going to help them out along the way.
No, I agree. I mean, the thing is, well, I don't necessarily blame Five for this. They're just playing their game, and that's completely fine. Like, there's nothing necessarily wrong with that. There's no written rules. You can't do this sort of thing. But as said, if Liquid aren't doing this cleanly, if they're not making out of this with winning chances, if they're losing players, if they're getting, burning through their meds, burning through the vehicles available, and there goes another, Ibby's down, they got to move because they've got bigger things in their sights. Whereas Five, I don't know what they can do outside of this because we've not seen them outside of this yet. You got to think of the bigger picture here right now. And for Liquid, they've been very much on the starting blocks this entire time. And as I said, I'm not going to blame Five for playing like this. Do your thing.
Good angle.
When it's 4 a.m. and DA, I will blame them. Those two had bigger pictures both in mind, and there's Five gone. But Liquid are not without casualty. They're down to 3. They've burnt through their gear. They have very late rotations towards a circle now. They're going to be forced into playing outskirts or hoping for a hard shift.
There are huge ramifications and massive, massive knock-on effects of this. Regardless, even if they get away cleanly with 4 players, there's still huge amount of impact on the late game. Circle has at least...
That's not bad for Liquid.
No,
at least,
it's not
out of all the things...
I wouldn't say it's favourable, but it's not exactly bad by any means. It could have, hard shifted up towards the northern edge, and then you've got to get across the bridges and the rivers.
Yeah.
It's kind of good for everybody, because it puts the head of the pack within this circle. The river's not going to have a massive impact on it. When you get that river cutting through the middle, the IGL nightmare of which side of the river do I want to be on really starts to come into frame. Ensign phase, I'd say they have to be quick. They have to get themselves into position where they're away from the water. Get over there before you do get landlocked by the next circle. But you called it at the start, the curse of the caster, this one. You mentioned the big old mountain, and it's slap bang in the middle.
Richard, I've been mentioning islands, prison circles for years. Let's not pretend I have any influence on where this bloomin' circle goes.
Push the button. You got the Erangel button. Just push the button.
Look, Player Unknown's not here. He's chilling out. He's got things to do. He's lurking. He's not pressed the button today. We're getting just your normal, your average circle. We have seen a couple though go towards like hospital side a little bit more. I guess we haven't. I haven't in a little bit of time, at least in comparison to what we used to, seen like that mountain ending. So that could be quite nice just to see it play out again. For now, it's kind of shared between 3, 4 question mark. I mean, DA split a little. Na'Vi up there, MTN. And the important thing is there is a code available, but we're going to be watching the fight. You guys can grab your code on the screen right now because I'm going to be looking at Batulins trying to fend off FaZe. And this is a fight I love. Ruins on this edge. Oh, I used to love playing in this area. So much fun with the updated terrain. And that is a great nade from Spyro. Gustav's gone. And Spyro's been on it today. Same with Lou, same with Batulins. The Fectix, these guys are the real deal. Another nade comes in and another body goes down. Spyro just posting them.
Shots are coming in for over by the castle side as well, so they have a good angle into this one. Fuzzface, level 3'd up, I assume, because I'm seeing the AUG in hand, was trying to get an alternate angle. Fex is trying to stabilize this, but ultimately I think it's a done deal. Dead on arrival, unless the Fex and Face combo Lou is just on fire. Like, this man today has just been the savior. He is an absolute monstrous player. What an impact he is having for this team. They walk through FaZe kind of like it's nothing. I can't get over how confident they look every single time. It's a different VP. VP were good before, but it's a different VP approach. This little bit of aggression that they're applying every single time they go after teams and go into a fight, it just looks so conclusive. The IGL's there, the communication's working. And then the individual skill, like Lou has been landing some absolute belters today.
Oh yeah, I mean, it feels like the combination of what happens to be a great IGL with some real firepower by his side, right? Like, and I think I look at FaZe and, I mean, Fex, the guy is unreal. You point him in the right direction, he'll get you 2-3 kills, no problem. But I look at VP, it's that next layer. They are just so hyper-aware, and this is why I'm such a fan of Batulins. I think it's hard not to be. The guy is a great mind within PUBG, and he just plays this so perfectly. And even when you see that they've limited options, they always try and make something out of it. They always give, a really good attempt to things. Now, with the update on the circle coming through, Mountain's still here, we're going to see the teams kind of, I guess, compact on the south side of the mountain itself, looking at SMB, Exhalation, Liquid. I want to see what VP do with this as well. They could play that ridge side, but it's still great. Heroic on the move, Redline on the move. everyone trying to find that next spot.
Well, the circle puts us into some very familiar positions. We got the crates in play. Got a little bit of South George, but not too much. Main head of the teams will go towards the mountain. Understandably so. Mutiny will try and set up at the foothills of it. You will be safe unless Navi just decides to play perfect baseball and throw some nades down there. You can flush it out, but it's a really, 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 really hard task to do. Skate clearly has an eye line onto Exhalation. There is one small angle that they're trying to tag the players from, but they will be forced to move out of this because they know it's not safe. You can take these dips and divots as you work your way down on the foothill of the mountain. They'll take this one. It's safe. They've probably realized that Mutiny is going to be, lurking on the next track as well. SMB still has to come into the fray. So does VP. Liquid actually have got ahead. So Liquid's in the little yellow houses that are just below DA as you come out of ruins.
Not
VP.
terrible.
No, it's not, certainly not by any means. You would say when you're looking at the circle, given where the mountain is, it's in the quote-unquote weaker position. You kind of want it to be at this point up by the crates, for example. Georgia Paul crates, somewhere in there that gives you more land mass to play with. But bloody hell, you've got water up there, right? We're in phase... It's going to push it out. We're in phase 3. We go tick over to phase 4. You could get a hard shift. It's not out the realms of possibility, and Liquid could be sitting happy.
Oh, you say that. There's a team kind of beelining towards them. You've got Lazar, Apocalypse, everyone there. Clib is a little disconnected from the others. I don't know if he's trying to just provide an off angle, but Mexi and Ibby, okay. SMB do turn. Veer away slightly, getting towards the woods at the bottom of the hill potentially here. Maybe use the vehicles as some pop-up cover, but let's see where they end up, because Na'Vi now get line of sight, and if they keep going, so does Skade. So that's going to be the next players or next team to take on.
Drop
Where
comes
are they
in, but
going?
it'll ultimately be bait. Try and draw people out. No one's going to be over on that opposing side of the road. Libsyn will fall. Exhalation to Boom. Hold strong for now. Car comes rearing down the hillside. Realize what's going on, so the rest... Blaze will just advance forward. Quick lean and a spray down. No connection off the back of it. Lazar will continue the run. Circle will pop. It takes us to the mountainside. Well, certainly at the base of it. So everyone else now up on top. No one else should really be advancing up there. DA will hold one backside. Exhalation the other. Navi all the way up the top of it. Banger comes out from Nucky. Puts Youth down. That should be an instant flush. Finish him off, job done. Don't necessarily have to go for it just yet because you do have Redline still lurking. So if Skade do overextend, Mexi, I say that word and that's exactly what you do not want to be doing. You now know that DA has a full eye line onto where you're going to be coming from.
You're within nade range too, apparently.
VP have to come up this way, Lauren. That's the scary prospect. They've got the vehicles.
But let's see what they do.
I mean, you'd assume they swing, surely, and maybe go for an entry point round crates as a guesstimate.
But they'll always try something, right? It always seems very well considered.
Crates will give you a place where you can land as 4.
True.
Definitely. Where you go off the back of that is the different question. But
okay. This isn't in. So I want to see what they do with this. Right, so they're going to sweep through this compound. Yeah, I mean...
How does he get out the car and just lay waste? That is... Hey...
Hibaka was the backline man as well, right? The rest of AA already moved up to the next position. This is VP's springboard point, I guess. They can kind of lean off this. It gives them maybe better scouting moving forward into this side of the hill they've not really had vision on. And you're right, crates could be an option. It's not ideal, but it's something. Liquid are in this gridlock sort of approach with DA. They could try and swing up, but they are at a man disadvantage. And you look at the terrain, a big disadvantage in that regard.
I'll be up top. I'll be sharing residency soon if DA does get up here. Damn good nade from Liquid will start to unravel this gatekeep potential. Navi will hear this as well, so they may just edge their bets and lean over. We shall see.
Nice
that
shot.
is a phenomenal headshot. Decapitated, and the continuation of the uphill battle will continue. Mexi's still out on a limb. Remember that Mexi was put here previously because they held him down by the gunfire, but now it actually might pay off. It might be a benefit because they have an alternate angle that denies any cover for Uber should he want to work with
Now, look who's appeared. look who's appeared just above all of this. VP have actually gotten to the hill now, so maybe timing it with this push between DA and Liquid, and they're going to try and sweep up behind them. Na'Vi do have some vision on this, but not a great deal. It's only really example. Here comes the flush from Cliv. That was towards Pixel. Now Vard's in amongst them, and Vard's already been absolutely formidable today. Not going to find too much more, and there's the cleanup. Now, Ibby did get knocked, but while this happens, look at the polar bears on top of the mountain. They swung the rotation, and now they pick up exactly where DA left off, but Liquid a little worse for wear, and that circle is going to be right on their heels. A good nade. That was so close. Clib and Ibby just about alive, but VP know exactly where they're going to be coming from.
The nade's done so much damage. Like the blues there as well, they know they have to move. Finally, it stops on them, so there's some respite. But one of them down in the hole will spell disaster. A very good shot from Mexi.
Really nice.
Releases the pressure a tiny amount, but all of a sudden he's knocked and continued by a different team altogether. Clip simultaneously works in tandem with his buddy to try and silence them, but it's ultimately the polar bears up on the rocks that just keep picking away at these teams one after another. VP is looking insane.
Now they need to keep that gear looking fresh as well for VP because they took a couple of fights. You saw the, I think it was the helmet and the vest on Batulins looking worse for wear, but there's a couple of crates I'm sure around. However, we look to the rest of the mountain now. That was just the east side. Now let's look towards the middle and the left. We've got Ents trying to make their pull up, but it was so visible to so many teams. SMB were there, AA were there, Na'Vi, MTN, everyone just piled in on them as they tried to make their way slightly further up the hill. Squeaky's still standing, but I mean, that's a kind of strong phrase considering the situation he's in. A car, a smoke, and a rock. It's not a pretty place to be. Oh.
It's ultimately just spelling disaster.
Perfectix just found example. They're
Up
just
top.
walking through the mountain, yeah. And that's going to be a problem
for.
for Na'Vi. That's
Well, everyone
gateway
else is-
open. Ents are gone.
Remember, you've still got RTG down there. How they actually get up to this, I do not know. They need to be really quick and probably get around the backside of Redline. The confirmation onto example from the nade. They are expending a ton of utility to work the way up here. The smoke wall's down, which it's some slight breathing room for Na'Vi, but they are turning and running away from this. Batulins goes for the off angle, taking a lower approach just to see if they
He
can
spotted
get the
RTG.
swing.
He knows
Oh
they're
my
there.
God.
They know everything, dude. They know everything. They're so
Ah, they're
smart.
dead.
The big brain, dude. 9 kills already. This is just a masterclass. Now, I don't know if they're going to take the walkthrough on Na'Vi. Now, while all this happens, keep in mind we have Redline hanging around. They've still got players on the very polar other end of the mountain. So they're very far on the west side with Exhalation over there, and you've got a couple of others lingering around, but VP are just striding through the top side. That's big, though. Pokemon, that's huge.
I'm really sorry to interrupt. This has been something that I've seen on the map. AA have been slowly wrapping the way down because there was really nowhere else to go. They saw Heroic land in front of them, and the only way to really do it was try and get behind VP. Now, whether they push on this is a different question altogether, or they might just stabilize for the next battle, which would be Heroic, should they not be able to work their way up. Melman is moving slowly forward, off the back of the knock. He overextended a slight amount, disconnected himself from Na'Vi, and puts himself forward. But for Na'Vi, they've got a battle on 2 different fronts. Look at that. They're going to get split by the wayside if the circle is insanely favorable to them. It's been a long time since we've seen the peak of the mountain within this stage.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, the one downside is people could tunnel vision them, but right now they get to just rain down hellfire from up above. AA is doing exactly that to Heroic. That was the kind of next target amongst them. Now, Na'Vi, you're right, are at the pinnacle. VP to the right, Redline to the left, and at the foot of the hill, you got everyone scrambling to get under cover, try and hide almost underneath the rocks themselves.
Sometimes at this stage, we'll be saying, okay, well, eventually you're going to have to work your way down, but because of what stage we're at, oh my god, Lou spots him. There were no helmet on him, so it would have been an easy tap away. How many fights a few of these have been within now? And the problem is, I don't even know if he's resable. With Redline getting so close, do you want to leave?
Yeah.
Quizzy would have to leave Melman basically out on a limb on his own. If they chase that down and realize it's a solo player, they just throw bodies on it and try and fully send it. T-Bone holding back Mutiny. But look how many players are encroaching on his position. His teammate will have to give him the information if he can just read this one through. Try and travel it up, Effectix. Look at them all. You can't fight one. You have to fight every single one of them. Alia is alive and kicking. But again, at what cost? The cost is leaving Melman here to stand alone.
I feel if VP are doing this as well, they're just hoping, well, why doesn't Redline get involved? I know Redline have got their own issues, but they're like, you know, if these guys turn attention, try and push up towards a little bit more vertical element on the hillside, that could be a great crunch. And for Redline as well, I want to look at their gear. Loads of smokes left. The helmet's a little screwed, which is a shame. I was hoping the Redline would be sitting pretty coming into this, because they've got a decent amount of kills. Not towards the top end, but decent. And already there's the firing squad. You could hear them just ripping off shots there. So we are going to see Mutiny go down. Final player lost. 6 teams remain. Now, don't forget about Redline, because they've been getting very, very, very close. So this could be another opportunity for them to get that win under their belt, one that's desperately needed.
Heroic goes down. Rather unfortunate. 6th position for them. Pokemon knows that every single time they shoot, they make a lot of noise, and information's given away to all the teams that are on top of this. The Spine is looking busy. Exhalation is getting rather close to Redline. This will be the next fight. You can see just by the scoreboard, the nades have been cycled, and here we go. Uphill battle, uphill struggle. Does Na'Vi send its 2 players to try and third-party this? For them, that would be a release of a massive amount of pressure in the bag. But I tell you what, Redline have lost 2. Exhalation somehow get up here with 1 nade and 1 gun.
No
to boom also
way.
in. That's 3 gone and dead. Instant confirmation on the wipe. They are buried.
Massive.
Na'Vi now turns their attention. Has a look for a moment and is slowly working over here. But is it too late, Lauren? Maybe not, as Ali is the first one to open, but there is damage in abundance.
Instinct was so ready 3 times, locked and loaded, good to go on the M4. He's fine. They're all going to be back up on their feet before really they can do much. Quizzy, a nade would be great, but this encourages VP. They know what's happening, but Melvin's waiting. It does not matter. Spyro and Perfectix just power through. These boys are mopping it up. And now with just the weakness shown in Na'Vi, they'll want to push on the other side. It's left them in tatters. 7 kills is good, but it's not enough to push you through here. VP maintained dominance on top of the hill. They waited the time perfectly, and they just chose when to strike. Now, Exhalation do have 1 win under their belt. They surprised me. I wasn't sure who they were. Roll your mind back to yesterday. AA, still a good shot in this. Nasty little team, and they did well in just that game a moment ago. So some of these teams left in this have very much a shot to try and run something up here.
If Exhalation are to win this, not necessarily this battle, but the war as a whole, if they do get this game, when ties are all done, we move on to the kill count. And I tell you what, the kill count is just night and day between them and VP. So they need as many frags as humanly possible to withstand any chance of not only winning this, but the bigger picture, if it is a draw. VP has a bit of a comfort zone on top of the hill. Double A are like my one concern of stabbing VP in the back. Oh, we'll hold for a second. Quizzy, that's the first. Where's the second one? Let him peek. Look for the head. Nope, denied instantly. Out on a limb, and he's gone. But it also gives VP a little bit of information they can maybe push onto this one. Double A's held their ground and not really moved, which I'm kind of okay with because they're up against the circle. So you know that. I mean, look at what they're working with. They're in quite a safe spot. Eventually, people have got to come down for that hill, and if they're covering all the bases, this should be pretty much a home run.
Right. We'll have to wait and see how this one kind of unfolds. We've got 25 seconds until the circle will encourage the fight. And I think between these 3 teams, it's quite a divided position. No one's overly going to commit here. I'd love to run through what gear some of these teams have left. Who's been in the most fights? I've seen, obviously, VP's been in a fair few. Exhalation did make it through theirs quite cleanly. They managed to probably get a little bit of gear here and there themselves. They should be okay. I'm still seeing helmets at the very least. Outside of that, though, there's the update. Right, okay, so A is going to have to shuffle in a little bit, work up the hill, which could be a problem. You can see already DeBoom's got vision on that line.
If after all come in and win this 2 back-to-back, like, that's kind of the good scenario that we have here. Either VP gets 3 wins and goes head and shoulders above everybody, or we have another team tying up against VP.
VP needs to take some territory, though, Rich. I feel they're going to get pinned in otherwise. And I think that's what they're kind of doing. I'm seeing them kind of group towards Exhalation. Yeah, they're going to try and claim back some of the circle. You could see they were kind of giving a little too much to Exhalation, it looked like, who are working on the lower ground. So, VP can posture up a little bit, but they've got to be careful to not allow AA then to creep up on the space that they'll leave open. So you can already see Perfectic, Spyro, Batulins as a 3-play squad trying to take the main sort of position on this hillside. So I quite like the idea here. They are going to be fighting for territory that hopefully could help them down the line.
Circle can do it. Circle now has to force AA into everybody.
Good call from AA if they do this, though. I want to see if Bogati keeps this up. If he can try and... No, he can't quite slip the net. Yeah, it's just a little too late. I like the concept, though. If they're feeling the VP are leaning closer towards Exhalation, maybe try and open that space on the man watching the flank. That was a good try from AA. It was a valid attempt, but I think the timing's just pretty short now.
They've been looking at it for a while, but Lou has not taken his eye off the ball. Spyro, do you realize that Zoom is just beyond this? They will be playing a 3 versus 4 essentially just because of Lou's job. He straight up just needs to keep track of AA. That's the third party. That's when, as soon as these shots open up, maybe they dive into the fold. Another team that's going to panic so he can hold there for quite some time and feel comfortable about it. Exhalation could actually pull back into a position that gives them closer proximity to the central point of this circle, which is exactly what Daboom's doing. This now hands the pressure over to everybody. Fair amount of damage done to the side of Batulins. Double A was spotted by Lou for some time, and the armor will help him out with the level 3 gear. Zoom's holding, Lauren. Zoom's holding this to deny them.
Spyro just shooting the nades out of the air. Batulin's vest is cracked, I think, and he's got no helmet. Unless he's been able to grab an upgrade real quick. Perfectic's helmet's a little busted, but still has the vest, loads of smokes. It's hard to fight downhill if you're on the top side of things. So this is where it gets dicey. This is where VP are actually, I don't think they're necessarily at an advantage on this one. They've been trying to test the way. What? Insect?
No!
What? Did you just fall off the hillside?
I think he tripped, lost some health, and then the blue finished him. One touch from that, and he's dead.
Okay, that's a huge issue. Now, AA on the other side can be warded off the first peak. Nade comes in. VP is getting all the attention here, and they really don't love that. Nade's going to slow down the roll a little bit. They're absolutely bombarding them back. Good nade from Batulins. Zorf now down. Where is Exhalation on this? Turn around. They are right behind you. VP are being pressured on both fronts here. These two teams are just pinning them right to the blue. They've got to have to pick a fight and commit to it. Good nade again. VP are trying to get as good as they can get. Batulins still fighting for them with every step. He's in a 1v3 right now, basically. Mollies, nades, flashes. They're so blind here, but they have to work forward. Now on the other side, Exhalation has to keep trekking down as well. They're both coming down this hill at the same time. Lou's taking damage from the blue. He's burning alive as well. Keep in mind, there are mollies here. AA have gone down. VP, step by step. Exhalation have the high ground now in a weird way. They've taken the rocks here rather than the territory below, but smoke completely litters the battlefield.
You got to be really careful. You don't miss step and go sliding down the barrel. As you mentioned, they have the higher ground. They have the small advantage. If Spyro can go up and say peekaboo, he would get a quick shot into it. The spray down. He loses the track of him, but at least manages to take one back.
Two alive.
Instantly over we go. He just tries to spray for the smoke. He's no idea where they are. Exhalation is fighting tooth and nail. They get the win. And they're the next team to put a win in the bag. They tie up against VP. What an incredible ending we just saw. 3 teams all vying for the win. Wow. 3 teams all basically either tying up against VP or VP just stretching their arms, but it's denied. It's shut down. Now we have a second team on 2 wins.
Fantastic work from Exhalation there. The timing was great. Just as VP turned, try and get that fight on AA, just do a couple of the nades, do a bit of damage. They were right there on their heels. Brilliant, brilliant fight from them. I think all of us enjoyed what VP were trying to do there, but good to see another team making it to 2 chicken dinners. However, that's not for us to say. Let's send it over to the desk to break down everything we just saw.
Thank you so much, guys. What a fantastic circle here, and what a rough ending for this one here, Toby. They smoked it off perfectly. Exhalation takes 2 wins here.
I mean, that was absolutely insane. It's oftentimes we see the end games be around the Everest itself, but on that exact slant where you can just tell, I mean, we were talking about it as the game came to an end. There's so much fall damage potentially. I just said Hypog. I mean, I was just looking at it and saying, okay, what if we see all these Virtus Pro players just fall down and die from that? Unfortunately, while it become a factor that Boom was there to clean up the kills and all of it.
Yeah, well, they did it.
Sorry, go on, Martin.
Nah, I just want to say you want to take the less of 2 evils there. You don't want to push the smoke in that situation, Hypog.
Yeah.
No, for sure. And actually, is it Lou that tries to make a play to like contest that little spot on top of the rock, I guess, for a couple of his teammates to slide down the side of the hill. But yeah, really scrappy end to the game, to say the least. But I mean, another thing we were talking about at one point, it was 5 teams alive that potentially are the ones that can contest VP, right? So that's the reason I think we saw a little bit of passive play coming out from a few of these teams, because those last few circles didn't really warrant an awful lot of, forcing position or forcing team fights to happen, other than Na'Vi getting, just textbook pinched on both the west and east sides of Everest.
Yeah, and before this, Exhalation was a lot of kills behind. They were in a 6-way tie, 7-way tie, and still, they didn't have the kills to really be up there. So here with another chicken dinner for them, they're going to be second place. Far behind VP, yes, Toby, but still, they're going to be able to get a lot of prize money from this one here if they manage to keep it.
Oh yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, they're going to be as much as everyone wants a piece of them. I think the main teams to look at the next game is going to be Virtus.pro and how they really deal with it. I mean, are they just going to try and hot drop them to say we might not even win the fight, but if we just kill 1 or 2 players, that's their win potential being incredibly much lower. Because right now, as it sits, we would need Virtus.pro to go out with practically nothing, and Exhalation have literally the game of a lifetime in order to get that first place spot.
Yeah, for sure. And on top of that, you know what? Coming into this tournament here, I did not expect Exhalation to do this well off, their experience. They haven't been together as long as some of the other teams here, but taking 2 chicken dinners in just 10 games, that's an achievement in itself, Ivar.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking about before this started, I was saying, Liquid, you think back to the way I've always kind of characterized them, this kind of feast or famine playstyle, right? And that's what I think we're seeing with Exhalation. I mean, you look at the placements, they've had, 2 or 3 kind of top 5 placements along the way. But other than that, I mean, the win with 14 kills, and then obviously this previous performance here, another win with 14 kills. It is kind of leans into how that playstyle does really suit this format, right? And it's not really down to the same reasons that I would attribute to Liquid, but you can take nothing away from the fact that if you're in a position to close out these games, you've got to win the games you set up to do so, because it's way more unforgiving not to in this format.
Yeah, and here we see Salik again coming in from Exhalation. Just like the last time they had 14 kills, he also top frag, so really good to see him putting on some kills for them, the Boom and Clip on 5 each. 800 damage from Salik. Toby, in this situation here, you can definitely tell Exhalation, they're in a position to win the games when they are, but do you think they're going to be able to continue to maybe get another one after this? Are they able to contest VP at the top?
I mean, seeing how they played this one, I would say yes. I mean, they came in. If we don't include Rise to Glory, that came in on the south side with pretty much only 1 player alive. They were the last team to enter kind of the Everest area, and they played it slow. They kept the blue on their back, and they just took all the fights they had to head on and didn't lose a single player before the very end. So incredibly well played. And they were going up against some pretty tough teams in that west side of the circle too. So if they can bring what they did here with the communication, with the amount of shots they were able to hit into the final games to come, sure, I wouldn't see a world where it doesn't happen. But having said that, I mean, Virtus.pro right now, no games today outside of top 5, and no games with under 5 kills. They're on a whole other level right now.
Yeah, they're for sure on a whole other level. Honestly, they're just uncontested in terms of how far they are ahead of the rest of the lobby, and I'm not surprised to see it, but it's really, really good to see how much they're dominating, both in kills, but also how many chicken dinners they're taking so far. We've got 2 more games to go, 2 more games of a wrangle. We'll be right back after this short break, guys. Welcome back to PCS4 Europe Grand Finals. We're about to conclude the first weekend here, Hybuck. We have 8 winners so far. Are we going to see another one? Or are we going to see more teams join in the 2 wins club?
Potentially. I mean, I was just kind of touching on kind of Exhalation's performance so far, and the big question for me is sustainability, right? We can kind of remove the consistency discussion altogether, although you can argue that, you know, the more times you get yourself to endgame, the better, the more chances there are that you can close a game out. But really to see them kind of double down on this, looking at how sporadic the placement has been and looking at kind of the games, I guess, as a whole, it's difficult to really, you know, bet on them at this point. But it's definitely made it interesting, right? Now VP, again, you know, the pressure's kind of on, because now they have that secondary layer of threat in terms of the leaderboard coming through, and we saw kind of hints of what I was talking about previously, where they don't necessarily have to play in terms of, you know, expectations and the timings of the lobby, so to say. Now, I'll be honest, they had no business getting their way onto the east side of Everest in that previous game, but somehow they did. They deal with Liquid and put themselves in potentially a spot to win the game.
Yeah, and even though they have a massive caution in terms of kills here, if Exhalation takes another win here with just 2 games to go, they will take the whole thing home, and they would have done something unbelievable, a miracle. But if you look on the right side of the board here, Toby, Heroic has 60 kills. If they win one game, they get 3rd immediately. FaZe, if they win one game with some kills, they also get 3rd or 4th immediately.
I'm waiting for the back-to-back Heroic win here with 10 plus kills in each game and Virtus.pro flunking out with 0 2 games in a row. Not that that's gonna happen, but that would be the that would be the upset. I mean, yeah,
anything's possible.
I was gonna say we've seen crazier, right? It's bound to happen at some point that Virtus.pro gets just somewhat of a mediocre or less than mediocre game, because so far today they have been absolutely dominant. Yes, they don't have, I mean, all the wins today. But they have played so incredibly well, even in situations where you were thinking, okay, Virtus.pro, there's simply no way they make it out of here alive. They still go out, they somehow take fights. Not only that, they do it without losing any players. You just have to go with yourself. This is not just any ranked club. I mean, these are the best teams in all of MEA or EMEA, and Virtus.pro is making it a little easy.
Yeah, for me though, Hypuck, there's 2 teams that is due to the next win or potential next win here. One of them is Heroic. They had a few chances for it. And another one is BBL with 3 second places.
Yeah, and again, I've used the word heartbreaking probably more times this weekend than I anticipated doing so. But these are 2 teams, again, I put in the same boat as FaZe now. Right. It's tough to see a team consistently get themselves into good spots and then, you know, it fall apart on just 1 or 2 minor decisions. And it's all well and good calling it in hindsight and having all the information available. But this is the big learning curve, right? Is knowing when to dial it back and knowing when to, you know, go all in on some of these plays. So it's definitely something that I'm going to take away from this weekend, and hopefully the teams do as well.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. We will see if there's another team that is due to a win that haven't gotten one so far, Toby. But I'm sure that we're gonna see more dominance here from BP.
I would be the case. I'm a little curious to see what their game plan is going to be coming into this next game. I mean, knowing Batulans, I would be surprised not to see them just sticking to their own guns and doing what they've been doing so far, because, well, as the results show, it's been working for them. But at the same time, I mean, if they can bump down Exhalation now, take a fight to them early on, get a player or 2 killed, that's their main threat right now. Not really in the equation for making the run for first place. So maybe spend the last 2 games try and kind of fend off opponents. Maybe go for the wins yourself. I'm not sure, but we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, while the crowd is cheering for all the teams, I am cheering for another hot drop in Pochinki with 5 and Liquid. Let's see if that's going to happen again. Pantheon Sims, let's see what the grassy patches have to bid us.
Well, I'm pretty sure you're going to get it again. So, you know, you'll be fine. I don't think anyone's going to change. Rich, what are your thoughts? Do you think they'll change up the drop?
You wouldn't anticipate so, and I'm still kind of banking off the back of that 3rd win. If they do get it, then maybe something changes for them. At the moment, it's just on everyone playing the same game. Everyone's still continuing as normal. With a new challenger been in the frame, and with us having only 2 games left, it does throw something into the mix. So that's fun and gives us something else that we can play off the back of. I love what Martin, I believe it was Martin who mentioned it now, that a team could potentially get 3rd on kills alone here. So you're looking at Navi, who's currently on 51, Redline 45, Big Boss 41 as well. like there's that potential for everyone else. You're looking at heroic 60 kills. If they get a win, bang, third place instantly, just like that off of the, obviously if everyone else goes the way that they expected, no one else gets more kills than them, but they are one win away from instantly being into the top 3 and into the money.
To see some shots coming through towards Perfectix. Obviously, they want to be as careful as they can on this, just keep themselves alive. Brace time feel like they've got a little bit more pressure on their shoulders. Obviously, the kills are keeping them very much in the lead. But there is now another team who has the opportunity to potentially push. And again, feast or famine, as old Hypoc likes to say, works with these guys. But they did get their other win on this map. Maybe an Erangel team, maybe they feel more comfortable in this regard. Could be something to keep in mind. Could you imagine if a team that, very new to my eyes, comes in, it's another win under the belt, and absolutely pops off here? Just one more win and they've got it in the bag. Oh, that's a cruel stat. Liquid have had a tough time, stat man. Mean.
That is pretty mean.
That's nasty.
Poor Ibby is running on his own. The same principle. Dude's running on his own, just trying to stay alive. Can't just throw him under a bus like that. Hey. Back in the day, it would have been the TSM blue zone, damn it.
Just put break as a separate stat.
The tournament TSM blue damage.
Look, I really enjoy his streams. I sit there and I lurk all the time, okay? I don't like to talk too much. Just sit there and watch it midday. It's got a very, normal human schedule. Pop it on. Lovely. It's very nice while you're doing other things, Solid. Don't see you in the chat, though.
Excuse me. I'm also a silent watcher. I was speaking to him yesterday.
Nah, nice one, mate. Yeah,
watching his little racing streams.
Yeah, no, I don't watch those, if I'm honest.
Oh, sorry.
I watch a bit of Tarky.
Do.
All right, you've got real life, yeah? You got new casting friends in a real life.
Oh, here we go again. Here we go again.
Is it with Toby? Do you hang out? Yeah. Toby's not even got a neck, and you're leaving me for him. Oh man, that really got me in the segment. We love working from home. Green screens are a magical thing. Circle has come in. It is towards actually a very similar circle to last time. A little bit more towards the north, if I'm not. I don't know. Actually, it's pretty close.
It's not too far off. A few differences in where people will be changing up. Again, we're still it could be identical. It could almost be identical from the point of where we are at the moment. Everyone else will probably get us up a little bit quicker. I'm looking towards DA. They're already there this time round, rather than being one of the last teams to that hillside. But they'll be the first. They could take the absolute crux of the hill if they really wanted to. BBL's on the move now, moving just past Roshawk. Hence, they did Severny rather than going Zaki. Obviously, playing Path allowed it a little bit better than previously. Redline, Yasnaya, they're in the vehicles now, and away we go. Dex is trying to go for the quick scope. If he lands one of these, it would be...
Bangarang.
It would be nice. What?
What? You're old enough to remember. Come on now.
Honestly, I suppressed that song.
It's terrible, isn't it? But anyone times someone's just jiggle peeking with scopes or something, I can't help myself. I hate myself, but the thought's there,
They've got to push on this shortly. With him down now, Ibby's going to have a look at it. They have been punished for this before. Let's not forget getting aggro with a Thompson. I like it.
That's actually a Tommy gun, not a Thompson. It's a different weapon.
Tommy gun, they're all the same thing.
No, it's a different weapon.
Oh,
all right?
Tommy. I like using different names. Mac 10, Uzi. Just mixing it up.
Call it a Mac Daddy.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm being very toxic today. I think it's just this drop that's really just put me in a weird spot. It
is a bit of a nuisance for them, and I get it. It's like for any other normal intents and purposes, oh yeah, hot drop, bang, 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 we'll be going wild for it.
Yeah.
It's not really paying anyone any favors, and usually hot drop's done in the long run, but you are looking, at least you're scraping up points to be able to put towards the tally. Once you're going to be banking it all at the end of it. For some of these moments, you've seen Liquid players towards the later stages of the game getting up there towards your top 5, top 6s, so they naturally would have been picking up points. For something like this, though, And again, I still stand that there is that small saving grace of, regardless of late or not, you've still got 4 players and it's still all or nothing principles. But it's just their map placement rather than the leaderboard placement. Everyone else has taken the priority positions, and Liquid is a team that moves early. They are synonymous with getting in the vehicles and getting out of dodge as quickly as humanly possible. This really hinders their playstyle impeccably.
Yeah. Now, what do they do with this? Do they back? Anonymous is in a bit of a tricky spot with this now, because like he's kind of on his own. Sakura can leave, but I think he's been left to rot at this point. Sakura has to get out of there. He can't really bail his buddy out. Anonymous is just left to die. Yeah, Example's gonna just sweep through him. Good little take of the compound from Na'Vi.
Keep control of it. Skade this time. I hope they don't have BBL knocking on the door. BBL will go for a 2-2 split. They're on. Oh my word, if that had hit, that would have been so good. I'll go for a second. Quick one straight through the trees, knock him out the car. BNR's had a rough time. Fallen down. Will be knocked for now. Where's that? Okay, that's actually out past school. That's miles away. Fortunately, looks like it's off the back of the motorbike, I believe. Shooting range seems pretty hot. You've got 2 teams. Red line. It's not actually in shooting range, excuse me. More south and upside of the hill to shooting range. Mutiny, red line. Transition on your screen. You can see they're all just flowing by. They're a little bit closer in residency, but it looks clean. It looks fine for now. AA are going for a 2-2 split. One will take the middle bridge that transfers from North George to South George. The other 2 will come across to where you saw VP take down one of the players previously in the garage. DA has taken full control, absolute full control of the mountain itself. All 4 players are spread out. So on one side to keep a track of VP. And I think it's Uber in the middle pixel, and then Vard actually down towards the western side, keep a track of both Skade and Navi, because that'll be a jump start for them if they want to try and, if the circles, you know, goes that way, it would be a decent scouting point to check those ridge lines, make sure no one's camping within them. A little bit more, a few more passive circles compared to what we've had in this tournament so far. We've had some weird and wonderful stuff. Circles we've never seen before, circles we never would have even ever expected in a million years. So with something like this, naturally the game does slow down a bit more because teams have time to deal with it. Teams have time to loot, and necessarily you're not going to have a 1,000,001 fights that you have to deal with. Dead will have to deal with this one, though. Unfortunately, he lives up to his name.
I mean, at this point, when did we actually have a full repeat of the previous circle? But we do have a promo code coming up on the screen now, so grab yourself that while it's on. Take note of it, pop it in game, get yourself some nice in-game rewards. Yeah, I do want to see if we actually go to another mountain. I mean, we don't normally get back-to-back very similar endings, unless it's the fields, when it just seemed like that was all we got. What time that was. VP still happy in ruins, and RTG, last time the VP were challenged here, they were extremely diligent. It was FaZe, I think, who was coming in from the opposing side, but they handled them very well. However, it looks like they're actually giving up at least the castle portion of it, so going to move away and maybe move to just the kind of the smaller side of ruins, potentially, or even just further in, maybe getting prepared for that next circle update. Let's see where we go.
Oof.
Very similar, a little bit more towards the east, but you know, Gatka Fields coming to play a little bit here. Liquid are probably pretty happy with this.
Yeah, they can look onwards of all the yellows if they want to try and take them. It's not exactly the worst place in their world where they are now. They can fall back to the yellows outside of ruins and keep control of both sets if they really want to, but they will be very, very hotly contested areas. So they need to be aware of this and ready for it. Players and teams just full sending it now to the central side of this circle. DA will kind of spread its players. It'll leave some on the mountainside. Actually, excuse me, as I say that, they've both just got in the vehicles and decided to ship it off as well. Totally fine with that. Ends finally come down. VP Perfectix goes hard on the vehicle.
Bloody
even the
hell.
headshot at the end.
Yeah.
My God, the man barely misses.
Now, I do want to highlight, though, Exhalation aren't in a bad spot either. This is, in my mind right now, a two-horse race until we have the potential of some of the other teams with at least one win under their belt. get towards a good position end game. Whereas I'd say VP in a pretty decent spot. Yes, they're a little near the river. They might like to move away from that eventually, but they're kind of locked to this now. They're kind of team locked rather than land locked. But Exhalation spot isn't bad. They get the kind of shared town by Gatka over towards the sticks. So I mean, this could be interesting if they get given another opportunity here, because this would suddenly throw a spanner and a half in the works. We can credit VP all we want, but they haven't been able to convert, you know, an uncatchable amount of chicken dinners. So this is where things could get exciting if Exhalation gets towards the late game.
I agree. It's not an uncatchable amount of chicken dinners, but I think it's an uncatchable amount of kills. I mean,
Correct.
look at everybody
I'm
else.
very much with you.
It's ridiculous. We get to this next one. I mean, what's the close? I'm looking down 60 from Heroic, 70, 80, 23 points essentially when it comes to frags. So, yeah, it depends how they perform this one. I mean, if someone else gets a second win, game on. Anyone's point at that if you get either of them, but it's those kills. If another different team this time around, if we don't add another one on the board, then without the win, it's never over until it's over. You know, we'll go with that until the end. But that's where you look at it. Okay, Exhalation. They've got 2 wins on the board. They're our closest enemy. Let's find them. Let's kill them. Even if you die, if you can take 1 or 2 players, you stop them from getting kills and catching you. That's the real thing that could happen.
True.
The relative prospect just going after your next closest enemy. It's not, you know, you can say as much, kills and all this, that, and God knows what with the format. VP have given themselves such a buffer that they literally may be uncatchable in the next round.
Maybe. As much as kills, they are very important here. There is the deciding factor of the chicken dinner. Now, I said 2 wins is not an uncatchable amount. Exhalation's done it. Surprised that none of the big dogs have been able to repeat that success either. You know what I mean? This does actually stand true that we have some exceedingly talented teams in this, and, you know, it's not just that one-horse race. This is very much everyone's very talented, and getting chicken dinners ain't easy. So, for me, I'm just going to keep my eyes on who starts pushing towards the end. Who gets, not necessarily given a circle, but gets that little step in the door, you know? That's the important one. Let's see where this updates to. Wow, slap bang middle work here. Now, again, though, Rich, water, right? We have to talk about it. It should move away from that to an extent. So playing the extremities isn't necessarily a bad choice, but there isn't a lot here, because look at the Gatka fields and look at FaZe about to crash in towards Exhalation. They got to get a move on if they want a shot in this one.
Central point at the moment is going to be so crucial. It's going to be worth fighting for, and that's why you're seeing teams full ascended, even playing this position now with Exhalation. It's not out of a really far-reaching distance of where this next circle's going to be, because the water of how the bend in the river struts, it pushes the circle further this way. VP can stay stationary, maybe get a little bit closer to the yellow side if they really want to, but they have to know a team is lurking by now. Liquid, BBL. They'll take the main house, they'll take the main yellows, both of those teams in residency. Another team will arrive towards the side of the ruins. You'll have RTG, Redline. Ents are slowly working their way down. You've still got 2 players by the 4 stack on the opposing side of the river. Be aware of that. But 2 players have managed to get across. This causes a big old problem for AA. They have been super slow. Now, unless they go for the biggest swing of 2021 and just take it all the way around the cliff face, past Gatka, and come in somewhere around Gatka, Chopstick, Struck, Pachinki, which, by the way, isn't safe because you've still got Skade and Dex going toe-to-toe in Pachinki up by the church, then I think now for AA, this becomes very problematic. A team that's kind of chilling, and again, Circle will eventually force them to move. It's Mutiny. They're all the way on the west, just like, fine, you boys, kill yourselves, make a bigger room for us, you know, you just crack on, you go toe-to-toe and ruin each other's day. We're happy with that. We can third-party and clean up later on. There's time to be able to do that. Because for something like this, I think it is kind of killing yourselves. You 5 have been here this entire time. They've not made any ground movement, and I was kind of hoping them to see them in a...
Pachinki?
One of them's still in the church, so if you want to class that as Pachinki, no.
I mean, throughout the games yet. Have we really seen them make it out of there?
Well, no, because they've died most times.
Yeah. I wonder what they're like. Imagine they can't just win this.
Watching the qualifiers, no word of lie. Qualifiers, like, they were a unit. Dex was just...
You're saying Dex was nuts, right?
The kid was a fragger. He was insanely good, but we can't see it because they're always going against Liquid. We don't see that level of skill come into play.
Yeah, it'd be cool to see what they can do now. I don't know if they're going to get the chance this time, but we're seeing AA on the move. Bit of a big move as well. Plenty of teams will get some vision on this. And Clibs just found 2 with the nade. I guess he just posted that down the ridge a little bit, because I think Liquid are in the houses and SMB are just outside. Where's that circle
Phase
going?
4.
Oh, okay.
Ooh, okay, well, I'm looking at the curvature of it,
Nasty.
you know. Yeah, it's actually moved a lot further away than what I anticipated. It's hard shifted all the way to Navi.
And look at the field that's in that.
Honestly, I were expecting Ruins to play a more prominent factor in this. It hasn't. Hell, it's even pushed BBL out, who were in the yellows. I thought they were safe.
Yeah, that's moved way further west than I expected. I mean, it had to move away from the water. I thought it might have gone a little south, maybe, or even further south, like polar south, keep the ruins in a bit. But no, that thing's just completely moved away from the water. Now, Heroic are quite happy, I imagine, to an extent. They're going to have to deal with Ents, but that's neither here nor there. They'll have to fight someone at this point. DA are probably laughing. Excuse me. Especially after that performance they had earlier on with Vard. I wonder if they can maybe kindle some of that performance. Now, for Exhalation, the other team we've got to be watching here, they've got a bit of a task on their hands. They're going to go through the open fields. SMB's already struggling in their scenario. Skater on the way. They're going to try and full send. I don't know where to. DA are pretty happy in this. There's a couple of ditches and divots, but already Zoom's gone. So that's one of the contenders to the throne for VP. Probably out of this. I don't think he's recoverable.
Mutiny struggling to find a place to call home. Remember, they were just living in the wastelands. I said the next circle would force their hand. Did not anticipate this whatsoever to be this much of a movement. FaZe are pulling up. They've tried to distract Navi by opting to go upside of the hill, but Example's already got a read onto this one. Itzy will have to go at him toe-to-toe. Page, meanwhile, in the kill feed, will go up against Squeaky, and Squeaky has fallen. Nades inside the building. Alia will answer back. Quizzy is out of it for now. The smokes will be committed to try and get the res. He will drop down onto this one. They're inside their building, or certainly at the door, about to breach into it. Now, there's multiple people here who anticipate they go in. Even if they lose one, then maybe they trade off, unless Itzy shoots his teammate by mistake. But it is what it is. It's one of those things. I'd like to see Gustav maybe pull up on this a little bit closer to give that extra leverage and manpower within that building. Because I'm already seeing somebody wrapping low here towards, I think it's Alia's side. Excuse me. Didn't realize Fuzzface was here to keep a track on that. Then it's totally fine.
Okay, we've seen Dex get into it. Gets a flush on Smash. And the kill feed's going to be manic, because we've got a lot of teams clashing here at the moment. I'm still trying to look out for the big boys towards the top end of things, the ones who can really chase. But that's a lot of the teams that are in the kind of big mix of it all. You can see the bombardment continuing. BBL trying to find a couple of 5 players. Exhalation is gone. Right, that's a big note here. That is a huge weight off VP's shoulders in this moment. They have no one directly able to chase anymore in this game, at least to jump them. However, they still have own problems. Speaking of problems, Gustav alleviates one of them, takes away Example, now creates some space, but they've lost out on Fex.
And now it comes into play why Gustav was playing that slight disconnected angle. Been away from the team, allows him to then regroup at the right time, catches one on the swing, and now it moves into a 2 versus 3. Yeah, Fex unfortunately had a nade in hand and unpinned, and he died at the exact time. So the nade kills him. Dex down in the picture-on-picture. Trying to get a swing onto this. Show us, come on, I've been selling you as a decent player here. Give us a quick insight. No, never nade's there. Bye-bye.
Oh, no.
5 are down again.
Look, I'm going to say it. Look, they're a brave team now. I don't know if they know who they've been taking out, but Liquid won. Some pretty spicy fans. BBL's fans, nah, I'm skipping. I'm just going to, you know what? I'll go to the blue. They're brave boys. They've taken on some fan bases there. But for now, we look at what's remaining. FaZe and Na'Vi kind of just locked in this nasty battle. Liquid, good position. DA, good position. VP, not bad. They're the kind of 3 that I'm looking on. AA aren't far off it, sure. MTN, Mutiny, okay, but I still feel like, 3 players. I haven't seen them pushing super late game. We'll see if VP can deal with Heroic. It looks like they're on the way.
Isa's just arrived, and they're already downstairs. Waiting, sees the fires licking the floor, so he just opts to hold for a second. Beamy straight out the back of it. VP there. Lou answers in kind. It's a quick trade-off for now, but they're actually turning into this one. Maybe
Lou's
they
down.
want more. Vasco
Batulin's
spins
down.
it straight out of the window. That is a belting response Heroic turn up completely
Finally.
unannounced outside of the windows, hanging out the back of the cars, and they dismantle VP. We go again.
Still open then. There's still a chance if a team gets this and they can win the next. It's game back on. VP are not 100% safe. This is not in the bag just yet. However, it's got to be a team with already a win under their belt. And the ones that are remaining, Na'Vi with 1 player, Redline 1 player, DA 4, AA 4. Keep your eyes towards them. They're the ones that can really push here potentially and take the throne away if they can back-to-back it. For now, though, we wait and see. DA still trying to take on towards FaZe. You've got 80 there, Gustav there. They're getting a little closer now. 80 is on foot. The rest bringing it up in the vehicle.
It's a pretty spicy prospect that Heroic, FaZe, and Liquid are all still within this, with the 2 teams with 2 wins under the belt already dismantled. Forgetting about DA as well. I know Afteralt's there, but I'm not too sure in the position, being in a very open field, what much more you can do with this. Liquid's got a compound. DA has a very, very strong compound, should that circle be favorable to them. That's maybe another competitor hitting a second chicken dinner if it's good. We shall see. Circle mere seconds away from showing us where we will spend our final moments of this game. It updates Liquid in by the skin of their teeth. DA, they have to be laughing. While small, it's going to give them room to be able to work off the back of. FaZe probably can't push into that without any kind of punishment. Heroic, this is the biggest task in front of you now. How do you get into the fold here unscathed? Because you're going to have to look towards Redline. You're going to have to look towards RTG. Make sure that entire side is clear before you tackle the final boss, which, for you boys, it's DA.
Eyes on DA, they have a chance. They're one of the teams with already a win under the belt. They can make it to 2 and then potentially push in the final game. So we'll see. And you're right about Heroic. This would be a chance for them. Kill-wise, I mean, they're the closest, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, to be able to push. But they still need more. That's a good step. 8 kills in the bag. Page going to garner that. Create that space. And you mentioned RTG, and there they are, just on the distance. Page trying to thread that. Does get a tag, but can't quite find the killing blow, so needs to continue their step forward. You can see Beamy pushing forward as well, trying to progress as they move into this.
The time limit. DL be sending 2 back. Gustav straight onto Zorf as well. I mentioned AA's position. Not exactly having a great deal of hard cover. Zorf, unfortunately, has paid the price heavily. Cobra, quick spray fire. See if you can get any of these members down within the vehicles. They transition forward. The vehicle's going to be good. Gives them a little bit of mobility and also gives them somewhere they can pack up against it and utilize for hard cover. Pokemon already going down. And remember, after all, is one of those teams already a win on the board. To remove them from this makes things a little bit easier. Headshot, good shot from Bogger T. Will continue the punishment, but ultimately is put to rest. FaZe has been damaged. They've been broken. This car is just fanning the flames up with 2 HP. He needs to get out and he needs to heal quickly. Gustav, next member to fall. Aitzi will try and hold the line. Ibi does spot him a distance. James comes in, takes down 2 of Mutiny. They've actually tried to pull up on that. Spots them in the open as they overextend. That's a really, really reactive play from Team Liquid. You might not have noticed it because we hadn't jumped there because there's so much going on. But what Liquid have done is they've left 1 player in the form of Clib to control the compound. The other 3, they've sent them out. They've sent the boys sniffing to see what's around them, and it's paid off massively.
Look what DA are doing. Very similar look. You have Uber in the compound, Pixel a little closer, but then Vard and Xiong are both out and about, keeping 80 very much preoccupied with some of these nades, but 80 is still a problem to be dealt with in Heroic. I feel like they're more likely to maybe lean in towards DA than they are Liquid, but we'll have to wait and see.
If Liquid somehow clutches this, like, it just shows you the comeback mechanic that this format does yield to players and does allow for. If DA wins it, I mean, hell.
They're in with a shot.
They are in with a shot.
They're tied up on 2 and they can actually close on the 3rd.
I think
and that's when we get the VP. Do they then just pressure DA because they've got so many more kills?
The issue is that DA and Heroic has to come to a head soon. Mexi's slap bang in the middle of the circle. The rest of his team can play off the back of him. He can orchestrate and see what goes on. I mean, the only downside is if, for Liquid that is, Heroic tries to tackle them head on and push down the hillside. Then DA just consolidates themselves over by Eitz's side, whatever vehicles are left, if they have any left. Some rocks, some trees, whatever. Just plays for survivability and lets Heroic and Liquid mutually destruct one another.
This nade could be pretty destructive. He's got the right side of it to post it on. And that's going to be Eitzzy forced away into the other side of the open. Mexi's really going to have him pinned there. But while this happens...
Oh,
whoosh,
no. He needed
cover.
that.
Yeah, he really did need that. Look at him. He's just dancing. Like, please, I'll take another car for 100 points. Thank you. And while that happens,
T-Bone.
look at Mexi. Found T-Bone. So again, we're already going to start seeing that little bit of a scrap building between the two. I thought the Heroic might lean towards Liquid's way a little more than DA's, just purely... I mean, terrain-wise, it's actually pretty tricky. Heroic have some tough choices. At least there's more of a fight to be had against Liquid, whereas DA, they've got quite a bit of cover until they have to crest that hill, which they're going to have to. Where do they go with that?
Sion's just been tapped as well. So they need to be very aware that the hillside they're on is absolutely not safe once they come over the hillside. You're going to have a lot of players, have a lot of vision from the side of Liquid, be able to look into that. Eitzzy still could be a pain in the backside. Beamy. Another one falls from Heroic. Slowly but surely, Liquid are chipping away at them. DA have moved. DA have sent it. Hold on. Remember, Eitzzy's still there and he's very problematic. Takes down 2. Sion next on the chopping block. If he sees this, he's caused
got it.
so much problems for DA. That's 3 of them dead.
Unbelievable, but there's no one there to flush them, there's no one there to pressure them. Liquid look towards Heroic. Can they get back in time to punish DA quickly enough? This could be the redemption arc for Liquid. It could be a chance for them to break free from the change that have been holding them back the whole time. One res is going to come through, there's the flush. Now they know Liquid are breathing down the next 10 kills have already come in for Liquid, and they want more. VOD's now gone. It's all on Uber in a 1v4 team. Liquid bearing down on them the first time they've been able to play the game. The molly comes in. Uber is burning alive. Another to add insult to injury. And there it is. Team Liquid close out with a win.
Time after time after time after time. 11 games in a row. Liquid has had someone knocking at their door. But finally, Eitzzy, the absolute madman, the clutchmeister of this entire European region, knocks down 3 members of DA, completely ruins the dream of picking up a second win. And ultimately, Liquid, the resilience, the mental fortitude that these lads have had to fight through 11 hot drops and win a game, it's incredible. And it sets us up for what's going to be a damn good final game, Lauren.
It certainly is. So, to wrap it all up, at least in this game, talk you through all the possibilities, let's hand it over to the desk.
What a fantastic game indeed here, and the relief, the amount of relief that Team Liquid must have right now after enduring 11 games nearly of hot dropping here, Hypuck. It must be feeling very great for them.
Yeah, I mean, we could pretty much scrap it all, right? They've now put themselves in the mix, at least to place well, right? Again, in terms of contesting the top spot, not an awful lot of change from that game alone. Or actually, though, Toby made an interesting point about DA.
Yeah, I mean, it would have been interesting to see DA go out and win that game only because then we would have had one more team with the double wins to make it even more exciting for the final one. But I mean, Liquid getting a win here, if they can back that up with one more next game, they could potentially look at surpassing Exhalation and take second place overall.
Yeah, for sure. With this one here, obviously, with last game to go, another team has to, like a team that already has a win. One win, they will have to get another one to contest potential Exhalation from second place, but we still have 7 teams now, or 8 teams now that has one win that can potentially contest this top here. Liquid putting themselves into a really good spot with the amount of kills that they're able to take here, contesting the very top, so it's really great for them. Again, the amount of relief that they must have had, and the amount of pressure that has been on them so far throughout these 10 previous rounds.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Rich made a great point about, actually it's a real statement to the mental fortitude of all the problems they've had to deal with, and it's not necessarily dropping and getting wiped, and it's all the other kind of things that the other hurdles created. Right, I was talking about slower rotation times, not having a comfortable looting phase, not being suitably looted and things like that. So to come out and win a game like this, where again they were able to. I don't want to say, chill through the mid game, but at least, play things at their own pace, which is a big switch up.
Yeah, massive difference for this one here. And obviously, AT being able to take these 2 kills here and get another knock for that one, insane. It just talks to the amount of skill that AT has in this one here. But this also means, Toby, that VP is very likely to win this first week.
Unless it's really only Exhalation at this point that can make an upset, then they would have to go out and win this game. There's no way they catch up on the kills. No one else has 2 kills, so Exhalation is the only roster that can really do something. But to go back on Liquid, I mean, it's great for them to get the win. We talk about how they finally overcome the X amount of games of hot drops and whatnot, but we gotta keep in mind that's most likely what they're going straight back to now. And out of the 11 games, not all of them has been very pretty. So even though it's a great sigh of relief for them to finally get a win under the belt, they are going back to the same hurdle now that it has been the case for the past 11 games, taking for granted that 5 is probably going to drop into Pachinki once more.
Yeah, and with that as well, you see Paige here on 3rd place with 4 kills, and on the top spot, and with Vasco in 3rd as well for damage.
Insane, man.
It's been really rough for Heroic. They actually were in a spot here, Hypoc, to win this game as well in terms of their placement or position on the map.
Yeah, again, and I think they're making so many good decisions, right? And it's reflected in all these statistics that we're going through. Shows just how active they are through the mid game. But once again, it comes down to just almost that crossroads. Like I said, it comes down to that one decision. Because along the way, they're making fantastic decisions in terms of rotations, in terms of what team fights to take. But it's almost like they reach that crossroads of this is, either the do or die moment of their game, and they still haven't had one go their way.
Yeah, and another match MVP here for Paige from Heroic. 2 second places for them so far. 2 games that they could have converted into wins for this one here. They are sad over this one here. But in this game here, Toby, Liquid dominated them. They took a better position. They already were in the circle, and they couldn't do much about this one.
No, they played it incredibly well. I mean, Liquid, finally, we get to see them in the league, and we know what they're capable of. We've seen it time and time and time again, and they show it here as well. They are an incredibly dangerous team, even more so when they get to bring the full roster into the mid and late game, and definitely a team to respect and pay attention to. But I can't help but underline, and I'll gladly do it again, closing out games. That really has always been a big thing in PUBG, but consistency and all the other ones have kind of overshadowed it. Now I think closing out games is going to be the most used sentence, because that is what this is really all about with the format that we're running now.
Yeah, I completely agree on that point. That said, guys, we have one more game to go here of week 1 of the PCS4 European Grand Finals. We're gonna have a short break, and then we're gonna be back just after that.
Euro, peso, add it up. I'm just doing me.
Add it up, bankroll.
He able to find the first one.
Zengin burada cidden
Seen his name pop up. Kafanın ucunu görmedi. Cobra'dan
момент. Максизор заезжает в Венецию.
fire to go through.
It's all me, everything is on me, gon' back it up. Matter what, told you I'ma do me, why you hating on me, it's not adding up. I do roll like a Mack truck, country heart, I might cop a farm and go act up. Lot of scars, I was cold-hearted, now I'm backed up. Keep it real, I do this once a month, I don't rap much. I just take the money and go stack up. Only buying car, take it tatted up. Add it up, bankroll, euro, peso, add it up. I'm just doing me, everything is on me. Oh, you matter what? Told you I'ma do me, why you hating on me? It's not adding up.
And welcome back. And of course, after third week, we're gonna be giving out some special prizes with these fine gentlemen here. It's gonna be super exciting. We have more details to show you in next week and further on. I don't know too much about this yet, but I know we're gonna have a crucial role in selecting those teams that is gonna have those special prizes. Obviously, we're gonna be heavily dependent on stats, and we're gonna be talking about that in the after show. But now, guys, we have one more game to go. We have, as you said, Toby, 2 teams on 2 wins right now, and I'm extremely curious to see if we're gonna have another team that's going to be joining on the two wins that's potentially going to be contesting Exhalation's second place right now, because there's absolutely no chance that another team is going to be able to get like 30 kills and 2 wins at this point.
Exactly. I'm desperately trying to wrap my head around how Virtus Pro hot dropping Exhalation in this game is not the right play to make. I cannot come up with a way where that is not the smartest play, because there's no way Exhalation gets 43 kills this way. I think that's pretty safe to say. So the only way Virtus Pro doesn't win this week is if Exhalation wins. And even if they hot drop them and they lose, like even if they all die, as long as they kill just 1 or 2 players on their team, that's gonna set their winning chances in this upcoming game down by such a big margin. Having said that, I do know, as I said in the past as well, Battlin and their game plan, usually they have a game plan, they stick to it. But I also know that Batulin sometimes likes to be a creative man in these regards, so I would not by any means be surprised to see Virtus Pro go for it, because I really think that's the smartest play to make here.
I feel like we're in for a treat for this one here, of course. What I want to see, though, Hypuck, I want to see Exhalation hot drop School and Apps to hot drop Virtus Pro to then go for the win. What do you think?
I think actually that's a more questionable decision on the other side, to be honest. Again, yes, you could run the risk, but for me, I think there are way more win conditions on the table elsewhere. Again, I'd love to see it. Obviously, we've theory crafted about the hot drop so many times over the years. I don't know. This is the first time I'll be honest. I'm actually excited to see, maybe the first opportunity here in the EU at least to be the deciding game, right? And somebody really take their fate into their own hands. But just on top of that as well, there's lots of movement just below that as well. I mean, there's a 10 kill deficit actually under the tiebreaker aside for somebody else to actually make the distance up.
Yeah, for sure. The last time I remember a viable hot drop as viable as this one is
C9
actually
phase.
PTL 2018. PTL 2018 for the chase from FaZe Clan in Pochinki, and I remember talking to Profi afterwards. It's like I was shaking. I knew they were chasing us, and this is the kind of excitement you want to see from this one, Toby.
Oh, it's amazing when it happens, because I mean, as a player on that team, oh my lord, it's them. They're coming for us. And believe me, if Exhalation sees any parachutes nearby this game, they're gonna know it's gonna be Virtus Pro as well.
Yeah, for sure. It's the ultimate game of this week. We're gonna find a winner. We're gonna find our top 4. We're gonna find all the things. And to bring us through all the action this last game, it is Pantheon Sims. Take it away, guys.
The chance of the hot drop, Rich. There is method to the madness. It's been talked through, and I'm glad we've got to hear it. Do you believe it could happen?
I 1000% am in agreement that if there was ever a time to do it, it would be now. Yes, it's not out of the mathematical range of it failing and going flop-sided, but how on earth does one team rack up 40 frags? It's unheard of. You also have to remember that Exhalation could go elsewhere. They could do the normal thing.
Seeing them
we do not
head away.
Get the hot drop today. I'm not even seeing VP looking at them. So the game plan must just be continue as normal. All systems are go. We just crack on. We do our thing. We'll see if this pays off or if this flops, because no one can catch them on kills. But if Exhalation win this, that
There's a
would
window.
be... There is a chance. Look, they've already got 2. There's no reason they can't get a 3rd. Just as much as what VP have. But if Exhalation wins this, in my opinion, it's a bit of a drop ball from VP. They have an opportunity to kill them now. But then again, you do have to remember that there could have been a point where you've seen it in other competitions where the people who have a cross painted on their back and a target, they'll go somewhere weird and wonderful and just loot off the other end of the stratosphere, away from danger.
They could. But again, I think taking what Hypox Egg is, taking your fate into your own hands, I think is something that I quite like the concept of. I mean, we all know this game, it does have a degree of RNG. There is always, the odds that you're playing against. Some things you can and some things you can't control. That could be one element that you could try and control. Now, it's not the case. They've gone to the traditional spots. The circle has come in. It's northeastern leaning, kind of just center spot south of Yaz. Looking at this, guess what's happening over in Liquid and Five's camp? No surprise there. We see it again. And you've seen the difference, right? We've seen what happens when Liquid get a chance of a bit of freedom. They're able to push through to a win. Five got a couple of kills playing on the outskirts. Didn't quite convert much more than that. We saw a little bit of what Dex could bring. I saw them kind of working through BBL, but we didn't see too much beyond that. So, again, I think it's just that smacking your head against a wall.
I'm going to be honest, Lauren. It's a little bit bittersweet, to be fair. I love the fact that Liquid have got a win off of it. I'm annoyed they've not had more opportunities to do so. We came into this, and you can say what you want about online leagues and everything else, and PCL and the different level of teams that are going to be within it. Liquid still got
Hold on.
7
That's Exhalation.
wins.
That's the boom gone down.
Oh, no. That was the chasing team.
Na'Vi just blows a kiss for VP saying, look, boys, it's made it a little bit easier for you. Don't mess it up, all right? We'll be on the way. We'll be trying to work our way up, but that's made it so much easier for VP. They see that. Ooh, just shake it off a little bit. Start feeling a little bit better about things. That is massive.
I see some of the stats coming up on the right-hand side. You can take a look at some of the... Maybe not this time around. Yeah, like the level of player that VP have brought to this, it's sterling. Absolutely bloody sterling. The slight aggression and adaptation that they've just moved into the gameplay looks in the game plan the same as before. But the times that they have had the ability to say, you know what, it's a time to push. We get stuck in, we go for that. Whether it be other times in VP's thought process, we necessarily wouldn't see them go full aggro. We wouldn't see them re-aggress into a certain engagements where it's like, okay, back off from this, live again, fight another day. But yeah, I love this from VP. If this format is going to play to their strengths and if they know how to work it, fair play. Mm-hmm. But it's still, and we keep giving VP because they look at the kills. It's been just night and day to every other single team. It really is. Mm-hmm. But in the bigger tournament picture, they've not run away from it. Exhalation are knocking at the door. Heroic, almost 70 frags, not too far behind them, but yet they haven't got a win. They've been close plenty of times, but they haven't got a win. So there are still other teams on a different day that could challenge this, and I think BNR's going to have a challenge himself, being able to get away from this one, unless he's not spotted, but we assume that Luca puts him down. QB is there. BNR is gone. Now, for rightly so, we are going to focus a little bit more on Exhalation and VP just because the chase is on, even though we do have, guns at dawn, instinct.
No way.
Scout it. Please scout it. Don't
Doors are open, players are there, cars there. Come on.
Yeah. Bail. Wait, what is Zoom doing? Why are they committing? They're committing to it. There's 2 of them that's already been sent in. You've seen a scout. He's drove by. You've seen the players, seen the cars. If they get aggressive, fair play. They've gone from a different angle. The nade's out.
No, it's not.
Merch just bollocks the nade. Oh, it's inside.
Oh, that could have been dicey. Okay, we've got a little bit of pressure now on Code Marco. Sees one, gets a tag, not the frag. You can see everything being thrown in against them. Exhalation need this. They want to try and secure this, but now here comes the cavalry. Metralius is on the way. Here comes the rest of them. Zoom straight in there, though. There's the trade out. Flush comes in. Yes, Zoom's now down. There's only 2 left standing for Exhalation. They are trying the best they can, but they're going to have to try and do the best with half of their squad in this. Instinct, good punish, good pickup, nice cleanup towards BBL. These boys are really turning the screws, and this would put BBL out of the race, man. They go, wait, VP are coming. VP's going over, but Tulins is in the background. VP have just turned up. They just want to rip this away from them, and why not? This is sick. But Tulins, if he can take them out of this, done.
Looking through the doorway, nades inside. Instinct has to run to the right-hand side. They can push as the 2-man band, trying to bait him out and go for the pre-fire. Spyro also sends it in. Instinct, one more member. Stands between them, and he's dead and done. Exhalation, 2 wins on the board. And that is VP removing the closest enemy. And we'd have to assume that nobody, absolutely nobody, can catch this powerhouse of a team now. They are head and shoulders above everyone when it comes to frags. They are head and shoulders above every single person when it comes to confidence. Until the math is done and the admins say it's final, nothing's set for sure, but as far as I'm concerned, they have won this tournament, or at least they have won this week number 1.
They know it. They damn well know it. VP know what they've done here. This is so sick from them. They found him, dude. They absolutely found him. As soon as they saw those names, as soon as they saw that fight, they flooded in, didn't lose a single player. They confirmed that first place spot. So now basically what this means is, if you're still new to this, you're not catching up, you need to win on dinners, right? So there was a team tied for 2 chicken dinners. That was it. But then it comes down to the kills. That's the next place to go. So the only team that had the 2 chicken dinners but didn't have the kills, so they'd need the 3rd, was Exhalation. So as soon as they showed any part of themselves in that kill feed, VP were on it.
So we're looking at the kills here, people above them. Na'Vi, Team Liquid, even though they've been picking up frags, it's still damn good for them. Na'Vi, Team Liquid. Anybody who's above 44 frags now and has a win in the bag could jump them. Rudy down, this is still as per usual. Pachinki, the fight that goes on. Yep. They won it off the back. If they can keep going with it, second one as well will fall now. Getting a bit preemptive there. This is good. Now, Liquid's slowly but surely going to be jumping up. If they get a second win on the board, they can be getting more points and prizes. Now, let's just not forget, bigger grand picture here. Congratulations, VP, as far as we're concerned. Job well done for weekend number 1. But that's what it is. There's 3 weekends to win the grand prize. To get into those PGC points. I can't believe James has just denied them to run away from this. Like, that is punishing. That is
give me a vehicle, give me a loot, get out of my town. Look at that from Liquid. Oh, now, and let's now talk about what happens to that second place, right? Because now Exhalation have a good amount of kills, like, you know, mid 40s and, you know, almost 50s. But the teams below them, if Liquid get this win, they'd jump them. If Na'Vi get this win, jump them. They get pushed all the way down to 30. You know, this suddenly becomes, you know, a very different scenario, right? This is a very different look to the game. So all these teams now, it's game back on. Second place is ready and available. So everyone should be pushing for it. Na'Vi, getting that first pick, has opened up that second place for them. There's a real shot if they can get that chicken dinner now.
This is madness. What would be crazy if Liquid somehow pulls second place? I mean, what? 5, 60, 78, 88, 35 kills separate them and VP. They'd have to mop the server at this point and win the game in order to beat them. That's how hard it is for VP to lose. Okay, that's, you know, again, and that's why I'm saying once the admins solidify who is the winner of this weekend, then fair play. But still, long form, it's weekend number 1 of 3. The PGC points, the money's good. The 20 grand, fantastic. The money, we can play with this, great stuff. Good job. But the PGC points at the end of all this, when all the wins are tallied up across the weekends, are what matters most. Because that's giving you the footstep, the leverage to getting towards the end of the line. The end game, it's a multi-million-dollar competition at a world championship. Don't mess this one up. Physics laid to rest. should be able to get the res. But yeah, for Liquid, I think this is a really good storyline, Lauren. If they somehow bag a second win 2 back-to-back, and they get a fair amount of kills, I mean, second's doable. Second is very much doable. Who else we got? 53 points from Na'Vi. So yeah. That'd be wild. That'd be crazy if they got second. It really would.
Yeah, it's game 100% on. We just have to see who can push towards the end. If VP win it, of course they win it straight out. I mean, the jump to first is almost impossible. I mean, mathematically you could do it, but it's near on practically impossible. Throw up the promo code just in case you guys were getting a little antsy in chat. There you go. Grab it while it's there. But speaking in realistic terms, that jump to second is now there and waiting, right? But let's say Heroic, FaZe, Skate, any of these teams who haven't got that dinner yet, try and go for it. Then Escalation walk away in second. So there's still very much, it's in the hands of the teams who are sat from, on the board at least, 3rd to 9th. If they can push up. ENCE, not enough kills. AA, not enough kills. But Redline, Na'Vi, Liquid. Chances there.
My eyes are on Heroic here. Just for the simple fact of the kills that they've had in tow with it. We know that Heroic...
they could go 3rd.
Instantly. 1 win, boom, up there. You ain't catching that. That'd have been quality if he'd have caught that, though. Holy. Goes facing a bolt tip. Nothing goes better. Where are FaZe in all of this? 2 Prison, 2 upside Milter. Fine. Easy rotate off the back of that. They've got plenty of space to play. Splice to play. RTG, little Harry Potter, not a big fan of it. The one outside Prison. It's very easy to shoot into when you're up on the hillside. Dead, however, even worse because he's sharing a 1 versus 4 basically with Na'Vi, which isn't what you want.
All right,
Liquid on a bit of a run here. They're going to pull up on the... Oh, okay, so both them and Heroic are scouting this Outlaw, and that's a massive potential fight. And I think Liquid has just took it from below Heroic's nose.
Yeah, Jeems needs to join them just in case they try and pull into this. But you're right. So Jeems is going to slot in. It was Paige who was the furthest ahead on that kind of little hill that rolls down, who was kind of eyeing it up. You saw the shots coming out. But it was indeed Liquid who got there first. I don't think you can crash that comfortably. And for Heroic, they need that win. So I don't think it's the risk-reward value is high enough right now. Let's see where this goes. Hold on. Ooh, okay. Well, this is the thing. We talk about RTG, right? Early game, that position's kind of hot garbage. Late game, it ain't terrible. It ain't terrible.
FaZe have just been given a bit of a hard shift. They can play with this one. It's good news for Heroic. We'll see if it is good news and they all survive getting past Na'Vi because they're going to be there waiting for them, sitting down. The slight adjustment from Alia is to try and set up for these players that do want to come this way. Oh, no. Not like this. They had to get through this clean. This had to be methodical. Liquid was directly in front of them, but the hard shift denied it. Spyro out the back of it. Doesn't matter whatsoever. I'll just reverse up the bloody hill and shoot him outside the window anyway. Zorf up top. Batulin's there. 2 players. Pokemolodoy also with Bogati just deciding to completely run away from this. They went nothing. Absolutely nothing to do with VP.
Don't really blame you. If I see that name and the way they're playing, Mofsky. It's not even in the circle. It's not worth sitting around for. Get out of there, boys. ENCE going to be fed the information, though. They have a split with Tixu, who's still over by Mansion. So they're going to see this, get it relayed towards Rustamar and Diggory. That there's a couple of players coming through in the vehicle. Keep yourself on the swivel. And as you can see, comms relayed, information had, but the ditch remains ENCE's. AA going to just power on forward, maybe slot in towards Prison itself.
Keep pushing into it. TG takes out Leonosh at least. Nail up going to 2 of them, actually. Both him and... Okay, it's a bit messy. They've lost 1 while doing nail up, but it's fine. DA's there to put the punishment in. Solidify the deal. Again, not a big fan of that tower, just how much open windows it has to go through if he gets that through the corner. If it... Oh, I thought it was going to bank off.
Second one.
He's having a crack at it. Lucas had some damage and he solidifies it. That's a nice little read, that, to be fair.
Not bad at all. Okay, let's break it down into pieces. Liquid and FaZe over towards I thought it was Fex then. Liquid and FaZe over towards Lumber, but then you got Fex over towards Prison side. Very, very disconnected from the others. Heroic playing in towards that. DA on the edges. You can see them there, but they are in a split, a 2-2. You have them kind of taking over the houses towards the east side of this current position. That's still being held by Pixel. I think he's got a buddy there with him as well. So it's, as I said, it's a well-held 2-2. Fex needs to keep information on all of this. Heroic now leaning towards FaZe has at least pulled Fuzzface back a bit, but Liquid have got themselves in here and seemingly quite quietly too.
This is an easy kill. Knock on the hillside. Nowhere for him to really run. VP just behind him behind the cars. They've got the smoke plumed in front of them, but SMB is just laying down the hammer. Not going to give him too much damage, especially with the double car. RV, oh, shelter.
Shelter?
That's a belting place to hold right now. I kind of feel sorry for Liquid because every single time they go towards...
Yeah, they've gone, lean a little east or this way.
I mean, same can go for FaZe. They pulled this way, right?
True.
They were pulling over towards the west. It yeeted away. They went back, and now it's gone away again. So it's just... Teams down in the south at the moment having a bit of a rough and difficult time. VP, 4-man stack, full send. What's available and where do we situate ourselves on arrival?
Oh, let's find out. Here we go. The boys come flying on through. Perfecting Spyro, Batulin's loot. Leading the way, the kings of the server as it stands. Na'Vi cracking off shots in the distance there towards Shelter itself, dealing with Skade. But it looks like VP won up the hill. They want to go a little bit closer towards Lumber. Maybe not. Maybe they come right back around. Where are they going to pull up here?
So it's not great, but it's something, I suppose, at this stage. I mean, really. Oh, it's rough, to say the least. You've got Mutiny there. Granula's already cycling the grenades, hoping for the best, see if he can hit one of them. Oh, that's a very, very clutch shot. Pixel perfect. On the head and on the money. 2 players from Liquid rotate back. Trying to slowly drag this one down towards the west. Make some sort of an impact from an exterior route. It's clear. I suppose that's the good benefit of where Liquid have opted to go. It's a little bit open for now, but it's barren. There's no one really within reaching distance. They have to get into the middle, which is the fray between Skade, Na'Vi, and VP.
Okay, DA swinging around. They could go right towards FaZe. That's a little scary. I mean, Fex and Fuzzface is a combination. That's going to be some fire coming in. Na'Vi down in the tunnels, in the shelter. And there goes DA. Let's see how they do here. First couple of shots coming through. Further in the distance, and this over by Prison maybe, or seeing if Ents was starting to move. Seemingly made it so far. Next target would be Heroic. And T-Bone, he's not necessarily in their way, but he's going to be pretty close by. Vazku's seen this. Going to call out, we've got some company, boys, because here they come. T-Bone on a bit of an island. He could do with some support here. That's what he needed. Nice nade comes out, gets down Pixel. Another comes through. Vazku again, still going to keep him very much in check. Good spray from T-Bone. Doesn't quite get one to the first try, but the second was good in combination with Vazku, and these guys are tearing him up right now. Am I seeing a third party? I am. FaZe have turned up. Okay, Fuzzface is here. Let's see what you can do with that Orman the 4 times. A little bit under pressure here to make the move. You don't want to overstay your welcome because look who's turned up. Team Liquid out of nowhere finding Heroic. This is them turning and taking the fight. They want this territory for themselves. And they're getting it cleanly. 7 kills. Liquid trying to push on this. They want every piece of this that they can, but for now, they still have some DA members up there. A little bit of Heroic. T-Bone still standing, but for how long is the question? He holds the ground. He takes down another. It's Uber and T-Bone. FaZe on one side, Liquid on the other.
Final player falls. Heroic is eliminated. No win for them this week. It'll all reset next week. Remember, we are playing for prize money here. You bank it up as much as you can, and then when it's all said and done, calculate it over the 3 weeks. And the cash, whoever's got the most banked at the end of it, is declared the winner.
VP have pushed Liquid.
This is kind of sketchy. This is they're blocking out of an ultimate component, because if they can push a good team down the table, like now for them, whoever's the next strongest team, so to speak, push them down, try and remove prize money from them, because the prize money that adds up and you accumulate in it, if you can deny Liquid money, you're making it harder for them to win the overall tournament, Lou. Spots one, first face. The Orman, the level 3 gear is now gone, but Lou's made so much noise. Maybe they have some sort of eyeline on him, doesn't matter. Trying to rotate out the back of it with Ibby, but Tulin spots him and he will fall down. Big nade comes in to quell the fires. Jimbo is flashing. Needs to get a heal off as soon as possible, but he's inside that vehicle and still mobile. Ibby gone. Clib probably unresable at this stage. Perfectix has fallen though. There's a small window of opportunity. Jimbo's actually gone to get Clib up on his feet. That is the medic coming to the rescue.
He's going to have to try and hold back if VP push this way, which it looks like they kind of are. It's on Mexi to deal with this. He's going to hear some of these steps, maybe not as much as he'd like, but they're all still around this area. What do VP do? They're pushing kind of out and around this, maybe checking the rest of the hillside. Obviously, we know where they are, but they don't. Mexi now emerges from the smoke, does get the tag on one, but it's not enough. Lou's still alive. Spyro behind him, and he's got Batulins to the left. Mexi now falls away. They've bought enough time, maybe, but now third party. Things have gone from bad to worse. Liquid can't do much more than this. Pressured perfectly by VP, just playing off the chain right now. They are doing whatever they feel like. Spyro just flexing, taking down James. And if they go down now, these boys have got 6 kills already. Liquid did have 9. They were very much trying to contend for pushing as best they can. And Na'Vi quietly building in the background now, looking more likely for potentially that win.
Been pretty stationary for quite some time. Shelter has been very, very comfortable. Place to call home. Tixu falls to the blue, rather unfortunate. Clib still holds on. Meanwhile, Batulins and Lou just get lambasted. QBE from a different angle altogether. Ivas on the open approach as well, can now support his teammates. They will build the smoke wall and they will advance forward. Lukarok's on the back as well to try and stop something happening. Spyro just wants to put the nail in the coffin on the side of Team Liquid. The nade will hit to one side, force him out into the open. He's not there to receive it. He was running himself. Usually you see them just aim for one side of the tree with the utility. He's still alive and kicking, but QBE is chasing Spyro as well. Take a look at that left-hand side.
Spyro's about to die.
Who's going to die first? Clib or Spyro? They're both running. They're both low health. It's Clib who actually goes down. Spyro can hit the smoke, but only just. He's on a time limit here. Barely any health to work with. And if that's an aid, it might just get the job done. No, falls.
How is he alive?
Too far.
How is this man alive? Now, keep in mind, now we look towards the rest of the table. What's left to vie for the win and maybe have more kills than the team currently sat in second? There he goes. And you're right, FaZe now going to lead in with whatever they've got left. It's Na'Vi waiting, and Na'Vi are the ones trying to push up towards taking that second place away, potentially. But they're trading out right now. This is not over for FaZe. Gustav needs to hit that reload, but he's getting peppered away at the foot, gives it away. Just that pixel out of place. And he's been taken down. It looks like Melman's going to be gone. Example going to try and get Quizzy back up. And now looking at it, these teams are fighting for it. Redline are really on a tear here. Now, if they can stabilize, keep 3 alive, and keep the kills coming in, they might just jump into that second if they can get that dinner.
Ents would take third place if they win this, just because the lack of kills that they have in tow with it. Skate 32, SMB 25. So we are looking towards Redline Na'Vi. We're looking for that second placement now to be able to jump into it and grab themselves some more money. That's what they need. They need cash in the pocket. For these 3 weekends, that is what is going to decide for the big, big winner. And a final 20 grand on top of that just for good measure. Redline have kind of been under the hammer for quite some time now. I feel a little bit sorry for them. It's a very open area. I'm surprised they've not maybe run more towards the north and tried to come in from the more northernly, easternly approach. But I suppose you do have Ents who are lurking around there, and they have been for some time. They have 3 players alive and kicking. If you can catch Rustamar in the open, that would be a good time to move. Holds it for what it is, but Diggory does respond in kind.
Good shot.
Good headshot.
Bloody hell. He's trying not to kill his teammate, trying to do something. Here comes the blue, and looks like there goes QBE, 3 HP. He knows it, done for, down. We have Na'Vi, Ents, Skate, and SMB. And if Ents can get the play back up, maybe there's a bit of a shot in this one, but this is getting so close now. These teams are vying for second, maybe third. If Na'Vi win this, they could maybe, yeah, they will jump into second. If Ents, I think they'd push to third, potentially. This is wild between the teams remaining, but Ents is not in a great spot here. They're looking a little rough around the edges.
do have the player back up, which is surprising. Even
Yeah,
though he's
I
had to over... Well, I suppose there's no one to be able to flex into him because it's slightly elevated, so everyone else is playing downwind of that. You have that crest, which Sakura's running, to be fair. This is where it gets a bit sketchy now. They're inside the circle. They've still got vehicles to use towards that late game if they have to, but that road in particular, it gives a small window for Ents to be safe from the prying eyes of Na'Vi. Even SMB, all they have to do is pull back just a little bit. I don't think they can shoot up towards it. Skade are forced to move. Ents, do you want to try and move, drag, walk, whatever? Any way to make it happen. Example, by the way, has flexed out. Just as a heads up, he has moved himself into a position away from the safety of the shelter. And that's basically just to deny the run down the hillside into the shelter. If one of them falls, they all just run into it. He's the gatekeeper.
But looking at the way this is, in my mind, this is a huge jump potentially for Ents if they can pull this off. Like, massive. Not to first or anything, but this would be a big step up. But SMB do make it into position. Currently sat in 14th. No wins yet to their name. Couple of kills. Not too bad. Skade. Similar spot. Bit more kills. Still no win, though. Whereas Na'Vi and Ents both have the kills. And the chicken dinner by their side. And still a little quiet, I guess you could say, on kills in that regard. But experience in droves.
So, as the information ultimately tries to open up, but no contact made. Ooh. Saw your bullets. Lipson does not. Answers very much in kind. Sakura has a read onto where Ents are setting up shop. I'd probably suggest maybe Skade focuses more onto Ents than what they do against SMB, because SMB have to deal with Na'Vi before they get here.
Well, I mean, Quizzy can't be accessed, technically, right? Yeah, so he's probably just sat down there with meds at this point. Like, if he has to, he'll just go into heal-off mode. I mean, he can just chill down there. He's not going to be dug out of that position anytime soon. Whereas the rest of the boys up top have a mad battle on their hands.
This is the fight that we said would eventually unfold. It looks like everyone's starting to commit towards it because there's nowhere else really to go. If they start working their way down, they know as you head further and closer towards the bunkers, you will have players lurking within. So the fight will begin.
Nice
First
shot.
headshot, squeaky, absolute belter. Sends one flying, but instantly Lipson responds in kind. Player now removed. Point advantage going towards the side of Ents. They have the utility and manage to land it down here. It would be phenomenal. Oh my god! A rocket just finds Squeaky. Is that second knock, or was it Rustamar who... That must be first knock with how slow it is. Flashbang push, maybe? It looks like they're thinking about it. They're having a quick peek. Nookie finds Diggory in the face. Lipson's there to... It's 1 for 1 every single time.
Yeah, if they try... I mean, if Skade try and make the peaks, SMB see them. The nades work because you don't have to really peek that much with a nade. But did Ents just get the rest? They did. They're back up to 2 standing. Diggory's resable. How? How are they still alive? These Finns are like unkillable. They just come back with more. And the nade is beautiful. Rustamar takes down Nookie. He instantly goes for the res. Gonna try and get him back up. But Ents really want to get rid of them, but they can't overextend because SMB can see them.
You're okay for now, but the second you leave this road, you're a dead man. So they're really just fighting amongst themselves at this stage. Then once you do that, got example who's waiting. Huth hasn't spotted him this entire time, so I reckon he's just behind the tree and out of his line of vision. Oh, he's laying down behind the tree. That's even worse. Okay, no wonder he can't see him then.
Oh, he's noticed.
Must have done. There's 3 players wandering down. He has to fight them.
He's got one nade ready. That's looking good. It's going to force Rastamar into a bad spot, but even better. Look at this work coming out from Apocalypse. Great damage done. Example did show his hand, though. He stepped up and took the fight here. Now, SMB at the same time has found the rest of Skade, so on both fronts, the teams who are on this road are being locked out from really finding a way forward. It's going to be kind of down to two, I feel, at this point, Na'Vi or SMB, but as it stands, Quizzy did finally make it a bit of an appearance, but Apocalypse got him locked in. But have they accounted for example? That's what I'm going to wait for. I have to see what he can do with this. Misa's just got himself tucked down. He does not want to make a little bit of a peek over that ridge. I'm sure the temptation is there, but he doesn't want to do it. It could be the death of him.
I do like how they can work off each other in tandem. It's just really problematic that he has limited vision from within that bunker. They decide to push over the top, there's a dead man. Oh, unless Misa spots him first, which he does.
Oh, it's messy.
Wonders a little bit of bullets, and then is responded by Apocalypse, but then...
Example! The trade's so good, and Quizzy's still on the way up. Quizzy! He's done so much damage! He's on like 1 HP right now. Example needs to move up. He's super low as well. Na'Vi are in tatters, but the nade is so good. And now it's just Lipsin, Na'Vi trying to push themselves up the board, trying to slot into a higher place here. Lipsin up against a 1v2. The meds have come off. Quizzy's back up and standing. Example on bitter HP. Lipsin has to go clutch here. That's all he can do, and there's nothing more to be done. Na'Vi, what a way to close out.
Oh my word. At the very final moments, another contender steps up to the plate and potentially steps into second place. That is just a whirlwind of an ending. Chasing it down to the very latter stage with 1 HP. Still getting the grenade that they needed to be able to just move forward. Quizzy stepping up into the guy, level 3'd up, but still makes the advancement. And while it may have been a little bit of a passive ending for those two players, one hiding in the bunker, one hiding behind the tree, Na'Vi get another win on the board.
They certainly do, but this doesn't take away from the boys who I think are still towards the top, which is going to be Virtus.pro, if I'm not mistaken. But to confirm it all, to talk you through everything, to answer all the questions, it will be the panel, the analyst desk, waiting to close it out.
What an absolute screamer of a last game here, with Na'Vi taking the last chicken dinner of week 1 here at PCS4 Europe Grand Finals. Hi, Puck. That was insane.
Yeah, it was. I mean, we were talking about it, right? We were even crunching the numbers there, especially when Liquid started making moves as well, potentially without winning the previous game. But that ending from Na'Vi, again, how often do you see teams get absolutely punished for playing Shelter that early, being the ones to, have to, kind of put up a fight to all of this pressure looking in towards the circle? But it comes down to 2 players. And the nades at the end there, what the hell was that?
The utility users there, Toby, was definitely what opened up everything. And then Example pushing with 1 HP, already with 7 kills. Absolutely crazy scenes, Toby.
I mean, Example throws it starts it off with a banger of a nade from all the way across the little valley point there. Then has to make the run forward, as you say, with literally 1 HP. And moments later, that off the tree to the side, like the bounce, that's insanely next level. You'd never see throws like that in PUBG. I'd love to see it. Maybe that's the start of a new meta to come with utility.
Yeah, absolutely crazy. And on top of that as well, as VP saw the knocks and the kill feed, and they decided to push and finish off Exhalation, securing themselves this first week's win here, Hypuck.
Well, and also as well, that kind of sets the mark, right? It kind of leaves it wide open for all the other teams in the lobby that were chasing. Wait, what?
Double headshot.
I didn't catch that one on the observer feed, but yeah, what a shot from Diggory.
Insane. All right. Also, of course, here in the southeastern side, we saw a lot of teams fight it out and duke it out. And saw a few comments on Liquid had so many hot drops. They had such a hard time, but they continued to fight. And you really love to see that, Hyberg.
Yeah, I mean, they fought with heart. Like I said, Rich mentioned it earlier as well, the mental fortitude to put up with all these extra obstacles put in your way, right? So, again, to see them make it to the end game. And again, in this game in particular, it's good to see Liquid, play at their own pace, right? Where they have a blank canvas to approach this circle. And they played it pretty well over on that side, down on the southwest side, actually coming in. And unfortunate to see them fall in the way they did. Again, there was a moment where, things could have shaped up very different and they could have made a push for second themselves.
Yeah, for sure. It was close indeed. My heart goes out to Heroic, though, Toby. They have had so many kills and so many close calls to take a win home, but they didn't manage to, though.
It's we're back to the drum of the last segment. We have been able to close out games. They had games that could have gone either way. They had games that if we went back and played that end game 10 times, they would probably have won it more than half. And I think they know that. I mean, the frustrations were there, and I think they know what they're capable of, and that is to come right back next week and do it all over again, but securing more of those wins.
Yeah, and here we see the two users in the end. Quizzy, that bounce,
It literally bounced it off, man.
He knew that. Quizzy, what an absolute monster.
Oh.
And that, guys, that wraps this week up here. Here we see the standings of this game. 10 kills for Na'Vi, puts him in a really good spot. And if I'm not wrong, it's going to be VP in first, it's going to be Na'Vi in second, and Exhalation in third. That is complete and utter CIS dominance, Hyperk.
Yeah, it is, and like I said, actually, Exhalation, hats off to Virtus Pro, coming and dealing with that, and like I said, forcing, well, I said no, not forcing, allowing a couple of other teams to make these big pushes into the final game, right? Because it leaves their kill count where it is. Obviously, all these other teams tied up in terms of wins overall can make a real push for things in the last. But example, 8 kills. I want to see the damage right now from the last match because again, didn't actually break the 1K. I'm surprised by that. He was running around gunning at everything, man.
Yeah, he was absolutely mental scenes here in the last games, and it had us on the edge of the chair here, Toby. You and I were screaming the last minute of the game while the guy, Fantasins were casting it.
There were so many different outcomes to this last one. All the teams here had somewhat of a chance to get a good increase in their placement or their spot on the leaderboard, and of course to see Na'Vi go out and be able to clinch home the win here with only having 2 players alive there in the end was incredible. But to me, I mean, it goes all the way back to the start because we kept talking about the whole Virtus Pro should hot drop Exhalation. They're the ones that can seal the deal here. Na'Vi knows Exhalation plays next door, and they chased them down because while Virtus Pro had nothing to lose sitting at the top, Na'Vi had to beat Exhalation to claim second place, and they actually got the spot off of getting that first kill in the boom there. So while it didn't look big in the beginning, and it looked like that was only granting a favor to Virtus Pro, that kill in the early game, even with the kill more so going for Na'Vi, that was actually huge for them in winning it.
Yeah, it was absolutely massive. Let's take a look at the final standings here of week number 1, PCS4 Europe Grand Finals, guys. It's going to be Virtus Pro top with 94 kills, Hyperk.
Yeah, crazy. I mean, this is the other thing, right? Yeah, wins aside, you could talk about it, but VP remained active throughout all of these games, and you can make an argument that this kind of passive play style, ride it through, try and, play off the circle and whatnot. Yes, it might work in a couple of series, but the fact that Virtus Pro were actively addressing the kills on a game-by-game basis and doing what they did, to be honest, throughout PGIS, right? We talked about this is one of the teams that struggled the most in terms of adjusting to that winner chicken dinner qualifier system at PGIS. And right here, I mean, they played fantastic PUBG across the weekend. Even in the games they didn't win, they were still leaving their mark on the leaderboard, right? Yeah,
exactly. And on top of that, my heart really goes out to Heroic here with 70 kills, Toby. That's an insane performance. They had 2 games that, as you said, if you played those games over 10 times, they were probably won more than half of those games.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, that's exactly as I said it, and yeah, they would have put them in the second place. So it's tough, but that's the way the cookie crumbles. You got to be able to bring it home. I mean, Virtus Pro, not only do they get 18,000 damage, but they average almost, over 12 games, they average almost 8 kills per game. That is insane. Unheard of. That is absolutely. I mean, yes, you see that through some qualifiers where one team is insane. But look at this. Look at this. Almost 3 kills on average per game, and for Spiro to be right there behind with over 2, that's complete and utter next level.
Yeah, example, that mad dash in the end here, Hypoc, with 8 kills to wrap it off, puts him in at 2.5 kills per game. On the other side, though, here, of course, he's going to be in there with damage. Nearly 500 damage average is absolutely crazy. Per game. What? Over 12 games. And also, Page, obviously, one of the Heroic guys had to be up there. Page was extremely close in terms of kills as well. He also had more than 25 kills during and throughout these 12 games here. Hyper.
Yeah, dude, just in crazy numbers. And once again, I mean, I said this earlier on in the broadcast, shout out Paige. Again, you know, outside of the list for me, Fex as well deserves a shout out for his individual performance in a couple of games for FaZe. But Paige across the weekend has just been a highlight for me. It's been so great to see him kind of leading the charge for for his team and constantly putting up numbers, which again, it comes back to, I hate banging on like a broken record, but it matters. These teams that are constantly addressing the kills on a game-by-game basis are the ones that are going to fare the best over this, because it's very rare we ever see, teams in a 12-game series come away with 5 wins, right? It's usually spread across like this.
Yeah, exactly. And guys in the chat, you've been asking and you've been telling us when are the coupons, when are the codes. You've been getting all the codes for the esports points, but this one here is the most important one. This is the one where you get an extra pick'em code for that. So go in, redeem that in game right now, and you get to pick another winner in one of the 4 regions. You can choose any one you want. It's been extremely close here in Europe. Maybe some of the other regions would be easier to pick a winner. They had some teams that dominated, but VP for me here definitely has one of my votes in one of the next 2 weekends here. We have an interview ready with our winners here. Let's hear from him. Welcome, Batulins. I can hear myself. That's fantastic, but can you hear me, Batulins?
Yeah.
Fantastic. What are your expectations going into this tournament?
Expectations?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, we are just practicing hard. A new format, winner chicken dinner. It's the whole new, to be fair, mental problem for everyone, and we were going through it in PGIS. Now we're playing here. Of course, in Europe is much more easier to play this format because of course, like wars in Europe.
Of course.
But still, the biggest problem for most of teams is mentally be prepared for all these wins and not wins.
For sure. Hi, Puck, any questions?
No, I mean the important one for me is something I've kind of talked about across the weekend is I've noticed you guys are playing very consistently in terms of still posting kills up. Is there any real big conditions that sway you away from being that? When does the objective kind of change for you throughout a game by game?
Of course, our experience on PGIS somehow helped us, so we understand that playing for the kills is a very, very important thing right now, because you not always can win the game. So we always have a plan to play for the kills if we are not able to win the game. So yeah, we just understand when we should do this. And also, I have to say that most of teams in Europe, they don't know how to play this format, so they try to adapt. And of course, it's easier for us to kill them when they're trying to survive. That's, I think, the biggest thing for us right now. So we had a lot of kills in this tournament.
Of course. Toby?
Yeah, you might have somewhat answered my question, but I'm gonna ask it anyway. Of course, I mean, first of all, congrats on an absolutely insane weekend, Bats. You guys played lights out. It was very, very impressive to watch. But no, my question for you is, I've heard you talk many times before how the mental aspect of this is difficult and how it has changed. But what have you guys done to change the mentality to be more ready for these games? Because they are tough and you guys keep delivering.
I think we just we don't think about that we lost the game, because on this tournament we could win, I think, maybe 4 or 5 games. We should win them, but we lost some micro moments in the endings, so we lost them. But we knew, of course, after PGI survival weekends, we were like mentally dead the whole tournament in Korea, and yeah, we got a lot of experience from it, and we just don't think about it. Like, lost the game, no problem, go next. We're not even analyzing the games after first day, so we would not think about like, oh no, we could win more. We could no. We're playing the weekend, then thinking about the games. So yeah, just don't think about the lose. That's the only thing I can say.
It's good to hear, because that's obviously you guys got one of those things nailed down, because if you can't reset in between games, then it's going to be really rough, and I think you guys are nailing that. Big congratulations here on winning week number 1, Batulins. Thank you so much for hearing from you. It's always great to have an interview with you.
Thank you very much.
All right, guys. We have crowned our week number 1 winner here, and it's been quite hectic. I feel like, Toby, here in a situation where we started off a bit in a slump, it was pretty slow. It actually evolved quite surprisingly into some really hectic and amazing moments.
I think Batulin's kind of hit the head on the nail in saying they had an advantage coming in from PGIS. They knew what they wanted to do. They knew that kills were gonna matter, and they played that. Like, if you go back to game 1 to now, VP has played VP PUBG all the way through, whereas to other teams maybe spent 1 game, 2 game, 3 games trying to figure, kind of as we said in the beginning, coming into game 1, kind of get the gist of the lobby, feel the flow of the lobby. VP had a game plan, they played it all the tournament through, and when you spend 3 games out of a best of 12 trying to figure out what to do, if a team has already started accelerating early, it's practically impossible to catch up, especially if they maintain the speed, and that's exactly what VP did.
Yeah, exactly. And on top of that, the domination here from the CIS region. We have the top 3 teams, Virtus Pro, Na'Vi, Exhalation, Hyperc here. It's pretty clear to see these guys have been grinding.
Yeah, it is. I just want to come back to one point. Again, I know I touched on this a few times, but I'm really glad that that was covered off in the interview. This kind of premise of playing with freedom, right? And being able to kind of, you know, have that secondary objective and say, look, we're probably not going to win this game. Let's go out and strengthen our position on the leaderboard further. And doing that, I mean, there's been this big discussion around kills being totally irrelevant here. This is just another example of where they are the deciding factor. So it's really good to hear that's kind of being actively addressed. I mean, VP have been on a crazy journey, you know, as a roster themselves across 2020, and it's a real testament to see that they're already well prepared to deal with the obstacles within this new format.
Yeah, for sure. All right, guys, that is it from us. Big congratulations to Virtus Pro for winning week number 1 here at the European Grand Finals for PCS4. We have nothing more to say than happy hunting those chicken dinners.